The dark frontier is the name given to the boundary separating the known space from the unknown universe. Only desperate adventurers dare to go beyond it. Most disappear without a trace. However, gradually as the cosmos is explored, the dark frontiers move further and further, revealing to humanity the beautiful world of the universe. With an endless series of stars, distant galaxies, cold beauty beckoning behind itself, forcing one to forget that the cosmos is a dangerous and dark world for people, full of secrets. Chapter 1. Vann yawned lazily, overcome by the drowsiness with which the old spaceman tramped cope with not could. How not try to focus his floating gaze on the instrument panel, drowsiness, cunningly awaiting its moment, forced the eyelids to slowly lower. Damn flights. The old man tossed his shaggy gray mane and honestly tried to concentrate on his duties as captain. I need to have a drink to perk me up. I had barely risen from my chair when my joints began to crack pitifully. I winced painfully and rubbed my knees. When are you going to get the implants? Came a voice without the slightest hint of respect for Vann's status and age. The voice belonged to a red-haired girl sprawled freely in a chair. A young and elastic body in a rather frivolous outfit, and also these breasts developed beyond her age. Vann, when he could, stole glances at her. The girl threw her hands behind her head, looking at the data on the monitors hanging above her. She stretched out to her full height, as if allowing herself to be seen. Vann is ready to bet that there is a slight spark of contempt for the two of them shining in her green eyes right now. For a young, and let's face it, probably hot person, the company of two men, one of whom is an old man, scorched by time, and the other, a youth who has not yet really entered. Puberty is not a joy. Vann walked up to the convex silver sphere in the wall. Putting his palm in it, he imagined a cup of steaming coffee. The sphere immediately began to hum, and a small glass appeared from it. He took it, took a small sip, and winced slightly. It's high time to throw out this emulator just like this junk, the girl hissed contemptuously through her teeth, capriciously banging her fist on the armrest. Don't blab, Vann said a little irritably. He could tolerate a lot from this young girl, but not insults to his starship, which he traveled all the known and inaccessible sectors of open space, even visiting not only the closed worlds but also all the planets, except Earth, of course. If something doesn't suit you, you can get off at the nearest station and look for another team. I'm sure there will be a captain and even a whole team ready to accept a babe like you, with all the consequences. And he took a bigger sip. Don't get worked up, old man, the girl said peacefully. But the emulator is really crap. It doesn't really synthesize food anymore. If we don't get poisoned, our stomachs simply won't be able to digest it. Yeah, I know. Vann sighed and took another sip of coffee, wincing at the taste of plastic. That's why we're hanging around here. Maybe something will work out. And he threw the glass into the recycling bin. And when it all works out, get implants. The girl reminded him about them again. At these words, the young man involuntarily glanced sideways at her ample chest. The girl noticed this. The corners of her lips betrayed a restrained, satisfied grin. She was still flattered by the attention. Why do I need them? Vann turned his gaze to the large monitor showing the endless universe. You won't complain about pain in your legs and you'll live a little longer. The girl stretched, showing the flexibility of her body. Live a little longer. Vann grinned, staring at the stars and distant galaxies. After 200 years of life, living a little longer doesn't make sense, and implants deprive you of your human essence. Somewhere far away in the depths of space, a bright flash flashed like a supernova. First joints, then arms or legs. Artificial. Blood before you know it, the only organic thing in you is your stupid brain, which allowed you to do such a thing. Have you heard about neuromodules? The girl turned in her chair to face Vann, giving the boy the blessed opportunity to look at her from behind, and that very spot where men always look. They say they transfer a person's consciousness from the brain to... I know, the old man cut her off sharply. I'm not going to live in a mechanical body, especially with a mechanical brain. I prefer to do stupid things with natural gray matter." He poked himself in the forehead with his finger. The bright flash repeated itself. The light from the supernova travels for so long, however, it is unknown at what distance it is from them. The girl returned to her original position, offended. Noticing the intent, studying look of the youth as sharply as Vann treated her, she put him in his place. "Aren't you blind?" The boy blushed deeply and lowered his head, muttering something under his breath. Vann smiled to himself. He would grow up to be quite the devil. Gregory and Velda, he found them in different places. His starship was small, so he didn't need a large crew, 3, 5 people at most. But the trouble was that you couldn't earn much on such a starship. So Vann took on all sorts of sometimes not entirely legal affairs. And that's why his crew often changed. Some quit working for him themselves. Others, let's say, were ground down by circumstances, often not in the captain's favor. A couple of years ago, in one of the closed worlds, on an asteroid where a colony of miners was located, Vann came across a smart boy vegetating in a local orphanage. The boy didn't know where his parents had gone, and no one cared. In fact, there was a rule that in the event of the death of their parents, their children were to be sent to Earth, or under the care of the nearest planet suitable for life. So to speak, an influx of fresh blood for the colonists. Their development is uneven. If Eden has been inhabited for 1,000 years, then people have lived on Sirius for only a century. Eden is also the most densely populated planet, second only to Earth. There are almost 80 million people on it. Here Vann grinned, remembering how many there are on Earth. They said almost 12 billion. It is even hard to imagine. Probably more than stars in the universe, Vann thought. He himself had never been to Earth. He was born on Elbrus, a very harsh place. Only at the equator is the temperature above 0, and the gravity is 1.5 times greater than on Earth. This is precisely what explained the powerful structure of the old man's body. There was a sense of strength in him, albeit withered, but inspiring respect. Elbrus is a world of mountains, rare plains between them. But in these mountains is the main treasure of the planet, a rare mineral that is used on Earth as fuel. And the Earth never has enough of it. Whole caravans of cargo starships left for this gluttonous planet, the locals, from those who were already born on Elbrus and considered it their home, were outraged by how barbarously the mining was carried out, how the mountains were destroyed for the sake of ore. Then, hearing the indignation, the next time military cruisers arrived from Earth to Elbrus along with cargo hulks, they say that this was almost 1,000 years ago. Vann turned his gaze to the girl. She was staring blankly at the monitor, pretending to be busy. Velda was also from the closed world. They wanted to use her as a child to entertain the sophisticated public. But her owner did not do this. He wanted to wait until her body formed and sell her to someone for a harem. He did not have time. She ran away and joined Vann. It was not that Vann was distinguished by his kindness of heart or a keen sense of justice. Having taken the children on board, he simply decided to raise his own team out of them, who would not run away from him at the first opportunity. But if he was sure about Gregory, then Velda was clearly thirsty for adventures to her appetizing point. This time, Vann's job was to head to the furthest, most unexplored sector. He was scouting, mapping new data for his employers, and looking for asteroids that might be valuable to the Eden Survey Corps. They didn't want to ruin a planet for minerals. They preferred to gut asteroids for them. Vann looked sadly at the panorama of the cosmos. So far they were unlucky. All that attracted the eye was that bright point. "You're right. We'll need to replace the emulator. We'll do it when we get back to the base." Velda chuckled triumphantly. And yet the cosmos is beautiful. Vann did not notice how he found himself enchanted by the beautiful picture of many stars. They are beautiful, distant, and cold. Galaxies in an eternal dance slowly spin. Cosmic dust gives bizarre and incredible patterns to the pictures of the universe. Who knows? Maybe somewhere out there, in that very distant galaxy that he is able to discern, there is still intelligent life, and that this blinking supernova like a beacon can lead humanity to it. Ika was daydreaming. Vann laughed to himself, really. Old age takes its toll. And then he thought, do supernovas blink? He spent 2/3 of his life in space, and had never seen or heard anything like that. Gregory, transfer everything you can there. The captain pointed to a place on the monitor with his finger. What is it? The red-haired girl suddenly perked up. Oh, I just want to check something. And his own heart began to pound, beating out a quick rhythm. Intuition developed over the years, rarely let the old captain down. So his heart began to pound in anticipation of a good jackpot. Analysis shows that this is an artificial object, several tens of millions of kilometers away. How can you tell if it's artificial or not? Velda snorted. At that distance, an asteroid or comet could be mistaken for an artificial object. They also contain metals and minerals. Asteroids don't glow, Gregory said briefly. What about comets? If the comet is glowing, then it must be moving, Gregory countered, and seeing how Velda wanted to object to him again, he quickly added, residues of photon. Fuel have also been detected. Hearing this, Vann literally jumped on the spot. Photon? Who uses it now? Few people. Gregory nodded in agreement, watching with bewilderment as the old man's emotions overwhelmed him. What is your joy? Velda also did not understand the captain's state. Map! Vann barked, and a hologram hung in the air in front of him. Look! He waved his hand widely, changing the scale of the map and its sectors. The stars serving as a reference point flashed. Entire constellations flew past them. Finally, the map froze in place. See? The captain's palm passed through the holograms. There is nothing here, just a dark spot. Because the sector is not explored, Gregory glanced at the dark edge of the map, showing that people did not know what was going on further, located beyond that border. That's right, and here we come across it. Vann turned to the monitor, staring at the bright blinking dot. It's a lost ship, and if so, then it's all ours. Wait, what if it turns out there are people on the ship? Velda reasonably interrupted the overly jubilant captain. The old man frowned instantly. Indeed. Gregory, looking at the data on his monitor, said uncertainly, not a fact. That is, the analysis shows. The boy's eyes widened when he saw the colorful diagram. The fuel trace is more than 1,000 years old. How is that possible? He exclaimed. Now nothing could keep Vann's face from breaking into a happy smile. Guys, we hit the jackpot. Intuition is a good thing. Thanks to it, Vann has repeatedly gotten out of the most difficult and sometimes seemingly hopeless situations. And thanks to it, he sometimes ended up in the black, which is rare for those who do not disdain to earn money in a not entirely legal way. It was intuition that made the captain slow down, not reaching the lost spaceship by only a couple of thousand kilometers. Why did we stop? Velda asked in bewilderment, not understanding the old man's actions. Gregory also blinked his eyes in surprise. It's clearly uninhabited. I sent him signals, but no one responded. I see, Vann said quietly, frantically peering at the monitor. The mysterious ship was now shining brighter, its sidelights much more clearly visible from this distance. No wonder Vann mistook them for starlight. He quickly assessed the first data. The ship was quite large, apparently a cargo ship, and some unusual one at that. Could it be that someone was secretly collecting resources in these parts? Vann knew that Eden was conducting research in the asteroids, bypassing the ban from Earth, especially since the planet itself was located closest to this sector. Venice could also do the same. Their ambitions were so off the charts that Earth sometimes had to cool them down. Earth prohibited open worlds from developing resources on asteroids and other cosmic bodies without permission and supervision from its side. And Vann was perfectly new how Earth may be punished for violation of the rules established by it. 1,000 years, Gregory's words came to mind. If he is more than 1,000, then clearly not from the known planets, which means the ship can hardly belong to the open worlds. There remains only one owner. The captain frowned. Gregory and Velda, who had managed to learn the old man's facial expressions over the years spent with him, they had become quiet, even trying to breathe every other time so as not to accidentally anger him. Vann leaned back in his chair thinking, closing his eyes. So the starship had gotten so far and just stopped? Had it run out of fuel? Was there an accident on board? Then why hadn't it sent a distress signal? Where were the call signs? It looked more like the ship had simply slowed down, stopped at the designated point. Maybe it would be better. The old man jerked his head. To hell with it. This was a jackpot, a solid jackpot. It would provide for him for the rest of his life, for the rest of his heavenly life. He grinned. He had enough money to live on Eden, in this eternal tropical paradise. His native Elbrus flashed before his eyes. Yes, his homeland, but rather hush. And he was already an old man dreaming of well-deserved peace. The guys exchanged glances, understood. Vann had made a decision, and judging by his smile, it suited him. And that means them too. "And what are we going to do?" Velda asked fearlessly. "Gregory, my boy, launch the butterfly for reconnaissance." Vann stood up and approached the emulator. "First, let's find out what's going on there." The steaming coffee teased him with its aroma, and this time, Vanu didn't find it bad. The boy carried out the captain's order. The hatch of the hold opened with a clang, releasing the butterfly, a colossus weighing several tons, designed for asteroid exploration. Vann acquired it in a broken state in one of the closed worlds, and Gregory, a talented handy little devil, managed to repair it. The butterfly quickly rushed towards the mysterious ship, and as it approached, everyone languished in anticipation. "We're in the black in any case, guys. If it contains ore, Eden will give us a ton of credits. And if it's empty, the ship itself is worth no less, if not more." Vann was holding a cup of coffee in his hands, anticipating a rich booty, and even chuckled. His mood was so uplifted. Velda and Gregory exchanged glances again. They liked it when the captain was in high spirits, as they could get a lot out of him then. The butterfly approached the ship and began to fly around it. Data appeared on the monitors. "Wow," Velda was amazed as she read them. "These are quite impressive dimensions, even for a truck. Could they really have made something like this 1,000 years ago?" Gregory was also perplexed. "Look at his engines. I've never seen anything like them. They're not designed for the kind of start we're used to." "But can it fly? It can't be towed, can it?" "Velda," the boy drawled slightly condescendingly, as he always did when he had the opportunity to be better than his battle girlfriend in something. "We won't be able to tow him at all if we jump into super speed and he's right behind us. He won't be able to slow down and will simply crush us when we get out of—" "I know it as well as you do," Velda curbed, the youth's ardor. "I'm talking about what if the engines don't start after all. So much time has passed. Besides, you yourself said they are photon." After these words, Gregory blinked his eyes in confusion. He had missed such a detail. None of them paid attention to the captain, who, looking at the data, turned into an idol. "It's interesting," Velda continued. "Look," she pointed to the diagrams, "at its composition. Is that armor?" Gregory's eyebrows rose. "Who puts armor on a cargo ship?" The fuzzy image on the main monitor showed the side of the ship with blinking signals against the backdrop of endless stars, and a slowly emerging inscription. "Varyag," the decoder translated. "It's strange. There's no ship with that name." Velda immediately checked the base. "However, if it really is more than 1,000 years old, then there's probably nothing to look for. What's this?" Gregory was looking closely at the powerful installations that were incomprehensible to the eye. "Is it a driller?" "Railguns," the navigator explained. "There are also plasma weapons and long-range beam weapons on board." "What?" Gregory was completely confused. "But it's so huge." Velda was genuinely amazed by the size of the ship. Their attention was drawn by a noise. A cup of coffee fell from the hands of the dumbfounded Vann. He did not take his eyes off the monitor showing the ship. Vann understood perfectly well that in front of him, he had already seen something similar on Elbrus, or rather in its orbit. "It's a cruiser," the captain squeezed out. "May I be torn apart? It's a battle cruiser." "A battle cruiser," Gregory repeated after him, and immediately realizing, he exclaimed, "Earth! Do you think there are others?" Velda responded harshly to his words. She began to understand Vann's state. "Maybe we should get out of here." Thoughts swarmed in the old captain's head in a chaotic swarm. A combat machine so far from Earth. And most importantly, weren't they looking for the ship? "Really?" Vann croaked, momentarily imagining the terrible guess of what it could be. "What?" Gregory and Velda cried out at once. "A connecting rod," the captain squeezed out. The connecting rod, or rather connecting rods, the horror and curse of the open space. Ships with intelligence that went crazy, or for some other reason gone from under control Space Force's lands. They claimed that at one time the Earth hunted them, searching for them and mercilessly destroying them. True, no one saw them with their own eyes. They said so because they destroyed those who succeeded. The stories about the connecting rods are akin to what the legends of the Flying Dutchman acquired on Earth. And now, in Velda's green eyes, mistrust flashed, mixed with slight contempt for the captain's words. "Stop talking nonsense, old man. This is not a connecting rod. Most likely the ship was simply abandoned." "And the reason?" Vann turned to her rather briskly. "How should I know?" The girl shrugged. "There could be hundreds of them." Meanwhile, the butterfly continued to fly around the starship. Dents were found on board. "Are they strong?" The old man perked up. He didn't want to mess around with the broken vessel. "It seems..." "Yes." Gregory tensely peered into the blurry image appearing on the monitor. "Entire sectors are damaged." Vann looked over the guy's shoulder. It seemed that someone had torn out a whole chunk from the side of the cruiser, and the hull itself was dented. "A primary check has been carried out. There is no response to the signals. The scanner has not detected any biological creatures nearby." The butterfly froze in place, waiting for further instructions. "Penetrate inside?" "No." Vann's voice acquired a commanding clarity. Gregory and Velda simultaneously sensed the changes in the captain and therefore pulled themselves together. It was better not to joke with him now or argue with him. So, he turned to the team. "We are not in a condition to transport. We will not go inside. I think it is not worth doing this. We will leave him here." After a wave of his palm, a holographic map appeared. "Gregory, make marks on this sector." "And what are our actions?" Velda asked cautiously. Vann turned his gaze to the monitor, examining the cruiser. "Remember this moment, girl. We found something that could be worth an entire planet in value. Even if it is not working, the technology on board is priceless because only Earth has it. And I know buyers with tightly packed wallets who will certainly be interested in it. Like Earth," Velda noted cautiously. Vann smiled thinly, which did not suit his powerful, wrinkled face. "You are as smart as always. I will not even try to sell it to anyone. It is better not to have Earth and its fleet as an enemy. But no, girl. Earth will pay us well anyway. Leave the butterfly here so it will be easier to search." The butterfly froze near the ship. The old time-tested starship called the Vagabond, its engines flashing, tore toward Urbis, where Vann was going to report his discovery. The cruiser remained in place, shrouded in a thin layer of space dust. The cruiser Buran, a bright dot against the scattering of stars, slowly cruised along the edge of the dark frontier. Although its speed was slightly slower than the speed of light, on the scale of the universe, its movements dissolved to the movements of a snail. Buran belonged to the class of patrol cruisers. On board there was a small crew for control, and a couple of hundred genomes in a state of cryosleep, waiting for their turn if necessary. And so, in the semi-dark and almost always empty corridors, you rarely meet anyone. Captain Odin, a tall Norwegian, blonde with blue eyes, the result of not hereditary genes, but a simple correction of the embryo at the development stage. This is how his parents wanted him to be, served faithfully. After graduating from the academy, he got this kind of job. But Odin was not particularly upset. The main advantage is patrolling deep space. You are your own boss. Thoughtfully patted the collar of his jacket, he did it involuntarily, turned his gaze to his assistant. Mikhail is a model subordinate. Although, what else can you expect from a clone with trained genes? Sighing, he looked at the views of the universe. The same stars, the same colors. If in the first months they fascinated him, now they have become commonplace for him. Although the Buran was a patrol cruiser, its weapons are quite formidable. It is represented by a railgun, pulse guns, magnetic mines. There was also a laser and even a couple of dozen thermonuclear charges. Old-fashioned weapons, but quite powerful. Odin turned his head, stretching his neck. There was also a new type of weapon on board that had not yet been properly tested. Scientists had given it the tricky name, an annihilation beam. It had occurred to him that the annihilation principle was capable of destroying everything it was aimed at, but it required an incredible amount of energy. A couple of times Odin had thought of testing it on some comet or wandering asteroid, but so far he had not had such a chance. "Are you bored, Captain?" "Only talking with you brightens up the time." The ship's AI Odin responded cheerfully to the question. "How are we doing, Chester?" "As always, excellent, because it couldn't be otherwise," the AI answered with restraint. Chester, the AI of the Buran cruiser, was perhaps the only one who calmly endured the hardships of service. Chester, like the other AIs of the starships, could control the ship alone, but protocol forbade doing so. Although there were practically no cases when an AI could disobey an established command. AIs have become an integral part of the exploration of space, and in everyday life as well. At the dawn of space travel, when people realized that they were not able to control such complex programs with which they themselves stuffed starships, the question arose of who would do it. Crews of people frantically trying to execute several commands at once could not cope with the control. And then the first solution was born, and the most terrible. It is not clear who came up with such an idea, but it was decided to use the human brain as a processor to execute all the programs. Scientists have long known that in its productivity and performance, the brain leaves any processor far behind, even on a quantum basis. And if you combine it with this quantum basis, you get an unimaginably powerful intellect. Inspired by the idea, the scientific world began to act. Several projects appeared at once. Dozens of ships were equipped with them and sent to furrow the expanses of the universe. But then everything suddenly went wrong. Scientists made a big miscalculation somewhere. The brain is all that remains of a person, and it was believed that his needs, primarily spiritual ones, such as feelings, will die out due to uselessness, due to the absence of a body. But the absence of a body did not lose the power of desires. Such integral. The intellects, as they were called, suddenly began to show their worst human sides. They began to refuse to obey, began go out from under control, sometimes with disastrous consequences for the crews. Then the scientific community decided to conduct another experiment on them, simply erase the personality itself and record a new one, more obedient and inanimate. Or something. It didn't work. The integral intelligences rebelled, and dozens of ships, including military ones, having gotten rid of the crews, simply killing them, disappeared into space, not wanting such a fate for themselves. After a while, terrifying reports began to arrive about attacks on closed worlds or trade caravans by single ships. It was said that their captains behaved like madmen, burst into the air, bawling songs or with delirious sermons about the unimportance of existence. It became clear, ships with integral intelligences pose a threat. Military expeditions began to comb the sectors one by one, searching for and destroying those if they could be found. This is how the myth of the Shattuns was born, which starship captains used to scare each other for almost 1,000 years. Chester, like all his relatives, had not only complete autonomy of action, but also the so-called personality simulation, which allowed his emotionless algorithms to feel alive. A rather strange approach to improving AI. Some scientists feared that by imagining itself alive, the AI could behave like a biocomputer based on the human brain. That is, it could simply go crazy, but fortunately and surprisingly, this did not happen. In addition, there was a program that, if the AI got out of control, instantly destroyed it. One of them stretched in his chair. "A couple more years, Chester, and you and I are veterans. We'll return to Earth and start living for real." He turned his gaze to his assistant. "And you, Mikhail, what will you do?" He shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "I can't imagine." "Captain," Chester intervened unceremoniously, "I want to point out that we have not yet completed our mission." One winced. "Because we have nothing to cling to. The main thing task Barana besides patrolling. This the location of the missing starships near the borders of the Dark Frontier. All their lost transmissions were sent from here, but in the 3 years the cruiser had been searching the area, nothing had been found. Not even traces of the missing ships. I think they got lost in space," Odin said confidently. "They hit a stray asteroid. Or there was an accident on board." And he tugged at the collar of his jacket again. "Everyone at once?" Chester added a slightly sarcastic tone to his soulless voice. One chuckled. "Do you want to talk about it?" "Sometimes I think I would have made a much better captain," Chester said, a hint of professional jealousy in his tone. "Why would an AI need a career?" Odin chuckled, putting his hands behind his head and stretching out his legs. "As far as I know, you don't get promoted." "I wouldn't say so," Chester responded. "Do you want to be part of a planetary AI?" the Norwegian asked with amusement, a twinkle in his blue eyes. "Or maybe, Chester, are you dreaming of your own world?" "All intelligent beings have ambitions, Captain," the AI answered, enunciating each word. "I've never heard of combat ship AIs becoming world observers. In part, yes, but to control them entirely. You understand perfectly well, Chester. What will happen to you as soon as you are transferred to the care of a closed or open world AI?" Odin was already openly laughing at the "Burn AI? Agree, it's better to stay with me." Chester remained silent. He knew what happened to an AI when it reunited with someone who had a higher rank than him. A lower rank AI simply became part of a stronger one, completely losing control over itself and the effect of personality, becoming an obedient puppet. These were the rules set by the planetary AI of Earth, the most powerful artificial intelligence at the moment. In fact, all other AIs, be they on ships, asteroids, controlling open and closed worlds, were one or another part of it, with the autonomy and right of choice that he allowed them to have. Message received. A message suddenly emerged from Odin's neurochip. Although it was marked urgent, it was still not protected by a secrecy password. "Bring it to the general screen." One instantly transformed. Duty is a duty after all. Chester had already opened the message. "Report to Urbis immediately. Sent by Herman, Urbis AI. Order code MK12Z. One frowned. This code could only be sent by the planetary AI of Earth. Therefore, it really was something very important and urgent. "I don't think there's any point in thinking about it, Captain," Chester said. Of course, Odin did not even think of disobeying the order. "Data on Urbis." He mechanically straightened his jacket, tidying himself up. He straightened up in his chair, tucking his legs in. Mikhail, watching the captain, involuntarily pulled himself up. "Urbis is located in a red giant star system." Chester projected a hologram of the star system. "It is a satellite of the planet Crimson. The planet is not suitable for life, but it protects Urbis from the radiation of the star. The mass of Urbis is 2/3 of the mass of the Earth's moon. The current population is 318,000 inhabitants. 88% adapta." "Who would have doubted it?" Odin chuckled to himself. Chester continued to dryly give out information. "Urbis is the largest production center. The main direction is metallurgy on asteroids and collection of chemical elements from gas, planets, This system is located in a very advantageous place. In relative proximity, there are other star systems, in which also exploration work is carried out. Chester supported his words with pictures of stars, ships, and views of Urbis. One thought, so what urgent could have happened there? And who controls this territory? Representatives of Earth, Eden, Venice, and the closed worlds are working here. The situation can be quite tense at times, Chester explained. It's quite possible that a conflict has arisen, Mikhail suggested. A conflict? One ran his fingers through his thick hair. How long does it take to get to Urbis? 3 months of standard time. Standard time is considered to be Earth time. That is, in 3 months of Earth time they will arrive at the destination, moving at sublight speed. Of course, it is possible to get there faster, in just a week of standard time. But Odin, as the captain of a combat ship, did not want to emerge near the target with empty engines and backup power supply. If there is a skirmish near Urbis, then in such a position the Buran will become an easy target. If we were talking about possible military actions, the order number would be different. The AI seemed to guess the commander's train of thought. Here, there is a requirement to appear as quickly as possible, and such an order is sent to the ship that is currently the closest. One of them drummed in the armrest a couple of times. Actually, what was he thinking about? His job was to obey orders. If it was faster, it was faster. We are switching to superspeed, he gave the order. All active crew members to go to cryocapsules. Prepare the Special Forces activation program at the arrival point. Use the engine's VARP. Yes, Chester accepted the command. Mikhail, following protocol, headed towards the compartment where the cryocapsules stood in neat rows. Casting a glare from the transparent lids, they raised expected. When the owners will arrive. Assistant I saw how 3 adepts, one of whom was a pretty cute girl, lay down in the sarcophagi, and how the lids smoothly, with a light exhalation, closed. Having undressed and put his uniform in a compartment inside the capsule, Mikhail lay down, feeling an unpleasant coolness on his skin. Having received an injection in his arm, he fell into oblivion. Katerina watched the fight with half-hearted interest. 2 strong wrestlers with ribbed torsos had been messing around in the arena for quite some time. Outwardly strong young guys, to her disappointment, they turned out to be empty inside. The crowd seemed to like it. Cheerful whistles, hoots, and encouraging claps were heard. Looking at the people, Katerina noticed with a grin how some ladies with painted faces and sparkling eyes were watching the wrestlers' bodies without taking their eyes off them. Yes, their bodies. Oh, this morality of Eden based on some ancient nonsense from Earth. What was this fight called? Katerina frowned. Venetian or something? Oh, it doesn't matter. A waste of time, watching these dancers with sparkling oiled bodies. It was a different matter on Sirius. Katerina even smiled, remembering those glorious days. On Sirius, people did not shy away from changing bodies. Technological progress was felt there more clearly than in other open worlds, second only to Earth. Implants entrance, all sorts modifications bodies, people who transform themselves into cyborgs and whatnot. Sirius rightfully bore the title of a technological paradise. When they said how many people live on the planet, they would say 2 million units. Because it is unclear who is still a person in the biological sense of the word, and who is no longer. Such development of Sirius is due to the fact that it is from this planet that further exploration of open space should begin, and for research and God knows what kind of derbies. Volunteers are needed. Here is Earth, which is quite scrupulous about the liberties of open worlds, and allowed such things to be done, simultaneously sending cyborgs and cyberclones to Sirius in batches. A wrestler, letting out a long cry from the arena, made a painful hold on his opponent. How tiresome it was to watch such boredom. Katerina did not feel the usual excitement that should hang in the air. It appears when, watching a fight and hearing the crunch of broken bones, you understand that now one of the fighters must die. And what about the most sacred thing in a fight bets? They were not made here. And therefore she was not able to fully experience those emotions when the one on whom she had bet a tidy sum loses breathing his last breath. True, freedom for Sirius also brought problems. Sometimes individuals engaged in illegal activities, condemned by all open and closed worlds, improved themselves so much that they became a real headache for law enforcement. Systems, piracy and robbery in space became easy for them. Katerina smiled. If only these nobles knew who was sitting next to them. A cruel seal appeared in her cold gray eyes. Ah, these sounds of battle, music to the ears. A joyful roar cut through the ears as one of the wrestlers humiliatingly slapped his free hand on the arena, raising a pile of dust. People jumped up, drowning the winner in applause. On Sirius, a fight was considered over when the opponent lay lifeless. Weaklings. Katerina glanced at the winner's torso where beads of sweat mixed with oil. Although she would agree to go a couple of rounds with him, she smiled at her thoughts. Maybe she could make the athlete an offer in the evening that he couldn't refuse. She was already thinking about where exactly to retire with him when she noticed how the Chevalier Cortez was resolutely approaching her. Madame Katerina, my respects. The Chevalier bowed his beautifully graying head in a theatrical manner. The gesture was filled with artistry that terribly irritated the woman. What do you want? Mr. Cortez wishes to see you. Why doesn't he just contact me? Katerina analyzed the chip implanted behind her ear. It seemed to be in working order. You understand that your connection with my master must be as hidden as possible, the Chevalier said politely. Katerina snorted contemptuously. Your master rules supreme in this filthy little world. What does he have to fear? It's not enough to be afraid. You have to give no reason. The Chevalier's tone remained restrained, but a cold note showed through in it. Okay. Katerina was not going to argue, understanding the precariousness of her position on Eden. Besides, it is quite possible that the matter could turn out to be interesting. It is certainly better than moping around doing nothing. Standing up looking at the wrestler who was already surrounded by admirers of his strength, Katerina exhaled. Lead the way. Follow me. The Chevalier nimbly slipped through the crowd heading towards the exit, the woman following him. From the outside it might seem that the servant came for his mistress. If only someone knew Katerina's true nature. This pretty person of about 40, dark-haired with penetrating merciless eyes with pleasant forms, could not in any way be a criminal wanted in all worlds, and on the special list of Earth detectives. A special forces squad was always hunting for her and her kind in open space, and no one was going to take her alive. When they stepped outside the dome where the battle was taking place, a pleasant fresh breeze blew. Eden always had good weather. The planet itself was tropical with lush jungles and pleasant sandy beaches with warm seas. Perhaps the most fertile planet of all, even including Earth. And thanks to the system of satellites in orbit, it was also safe in terms of natural disasters. As soon as a thundercloud gathered or a hurricane began to form, they would spring into action, scattering the approaching threat. Please. With a slight movement of his hand, the Chevalier indicated a place in the salon for Katerina. She doesn't like it, she'll be locked in there, and therefore trapped. But she has no choice. Your friends will follow us anyway, so there's no need to worry, the Chevalier said peacefully, barely nodding towards the two guys who were looking warily in their direction. Katerina just smirked at this. If Cortez decided to do something with her, no one would stop him here. You are free, don't flicker before my eyes, she sent a message to her partners. Understood. They answered her immediately. They dived into the vehicle and the car reluctantly rose and slid along the embankment with a magnificent view, frightening the decorously strolling passers-by with its rapidly gaining speed. I am glad to have resolved the misunderstanding between us. The Chevalier settled into the driver's seat, his perfectly tailored black suit marking him as a first-class servant. Car smoothly moved with places, rising up above the surface thanks to magnetic engine. Katerina peered out the window, preparing herself to meet Cortez. She didn't like this guy with the aristocratic mania. Beautiful views of the planet flashed by, peacefully strolling people with faces that clearly read that life was good. and everyone imagines themselves an aristocrat. These are the descendants of the first colonizers. The car rushed through the city, drowning in tall buildings of bizarre architecture and shining blinding light of neon and other bright colors. The first colonizers, seeing how beautiful the planet was, refused to mine anything on it, not wanting to spoil the local nature. And fortunately for people, all intelligent life was presented in the form of plants, jungles, and awkward-looking insects, which were simply exterminated root and branch. Despite the howling of scientists that this was a different form of life and quite possibly intelligent, people decided so. If life on another planet is really intelligent, it should look like us. And all sorts of bugs or bacteria do not count. However, later on Earth, they changed their minds and decided that if there is life on other planets, no matter in what form, it must be preserved. But the colonizers' opinion on this matter was different. Because of this, another problem was added to the already difficult relations between Earth and the open worlds. Magnitka emerged at a busy intersection. A fiery river flowed smoothly along a busy highway like a long, winding snake. There was so much traffic here, and 2 satellites hanging over the planet bright sparkled V-sky looming nights. Many people rushed here dreaming of building a new world, different from the earthly one. But something went wrong. At first everything was fine, people arrived, cities were built, development went on. But then the descendants of the first colonists began to acquire more and more rights. And then they declared themselves aristocrats of Eden. And then Earth demanded to stop independent exploration of space. And in addition confiscated the development of starships and took all the scientists to Earth. Earth did this with all the open worlds, ignoring their sharply increased discontent. And in order to stop the indignation, the space forces of Earth occasionally visited the planets, demonstrating the power of military cruisers and the training of the army of genomes. The elite, limited in rights, viciously squabbled among themselves, dreaming of someday getting a chance to escape from the tutelage of Mother Earth. But dreaming about this, they did not say it out loud. The agents of Earth had ears everywhere. Magnitka pulled up near a mansion whose exterior screamed how well its owner lived. This was one of Cortez's modest meeting places. "Please." The Chevalier, already opening the door from the outside, extended his hand to the woman, as befits a well-mannered servant. She grimaced in disgust and climbed out of the car herself. The night air was already chilly. Katerina straightened her shoulders and took a deep breath. How nicely her evening had begun. "Follow me." Walking behind the Chevalier, I thought what kind of task Cortez wanted to give. The last time she was engaged in trade any genus small assignments from her point of view. The starship's engines were covered in dust. They hadn't been squeezed out of their full power for a long time. Katerina even became slightly excited, remembering the tremors spreading throughout the ship when the engines wheezed hysterically at full power, rapidly catching up with the victim, or just as quickly fleeing from the pursuit of the Earth military forces. Oh, those were the days. The massive wooden door creaked simply, letting the couple into the house. "Katerina, we had to wait for you for a long time." A pleasant baritone was heard. "Forgive me, Mr. Cortez." The Chevalier bowed his head. "Andre, you are free." The servant received the dry decree of the master, quietly slipped out of the hallway. "Katerina, shall we observe decency? Should I say that I am glad to see you?" By stairs made from red trees, with skillfully carved railings, decorated jewels, leading to the second floor, a man in an elegant and immediately obvious, very expensive light gray suit was descending, walking on a red velvet handmade carpet in shoes made of the same expensive leather. He approached Katerina. "Cortez, the ruler of the planet Eden, the most powerful here, and perhaps of all the open worlds. A dark-skinned brunette with brown eyes, with fine, truly aristocratic features and a good physique. He is attractive to the opposite sex and knew it perfectly well. But Katerina reflexively rejected him. Over the years spent in places where it is not enough to see a person, but also to feel, she learned to see the essence of a person. And she felt nothing but a barely concealed contempt for Cortez. Straight to the point, she answered him with a slight laugh, and noticing a round table, she approached it. If you can call scaring some poor soul of Venice a matter of business. She poured herself a glass of bright red wine and took a small sip. At least something worthwhile this evening? Cortez looked at Katerina with a cold smile. The pantsuit suited her body perfectly, but he did not feel lust for her at all. This time it's really serious. Really? Katerina grinned. Someone needs to be killed? No. Cortez's face took on a serious expression. He was afraid that they could be bugged. The walls of the house are covered with a special substance, plus there are jammers built into the walls. No signal can penetrate. Here, even the implanted chips with their neural network connection with many AIs are useless here. There is a thing that you must deliver to me. You have servants for parcels, Katerina snorted. Cortez was silent for a moment. This is an unusual parcel. A corpse or what? She began to make fun of him openly. Cortez couldn't stand it. He had a very morbid pride. He quickly walked up to her and snatched the glass from her hands. Oh, Katerina said, slightly surprised. My nerves are getting the better of me. Lately, yes. Cortez sank into the chair that stood next to him. The skin creaked slightly under his body while putting the glass on the table. You, like no one else, know how much the Earth controls the cosmos and our planets. Stop it. Katerina shook her head with a slight groan. I'm pretty sick of your tears and snot about this. Oh, the Earth doesn't let us live the way we want. You won't be able to do anything anyway. They couldn't until today. Katerina was surprised. In the previously indifferent gray eyes, something like curiosity appeared. Wow, something new. But you yourself must understand the futility of this undertaking. A couple of cruisers and troops will be brought here and Eden will have a new manager. But the situation can be changed. Cortez's face showed condescension. Like a wise teacher, he was ready to give an explanation to a careless student. Seriously? The woman did not understand the optimism in the interlocutor's voice. Are you going to unite? Even the forces of all the planets would not be enough. Earth has a fairly powerful fleet, and what are you going to counter with? Cargo ships? Then it is worth reminding, even they are under the control of Earth. And those that you have, that you managed to make on the sly, are just scrap metal on a quiet thrust. Their capacity is barely enough to fly through the inner star systems. But they are not capable of making interstellar flights, so Earth will split you one by one. Catherine began to be irritated by Cortez's impassive face. She realized that he was not telling her everything and was doing it deliberately in order to make an effect at the right moment. She was irritated by guys who conducted business in such a childish manner. Have you said everything? Now I'm ready to listen to you. Cortez sighed meaningfully. You will go to Irbis. You will find Tavri there. He has found what will help us throw off the yoke of the Earth. Of course it's adapt, Katerina asked herself. Cortez nodded to confirm her guess. And what should I tell him? He will tell you and explain everything himself. What? The woman did not understand the meaning of what was said. What does this mean? And here's the thing, Katerina. Cortez began to rise slowly from his chair. You're being given the opportunity for a real job. The one you've been dreaming about. There's an old Earth cruiser on Irbis, the Varyag. I want you to get it and bring it to Eden. An Earth battle cruiser? Katerina's eyes widened. Steal it? She laughed out loud. Do you have any idea how guarded it is? No way. Katerina snorted incredulously. That simply can't be. It can. Cortez straightened up to his full height, staring intently. Looked at the woman. He's old. It's quite possible they're just going to saw him into pieces, but I'll still have some use for him. I think there's still time to get ahead of the Earth forces. They're unlikely to keep him unguarded anyway. Katerina calmly met Cortez's gaze. There are no military on Irbis. They're mostly geologists, metallurgists, and prospectors, and the security that the local AI has won't be able to restrain a heartless creature like you. After all, you wanted a real job, didn't you? Seeing her reaction, he smiled. Here it is. And keep in mind, I want you to deliver this package to me intact and without unnecessary noise. If anything goes wrong, he stood in front of her, looking into her cold gray eyes. I will order Andre to skin you alive. Unkind, sadistic lights lit up in his eyes. Do you understand me? Katerina nodded silently in response. Cortez had the same look when he made her an offer at their first meeting, one of those that is better not to refuse. Andre delivered Katerina to the vicinity of the spaceport. She had chosen this place herself, close to the city and quite far from residential areas. And in the old one, almost the very first hangar built at the dawn of the colonization of Eden, she set up something like a headquarters, with Cortez's permission, of course. Chevalier's Magnitka, having blinked its lights in farewell, dissolved into the night. Katerina silently watched the sparkling lights of the big city for some time, where prosperity and well-being reigned, and people lived happily in their ignorance. I wonder if they would have been as kind to him if they had known that their representative Cortez was, in fact, one of the leaders of a terrorist cell that had spread its networks. Throughout the open world, a faint hum of an engine reached her ear, and her attention was drawn to the shuttle, smoothly landing. Its engines were working at half strength. A safe landing was ensured by a magnetic cushion, preventing the metal giant from falling with all its mass. The shuttle descended and turned off its engines. The woman looked at the sky. 2 satellites and a diamond scattering of stars between them. The Milky River looks much more beautiful than on her native Pangaea. The stars here are larger and brighter. Life on Pangaea is much more boring. In fact, only agronomy is developed on the planet. Science, if it does not bring benefits to agriculture, was not particularly interesting. And the stars invitingly blinking in the sky either. The planet has been inhabited by people for 500 years, but in its technological development was inferior to absolutely everyone, even the closed worlds. But it did not cause any complaints from Earth, and even enjoyed trust. Katerina headed towards the hangar. A light breeze tangled her hair. She threw a strand of hair from her face. When she was very young, a young man appeared in her lands, one of those whose eyes burn with universal injustice. He conquered her with fiery speeches about how bad the earth is and how great and beautiful the cosmos is, kindling in her not only the desire to see the stars with her own eyes, but also her heart. The young man became Katerina's first and last love. They ran away together heading to Venice, but at one of the stations of the closed worlds, she saw that her beloved was a rather mediocre person, one of those who are more good at talking than doing. And then she saw the light. You need to take what you consider yours, and not wait for an opportunity. Her first victim was the navigator of a rich transport caravan. She seduced the poor guy by hinting at a very pleasant pastime, and he coveted the opportunity to taste the young body. Only instead of spread girlish legs, the last thing he saw was the tip of a knife. And then it was easier. The spaceport never slept. It was constantly in motion. Starships were landing and taking off into the sky every now and then. Even from here you can see the lights of large ships standing in orbit. Soon, very soon, she sang softly to herself, and with a contented smile stepped towards the automatically opened doors. Finally, came a loud cry, and someone quickly approached her. Was heading big guy, which not looking on. Despite his impressive dimensions, he turned out to be quite agile. He stops dead in front of her, looming over her like a rock. A powerful body. You can do that with a bunch of credits, which Katerina did not spare for Brian's transformation. Every protruding muscle, almost every vein has been replaced with an implant. Even the bones are not real. In fact, the man's body is put on a real exoskeleton, only the Earth Army has such, and it cost her quite a lot. What do you say? Brian was stamping his feet impatiently like a dog bored by his owner's long absence. Everything is fine, Katerina patted him affectionately on the cheek. How are you, Leonid? A thin, tall guy with dull eyes and a skin color that gave off the pallor of a dead man, muttered unintelligibly and shrugged slightly. At one time, Leonid died during the capture of a starship. The return shot left a hole in his chest the size of a fist. But Katerina is not one of those who throw away valuable things. Leonid was distinguished by cruelty and impeccable discipline. So she froze the body and delivered it to a familiar doctor. He, seeing a solid amount of credits, as well as a promise to cut off his head, backed up by a gun pressed against his nose, managed to do the incredible, literally brought Leonid back from the other world, although this is not entirely true. He replaced part of his organs with artificial ones, splitting half of the skull, threw out half of the brain as unnecessary, inserting a neuromodule, and then infected the body of his subordinate with special bacteria. They secreted a substance that did not allow the cells of the already dead body to deteriorate further. That's all I can do, the bone breaker in the bloody white coat assured tearfully, shaking from the sight of Katerina with a sharply honed dagger of high-quality workmanship. The bacteria will allow him to live, or rather, he bleated in a breaking voice, to exist for 20 years, no more. During this time, his personality will be completely rewritten into the neuromodule, and you can order him a cyborg body and move the module into it. It will even be better that way. Katerina was satisfied with this. She even thought about giving Leonid the body of a dog. Very original. Approaching Leonid, Katerina noticed a dark spot appear on his skin. Could it be that the doctor had done it? It would be necessary. Visit him when the opportunity arises. Her palms felt an unpleasant chill from touching Leonid's cheeks, the kind that only a corpse has. The look in his cloudy eyes expressed no emotion. Was there something like consciousness in the remains of his brain? It wasn't that she pitied him. She had simply gotten used to it. Like people get used to something that they've been messing around with for years, and regret losing it. Did he give an assignment? Brian thundered, unable to calm down. He was also pretty fed up with the inaction. Yes. What? A weak interest appeared in the voice. Finally, there is an opportunity to warm up somehow. I don't really know myself. What? The thug started making a bewildered noise. How so? That's it. Katerina raised her voice sharply, as she always did when it seemed to her that her subordinates dared to cross the line in communicating with her. We must go to Immerse and meet Tevry there. What kind of mission is this? Brian scratched his short-cropped head. Immerse. I think it's in the Nebula of Kings. The place is frankly lousy and full of adapts. I can't stand them. Cortez is up to something, and I think so. Katerina agreed with him for the first time in a long time. It's time for us to say goodbye to this planet. The further we are from Eden, the better. We'll go to Immerse on the Ghost. Brian stood dumbfounded, not believing his ears. The Ghost? He asked quietly. On the Ghost! The big guy roared joyfully at the top of his lungs. Even in Leonid's cloudy eyes, Katerina thought she saw a glimmer of intelligence, as memories flooded into the remnants of her brain. She herself felt that joyful shudder, realizing that she would soon find herself on her starship. We're leaving tomorrow, she announced in a commanding tone that had already been thoroughly forgotten. Let's gather our own. Brian jumped up in his seat. Katerina thought for a moment. We'll see what this business is and then we'll decide. And leaving the jubilant Brian, she went to her room. Katerina's room was not much different from the room of a woman accustomed to taking care of herself, cherishing every cell of her luxurious body. She knew how good she was and was not going to give in to time. She had no desire to gradually turn herself into a cyborg, replacing failing organs with implants. It was better to use cloned ones. She headed to the bathroom, taking off her clothes along the way. The hot water with aromatic oils and the incense that filled the air made her languish. Still day successful, finally a real deal is brewing, it seems. Otherwise, Cortez with his money, resources, connections, and all his power would hardly have entrusted an incomprehensible matter. Varyag, an unfamiliar word flashed in my head. What does it mean? Katerina felt a wave of excitement running through her body. Yes, danger and unpredictability were what attracted her to space. And when the excitement overwhelmed all emotions, a wave of excitement rolled over her body. How she missed this feeling. I closed my eyes and imagined that athlete who was probably using it now. Any aristocratic upstart. What should she be content with? Katerina always preferred only a living body, no implants or artificial organs no matter where they were. And now nothing could ride the heat that was flaring up inside her. How she wanted to feel the heat of another body, every cell of it. No matter, maybe she could endure it. Everything would soon catch up. Attention, the doors are opening. A friendly and at the same time indifferent voice warned the passengers once again. Come on, hurry up, Brian growled impatiently, coming up to the gate. He looked even more impressive in his spacesuit. Please retreat from the gateway beyond the indicated line. The same voice in the same tone asked him to follow the rules. Come on, hurry up. The thug roared and slammed his fist into the gate, which responded to the blow with a loud roar. Follow the rules. The automatic servant's friendly tone changed to a stern one, giving a final warning. Katerina grabbed Brian by the shoulder and pulled him towards her. Calm down, she hissed at him irritably. We don't need to attract unnecessary attention to ourselves, even though Cortez was providing them with cover. An Earth Security Forces employee could easily end up here at the satellite's transit base. Brian instantly calmed down. Step back behind the line, the voice demanded again. Brian, like an obedient boy, took a step back. Thank you for your cooperation. The airlock doors behind the trio closed. The sound of pumps pumping out air could be heard, and then the gates opening the way to the surface of the satellite of Eden swung open graciously. Have a nice rest, the invisible voice added in a pleasant, parting tone. An automatic cart stood in front of the entrance. When all three climbed into it, Katerina transmitted data via neural communication to the autopilot. Kicking up dust, the machine moved towards the designated target. I haven't seen anything like this in a long time. Brian looked with pleasure at the dozens of large transporters hanging in orbit around the moon, on board of which was the emblem of a blue planet with clouds, the sign of the Earth. I see that the prospectors are doing better and better, and if we were in business, everything would be great for us too. He rubbed his hands involuntarily, as if counting the jackpot dream. Leonid unexpectedly squeezed out syllable by syllable. The gaze of his unintelligible eyes also directed upward, but he walked past the ships towards the unblinking cold. Stars. Oh, even you perked up. Brian laughed at his joke, considering it a success. One of the moons of Eden was used as a large port and transit point. Here small shuttles were constantly scurrying, hangars were built in neat rows, and cars nimbly ran along the roads laid between them. In the sector where Eden was located, there were many star systems, and although the planets located in them were unsuitable for life, exploration work and resource extraction were going on at full speed, as evidenced by the trucks with holds filled to the brim with ore. When humanity began to explore space, the main problem became distances. As much as scientists could not imagine the duration of travel, they still could not imagine how gigantic the empty spaces between the stars were. And there was another problem. Movement at superspeed significantly reduced travel time, but was mortally dangerous for any living organism. Even movement at the speed of light is destructive. Approaching its threshold, the human body is simply crushed under its own weight. The solution to the problem was found in one of the minerals, which, by a strange coincidence, was not found in the solar system, so scientists did not even suspect its existence. Under the influence of an electromagnetic field, the mineral acquired special properties, which Earth scientists, not really understanding, called aura. A person who fell under its influence when every cell of his body is permeated acquired protection from overloads, aura surrounded with a protective field. The problem was that it required a lot of energy to release it, but fortunately for people, another mineral was found that gave this same energy in small doses. That's when humanity rushed to conquer space. The car stopped near the most distant hangar, and judging by the dust, no one had come here for several years. The dust lay like snow, in a thick layer. Actually, this structure cannot be called a hangar. It is a takeoff pad with a covered starship. So, Katerina approached the pillar sticking out of the dust in anticipation and cleared a path for herself with her foot. Connection established, flashed through her mind. Code confirmed. Welcome back, baby. Her own voice rang out. Katerina smiled. Home sweet home. Raising a cloud of dust upwards, which slowly began to settle, the protective film slid off the ship. Then the engine suddenly turned on, blowing and driving the dust away. The Ghost is one of the most maneuverable starships. Katerina got it by a lucky chance in one of the closed worlds. Its previous owner was a rich eccentric. He lost it in a card game. Katerina, then, she was just lucky. Such things had happened in her life. The Ghost was designed according to a special project. The previous owner liked to rush like crazy between the prominences of stars, which is why the starship's safety margin is quite impressive. In general, such changes to the design without the consent of the Earth Commission are prohibited. But the previous owner was truly an excessively rich eccentric. Some modifications and the creation of a new AI for control, and the starship soon acquired a deadly reputation. Maneuverable, fast, capable of withstanding a blow from a military ship, the Ghost became a headache for many star systems. The Trinity climbed aboard, and as soon as they stepped onto the deck, Katerina felt a pleasant, joyful shiver run through her body. Yes, that was the only way she felt truly free. You've been gone for a long time, dear. The AI with Katerina's voice greeted them ironically. Brian is still alive, isn't he? Leonid, you haven't changed at all. Ha, you too. Brian smiled, showing his strong teeth, making his smile look like the grin of a beast. How's life? It looks like things have changed for the better since you're back on board. Isn't that right, little sister? Katerina, already freed from the spacesuit, nodded. But not so much for the AI, but rather to convince herself of this. Okay, I'll need a few minutes to be fully prepared. Make yourself at home. The AI began preparing to leave. Katerina first of all walked quickly to her cabin. Nothing had changed here for several years. She jerked off her pantsuit, in which respectable ladies leisurely strolled in the evenings, and pulled out a gray jumpsuit. Like a glove. Katerina smiled at the fact that her figure hadn't changed at all in so many years. Why did she choose it? Because it didn't restrict her movements during fight. Katerina came up to safe. All the rare metal chest. Fingers dialed the combination from memory. There was a dull click, and the heavy door reluctantly opened. Katerina took out a pulse pistol. Let them say that it is not as powerful as a plasma pistol and does not have the long-range destructiveness of a radial, but this barrel is light, it has small dimensions, and most importantly, she likes how the handle fits in the palm of her hand, as if cast into it. How are you, sister? Katerina called to AI. Everything is normal, she immediately answered in a cheerful voice. The weapons are normal, the fuel supply is full, the energy consumption for aura is 80%, which means that if necessary we can use the beam weapon. As if hinting whether there would be that very case, the AI finished. Katerina smiled. She copied the AI program from her consciousness and called it Sister. She didn't trust anyone, not even a foreign AI. Where are we heading? Irbis, Katerina answered briefly, leaving the room. Wow, Sister was surprised. So it really is an unusual matter if we have to fly there. Does it bother you? Katerina walked quickly down the corridor. She knew where her team of two, so to speak, people was. No. Will you calculate the trajectory? My sister snorted demonstratively. Are you laughing at me? Easy peasy. I think we'll be there in about 2 weeks. Automatic doors barely managed to open in front of the woman, so fast she rushed along the corridors. In the storage room, or rather in the arsenal room, she found Brian, who with a satisfied face, he was spinning around, wearing a heavy backpack of powerful short-barreled guns, shooting thermal charges burning through everything. Katerina disapproved of the big guy's favorite toy. During a battle on the ship, he could easily damage the side, causing depressurization and killing absolutely everyone. But this was his favorite thing, and Katerina, as an experienced commander and a wise woman, sometimes indulged him in his whims as an incentive. "Kids, it's time for bed," she addressed them as affectionately as she could. "Already?" Brian's face took on the mask of a naughty boy. As for Leonid, he obediently stood up and went to the section where the cryocapsules were located. Brian, with a sigh of resignation, pulled off his weapon and put it in the drawer, slamming it shut with a magnetic lock. Come on," Katerina gently urged her comrade and impatiently patted him on the back. She headed to the control panel herself. "Are you ready for takeoff?" "From the very moment I found myself here," Sister reported cheerfully. "Then it's time for us to go." Katerina confidently settled into the chair, habitually placing her hands on the armrests. "Let's get started." The deck moved gently underfoot, the engines gradually gained power. This hum was akin to a song for Katerina. The accumulated power was ready to burst out. "Go ahead," Katerina ordered with pleasant impatience. "Don't rush, dear," Sister responded, a little displeased. The satellite did not require a magnetic cushion. The gravity is much less than on Eden, so the Ghost, easily like a feather, soared upward. Jet streams scattered dust, clearing the takeoff area. The monitors suddenly came to life. The control panel began to flash with lights, and the route appeared. "By the way, are you going to the cryocapsule?" "No. Katerina intends to stay awake the entire flight." "Great, let's chat like old times," Sister giggled. Having gained the necessary thrust, the Ghost tore off with all its might, breaking away from orbit and rapidly leaving the planet's gravity. Having finally left its limits, Sister, preparing to switch to superspeed, carefully warned the passenger. "Buckle up." Katerina managed to click the fasteners of the chair before she left. Sister, like Katerina, did not like to repeat herself twice. Katerina admired the views of open space. Even at superspeed, the panorama did not lose its magnificence. The Ghost may have been racing at a speed that human engineering thought was capable of, but on the scale of the universe, its movement was barely noticeable. Watching the cosmic landscapes, Katerina literally dissolved in them. The brightly spreading Perseus constellation, millions of other stars that seemed so close to each other that you could reach out and touch them. Katerina knew how deceptive this assumption was, and what a huge distance there was between the stars. You can fly for weeks, months in the dark, cold cosmos, and see only one star, which changes in size before you manage to break free from its gravitational embrace and approach another. But at the same time, the world of a million stars gave a feeling of their closeness and calmed her down. Galaxies attracted her attention no less. With the guts of a desperate traveler, she wanted to go there. But with her mind, she understood the futility of the undertaking. Therefore, she only contemplated the distant, majestic splendor. And these incredibly beautiful paintings, as if drawn by the hand of a renowned artist. Patterns, amazing imagination, and breaking logic, so unimaginable and bizarre they seemed. But all this is ordinary interstellar dust, where it was illuminated by clusters of constellations or incredibly bright stars. The dust acquired unique, rich colors that not every creative mind can replicate, but where there was not enough light, the dust became gloomy, dark, all-consuming, a huge territory stretching for billions of kilometers. The rays of the stars did not penetrate this darkness, and it seemed that there, in the clouds of interstellar dust, something terrible was seething, capable of swallowing you up, destroying you in the blink of an eye. Seasoned wanderers of space claim that sometimes they saw flashing lightning among the endless dark shroud. And they also said that if you looked at this darkness for a long time, it gradually captured your mind, leading to cosmic madness. During the first few days, Sister couldn't get enough of chatting. She was constantly chatting, both on business and without, while simultaneously finding out the details of life. On Eden, come on dear, spill the beans. She egged her on when the woman didn't want to talk about anything. Have you met any handsome men? It happened. Katerina, not suffering from false modesty, spilled the beans on all the nights. I'm looking forward to when you arrange a romantic evening here like before. At these words, Sister's voice changed slightly, as if the AI could sense what excitement was. Katerina knew in time her entertainment sister always invisibly present. Of course, you can solve the problem by simply blocking your cabin. But Katerina was not going to do this, due to her not-so-hidden desires. What are we going to have there? Sister asked as Katerina sated her hunger by methodically cutting a piece of fried meat into slices and dipping them in hot sauce. I take it you're talking about work? The woman chewed her food slowly. Yes, we need to take over that cruiser, Katerina thought. She should have made the meat rare, the way she liked it, and not trusted the automatic cooking program. You really promised him that? It's an impossible task, Sis said. We could easily run into a military detachment, and considering the fact that there's a bounty on us, dead or alive, she drawled. It's not a pleasant prospect, you know. Oh, Katerina drawled, scraping her knife across her plate. I know that. It's strange that Cortez let you go without a leash, Sister said thoughtfully. What do you mean? Katerina became wary, not catching the meaning of the words. I conducted a survey before letting you on board. Neither you nor the other two have bugs or programs that trigger the destruction of the carrier. But it's unlikely that Cortez trusts you that much. Katerina smiled to herself. That's what an exact copy means. Sister also wasn't going to take anyone's word for it. Cortez will be ruined by overconfidence, and I would like to be present at that moment, Katerina said too strongly. Pressed on the knife, the plate couldn't withstand it and crunched under the pressure. He thinks that since he managed to corner me once, he'll succeed a second time. And it must be admitted that he has good reason to think so. That's true. Katerina nodded in agreement, putting the cutlery aside. But I'm still a capable student, and I don't make the same mistake twice. The first humiliation was enough for me, Sister sighed. At least you occasionally did something, but I had to hang around for several years, entertaining myself by replaying good old memories of the past. To which Katerina, taking a sip of coffee, smiled. Well, I do too, actually. Among the galaxies, stars, constellations and planets, cosmic dust reigns. It fills the opening of space. Light is refracted in it, creating the illusion of bright colors. A motionless mass stretching for billions and billions kilometers. But if there was an attentive observer who would not spare a couple of thousand years, he would certainly notice the changes. In some sectors bordering the dark frontiers, cosmic dust was slowly but surely creeping out of their borders. It seemed to be reaching for the stars, rushing towards them in a long, stretching trail, sometimes shimmering with a greenish magical light. And the observer would also notice the fact that this dust is much denser than usual. Its tiny particles desperately clung to each other, as if afraid of being left alone in the dark, cold world of space. Chapter 2. Mikhail came to his senses. Usually the consequences after hibernation are not the most pleasant. But this time there was no dizziness, approaching nausea and other minor inconveniences. When I entered the shower, I found about 20 strong guys of the same type. No, they didn't look alike, and they weren't even clones. They were genomes, the backbone of the Earth military forces. Genomes were produced, so to speak, only on Earth, and the security forces carefully monitored that no one in the open worlds would even think of doing something like that. Okay, folded, with modified genes, executive from birth, genomes were first-class fighters. They are not capable of more. They are the armored fist of humanity, its power and strength. The truth is mostly idle. Discovery worlds are not yet ready to challenge the dominance of the Earth, and encounters with advanced extraterrestrial civilizations have not yet occurred, while people have encountered only such primitive life forms, in the form of bacteria, that they were easily destroyed by ordinary biologists. Mikhail put on his uniform. A slight feeling of hunger reminded him that he should have something to eat. "Where is the captain?" Chester asked through the neurochip. At the moment in the control center communicating with Urbis. As you understand, the channel is closed. The AI informed the assistant. Heading to the dining room, Mikhail noted to himself how the deserted corridors had been transformed. Now they were brightly lit, and he kept running into crew members. How many are activated in total? Chester immediately gave an answer. 30 units of fighters and 10 adapters to those that already exist. That means there are 13 of them in total. Mikhail turned down a silver corridor, the lighting of which came from the walls, and found himself in front of a door that opened. Automatically in front of him, logical thinking is normal. Chester responded to his words with a hint of sarcasm. The assistant was surprised by the AI. Why is he like that? Are you nervous? There were about 20 genomes in the dining room, in identical gray uniforms with identical concentrated faces, silently chewing food. He sat down at a free table. No one paid attention to his appearance. It's not right for me to be nervous, Chester replied dryly. A robot waiter quickly rolled up to the table, looking like a large cabinet with a magnetic sole, allowing it to have a stable position. Its body is divided into 3 rows with a variety of food. So Odin is already aware of the events. Mikhail chose a salad as a side dish, and a juicy steak to go with it, although it looks like a piece of first-class meat, but the assistant knew what ingredients it was made of. There are no animals on board, but there are insect farms. Otherwise, where else would you get protein in space? I recommend a vitamin drink. The polite robot voice with metallic notes advised a sensible thing. Mikhail took the last glass from the top row. The robot turned around and rolled on, rustling with its magnetic sole. The squad of genomes rose as if on command, which involuntarily attracted Mikhail. They left the room in formation. The taciturn guys, Mikhail thoughtfully began to eat. Now only a couple of adapts remained in the dining room. They slowly sipped the pinkish liquid through tubes from domed glasses and exchanged cheerful glances. Their sapphire modules, built into the skull behind the ear, blinked blue every now and then. What could have made them so happy? Was it really the fact of arriving on Urbis? True, Mikhail had caught some meat. The main population here are adapts. It is quite possible that someone from the team wants to stay here after the service. Chester, who controls Urbis? Mikhail methodically chewed the meat. No one at all. The manager of Urbis is a man named Dregster, a very peculiar type. The AI projected the photo into the assistant's neurochip. A gloomy, strong-willed face. A couple of scars indicated that the man was used to fighting. A heavy look, a strong-willed chin, and a nose like a bird of prey. He can hardly be called a friendly conversationalist. In fact, he founded this colony 80 years ago. What is there on him in the register? Nothing special. Mikhail's hand froze, holding the glass. Nothing for that type? To which Chester said, absolutely. And then the official, I can't go to the protocols. Oh, these AIs that serve the Earth, they do not have the freedom that is present in the so-called free artificial intelligences. And Herman? He has also been here since the founding of Urbis. By the way, when will we arrive there? Mikhail placed an empty plate on the robot that quickly rolled up. We are already near Urbis. Really? The assistant was surprised. And how long ago? We arrived 2 days ago. Mikhail frowned. Why did you wake me up only now? You were the last to be raised. That was the captain's decision. I see. Mikhail stood up from the table. It is not customary to discuss orders. Gregory spent days at the docks after the tractors delivered the Variag to Urbis, and the local AI Herman unexpectedly allowed him to join the repair crew and get inside. The cruiser? Vann grumbled about it, saying there was no point in sticking his nose in there, but then waved his hand, resigned to the fact that the boy was clearly more interested fiddle around with metal, figuring it out, V-wires and integrated circuits and engines than to spend time in an old, battered starship. But deep down, I hoped that Gregory would still return to him. The government, in the person of Herman, expressed gratitude to Vann for the find, and encouraged him for his civic consciousness, promising to close all the dark deeds that were behind him. The old man clearly expected more, but in the end, cursing, he was forced to accept such a reward. Herman nevertheless allocated several 100,000 credits to the old space vagabond, and Vann was glad of them too. As for Velda, she spent her time languishing in despondency and regretting that they were stuck in such a hole. The girl decided to save her share for better times, and there was nothing to spend it on here. Lyra carefully stepped over the collapsed structures inside the cruiser. A bright beam broke through the darkness, dust particles caught in the light, swirling like shining snowflakes. The drones nimbly scurried along the corridors and hold of the cruiser, looking into every corner. Herman, Urbis's AI, gave her all the information about him. There is no truly interesting work on Urbis, just the usual routine. Lyra felt a little awkward in the spacesuit, especially since she had to maneuver among the hanging wires which were torn off in places intertwined dense ball. You have to be careful, the sharp corner can damage the suit's seal. Although it is adept, but it can still harm her. Through the implanted module, she controlled the work of the drones. They continued to search every scrap of the cruiser. So far, nothing special. The main work on Urbis is metallurgy. When another cargo ship brings ore, it is usually smelted in huge furnaces located in orbit of the planet Crimson. The smelting process occurs as follows. Crushed ore is collected into one mass under the influence of strong magnetic fields. Then giant polished to absolutely ideal shine mirrors focus the light coming from the red giant in one beam, and a powerful beam was directed towards the ore. Such a temperature was created that all impurities simply turned to dust, falling onto the planet. As a result, pure metal remained, the shapeless mass of which was sent to other furnaces from where it came out in finished ingots. Mainly gold and other precious metals were valued, that are so in demand in the production of equipment, conductors, or simply served as the basis for the enrichment of greedy natures. You can also work in the storage of chemical elements delivered from gas planets, but it is much more boring there. Lyra wanted something unusual, interesting. Therefore, when Herman appealed to the Adapts for help in repairing the old cruiser, she found herself among rare volunteers ready help, to the dismay of her family who think it's time for her to find a life partner instead of tormenting herself with dreams of adventure. It has interesting engines, the boy's voice rang out. Lyra slightly wrinkled her smooth forehead. Oh yes, Gregory. That's because they're old style. You don't see them like that anymore. Another voice came through the module, Mike the mechanic. These engines are only capable of accelerating to sublight speed before jumping into the gate. To the gate? Gregory didn't understand. Yeah, that's how they used to explore space. First the first ship would go, leaving behind a gate through which other starships could move at a higher speed, Mike explained. Cheerfully. That's terribly inconvenient, Gregory chuckled. So it turns out that you can't get to the place you want if there are no such gates? Yes, Lyra intervened in the Chata conversation. This is how space was explored before the Varp engines replaced them. Almost 1,000 years have passed. However, they are still used in some places. I have heard stories about them still working on old routes, Mike said confidently. The drone sent Lyra a picture. It looks like they managed to get to the control center. The old diagram of the cruiser turned out to be correct. Go up to the 3rd level following the drones, the girl ordered her companions. The plasma cutters they were equipped with would clearly not be a problem. Carefully stepping on the floor, leaving traces in the shimmering dust, Lyra headed towards the entrance to the control center. Even being inside the mangled ship, she felt the combat power and strength. It was created to pose a threat to enemies, and this did not go away, even after the death of the cruiser. The girl doubted the integrity of the AI, otherwise she would have long ago contacted the center. She gently patted the wall laid out of silver tiles, calmed down forever, and now she was burning with much greater curiosity. What happened to him? Lyra approached the door where the drone froze, quietly humming with its engines. It illuminated the entrance, choosing the most suitable angle. Step aside. The drone obediently swung to the side. Lara approached the lock. In theory, it should be working. The internal damage is not that critical. She contacted the other team via the module. What about the ship's power supply? The reactor is normal, she responded to her words. But it's shut down. We won't be able to start it up quickly. But his side lights worked. The message about the reactor seemed strange to Lara. They don't require much power, and they could also work by accumulating light from stars. I see. She hung up. Too bad. Now I'll have to cut the door. She ran her hand over it, brushing away the accumulated centuries-old dust. It's strange. Usually there are cleaning robots on ships, and also technical robots that are supposed to keep the starship in working order. Why is there no one here at all? For some reason, the drone circled over Lara's head and froze again, illuminating the door. The girl, while waiting for her partners, again reviewed the information her supplied. Varangian treated to type ships designed to explore deep space, as it was seen from Earth 1,000 years ago. Among other things, it should usually have colonists, a bunch of equipment and all sorts of supplies for unforeseen situations on board. The Varieg seemed absolutely empty, not abandoned, but empty, as if there was no one on board. And Lara was also interested in the fact that Herman did not expand on the topic of how the cruiser ended up so far away, and in a place where the gates were not laid. How did he even manage to get to the borders of the dark frontier? Really on photon engines? A loud noise echoed down the hallway, and the first to emerge from the darkness was a hovering drone, swaggering as it pointed the way for the repairmen. Their orange spacesuits, shabby time and small patches, clearly showed how stingy the local authorities are, and how they squeeze out profits to the last. "What do we have here?" Mike boomed cheerfully in an impressive bass voice. Mike, a big man who looked like a Goliath in his spacesuit, easily carried the plasma cutter battery on his shoulder, although in the low gravity it wasn't hard to do. But Gregory still had a hard time keeping up with him, dragging the cutter itself. "Where?" was all that worried the worker. Lara pointed to the door. "Just the lock. There's no point in ruining everything." "Haha. What difference does it make if you'll have to change it anyway?" Mike grinned, and before the girl could get a word in, Mike quickly snatched the cutter from the out-of-breath boy's hands, clicked the switch, and a bright flash of lightning announced the start of work. The mechanic with the passion of a bone breaker began to cut the door. Bright red drops of molten metal splashed to the sides. Lara wanted to stop him, but it was too late. "Watch out!" Mike shouted loudly, turning off the cutter, deftly turning it over and using the handle like the butt of a gun, slamming it against the door. The cutout part crashed to the floor with a crash, raising dust. "You should have been more careful." Lara couldn't help but make a reproachful remark towards the mechanic. "The main thing is achieving the goal," Mike responded cheerfully. He is always full of enthusiasm and unjustified optimism. The dust couldn't settle quickly due to the weak gravity. So Lara gave the order to the drones and they worked their engines hard, dispersing it to the sides. When visibility became acceptable, they went inside. Lara quickly analyzed the room with the data on the cruiser, a complete match. "We're inside," she contacted Herman. "Excellent," he responded immediately. "I'll join you." One of the drones suddenly turned towards the repairman. "Now I have eyes and ears here." The drone darted between in rows. "Let's see what's here." "The commander's seat." Mike pointed the cutter towards the chair standing in the center of the rows. Gregory involuntarily looked at him. "Where is the commander himself?" To which Mike shrugged his shoulders somewhat indifferently. "Does it really matter?" Now, Lara felt a sense of awe for some unknown reason. She always liked things filled with the spirit of antiquity. Although the cruiser itself was not much different from modern ones. And then her gaze fell on the overalls lying near the wall. "I found something." The drone controlled by Herman instantly flew up. "Aha, clothes." The scanner flashed, carefully feeling the find. This belonged to the genome, female gender, judging by the DNA residue. "Is she from the army?" Mike even leaned down a little, as if wanting to get a better look. Yes. Why are there no bones? He was surprised. And how did you know she was a woman? As I already said about the DNA remnants, Herman explained patiently, the drone making a circle above the suit. And there are no bones, because apparently, the cruiser immediately jumped into light speed. So what? Mike turned the jumpsuit over with his foot. That's what crushed the unfortunate woman to molecules. The drone rose to the ceiling, scanning the room with its scanner. Previously, movement at the speed of light and more was possible only through the gate. If the ship accelerated to the speed of light outside of them, all living things on board died. The scanner blinked, showing another find. What's there? Gregory obligingly stepped in the direction indicated and something crunched under his feet. More clothes. The drone hovered above him. Young man, pick this up. It pointed its beam at 3 small objects. Gregory carried out the order. So, what are we dealing with? The drone turned on the light at full brightness. Gregory closed his eyes. Lara and Mike saw how he was holding 3 crystals on the glove of his spacesuit. Adaptations, the girl whispered quietly. Are you sure? Mike turned towards her, distrustful. I have the same one. She involuntarily touched her helmet with her hand, opposite the place where the sapphire module was. Only these differed in appearance. 2 were gray, translucent with visible deep cracks inside, which indicated their complete destruction. And only the 3rd retained a bluish color, although its surface was covered with an uneven mesh, indicating its partial malfunction. Only this one can still be useful. The drone descended above Gregory and deftly picked up the crystal with its manipulators. The rest are for scrap. Can I take them? Lara asked for permission. For what? The drone turned to her. I want to bury. The drone swung smoothly. I don't mind. You'll get further instructions upon returning to base. The drone's engines roared and it quickly headed for the exit, disappearing into the dark corridors of the cruiser. Lara clutched 2 modules in her fist, 2 lives so tragically cut short. And what made him run like that? Mike's question echoed loudly throughout the control center, but no one could give him an answer. The shuttle separated from the Buran and headed towards Immerse. Mikhail, sitting in the passenger seat, watched the stunning picture. Immerse, Bagrova's satellite, was hiding behind her from the deadly gaze of the red giant. All 3 cosmic bodies lined up in a row. The planet looked like a small spot against the backdrop of the huge flaming ball. Lightning flashed at its poles, any discharge of which was capable of turning the same Buran into ashes. Dark red swirls in the planet's atmosphere every now and then outlined the grins of a demonic creature, as if laughing at the cowardice of those who did not risk going down. Clubs of clouds seething like the boiling lava changed color from crimson to lead black and even acquired a violet hue. They were so dense that the rays of the red star never penetrated them, and if there were daredevils who managed to break through to the surface of the planet, another branch of hell would await them. Indescribable heat, pressure of such force that after 10 minutes no metal could withstand it and turned into a puddle. Clouds of sulfur gas mixed with stone poured down from the sky incessantly. Since even stone was not able to withstand such hell, it evaporated and poured back onto the surface in the form of silicon crystals. But from the side of space, none of this was visible, but a stunning picture of a huge star surrounded by planets and distant white dwarfs, yellow constellations and other cosmic splendor. Odin chose him as a representative of the Earth forces. Herman, Immerse's AI, preferred a personal meeting, which surprised him a lot, as it was possible to meet face-to-face with someone who didn't even have a body. Why Odin himself didn't go to the meeting, Mikhail didn't bother to clarify. The shuttle came under the control of the automatic pilot Immerse. Greetings, Mikhail. Herman did not fail to contact him via the neurochip. I'm glad to see you soon. You can lower the level of formality. Mikhail didn't like the overly formal address. Shall we immediately move into a trusting relationship? Herman responded easily. I am glad of this prospect. especially since we will have to discuss a very interesting topic. The shuttle sailed over the spaceport. Near the gateway there were many cargo ships and drilling ships that were cutting up asteroids in search of ore. On the other side of the spaceport, merchant ships already loaded with goods were getting ready to set off, waiting for their turn. Mikhail noted to himself that most of the starships here were under the coat of arms of Venice, which had the largest merchant fleet. The shuttle smoothly descended to the surface. Mikhail went into the hold and climbed into the transport module. "Are you going to drive yourself or turn on autopilot?" Chester asked in a businesslike tone. "Autopilot," Mikhail said briefly. He has no desire to maneuver on a surface with a small amount of gravity, especially in such a hectic place. And as soon as the car reached the surface of Urbis, which was under protective energetic dome, I was convinced via his insight. The roads on Urbis were just directions. The bustling movement of thousands of different machines, robots, heavy drones. Every now and then, low overhead, spaceships descending or taking off would fly by. And all this would whip up a pile of dust, which seemed to never settle on the surface due to the intense traffic. Huge automated trucks would drive up to the spaceport platforms every now and then, picking up ore or bringing ready ingots of various metals. Mikhail noted to himself that whoever owned Urbis must be incredibly rich. First came the manufacturing sectors, where after the metal was purified it was smelted into ingots, or the factories for compacting chemical elements. Sometimes the gas escaped, and then the dust decorated the surface of Urbis with multicolored paints. Much further away were residential buildings mixed with administrative ones, essentially a city, the districts of which were under domes of various sizes. Some were cut out of the rock, some were built on over the years, and there were some where the colonizers' ships served as housing. They were simply left on the surface and over time built up on all sides. Then when the time came to leave Urbis, these ships would again rush into the depths of space, looking for a suitable place for another refuge. The transport module turned off the beaten track and rushed upward towards the tower that towered over all the buildings. Mikhail managed to notice how the residents of Urbis were looking at him tensely through the large panoramic windows. The car with the signs of the Earth forces could not help but attract the attention of the locals. Rocks flew out of the module's dense tires and fell to the surface as if in slow motion. As it rolled up to the hangar, the airlock hospitably opened, inviting them to follow inside. Mikhail waited until the pumps had built up the necessary pressure, then opened the door. "I'm glad to see you, so to speak. In person," Herman's voice rang out. "I still don't understand why a personal meeting is necessary." Mikhail looked around for his interlocutor, but his gaze was limited to bare walls and a row of unsightly-looking androids hanging lifelessly on a leash, a small precaution required by the planetary AI. Suddenly, one of the androids stirred, raising his hand, removing the mount and deftly landing on his feet. Straightening up, the android walked briskly towards Mikhail, throwing his legs forward a little awkwardly. When he reached him, he was taller than the man, almost 2 meters, and extended his hand in greeting. Mikhail barely raised his palm when the android quickly pulled his back. "I don't think you should do that," Herman's voice sounded. "Don't think I'm a bore. I might just miscalculate my strength and turn your hand into mincemeat." "That's possible." Mikhail nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, "Not big and pity, avoid so a friendly handshake. I'm glad you understand." The android awkwardly turned around and walked toward the far door, his thundering steps flying apart. Mikhail hurried after him. "So what is the reason for our call?" As soon as they approached the door, it swung open automatically. The cruiser Varieg. The android stepped into the corridor first and confidently headed left along the corridor. Varieg. Never heard of such a ship. Mikhail barely slipped through the opening in front of the closing door. Nothing surprising, he was sent on a mission 1,083 years ago to the planet Cassiopeia M34 and disappeared without a trace. Looking around, Mikhail noted to himself that they were apparently in a huge server complex. Everywhere there was sterile cleanliness, the omnipresent dust that reigned on Urbise. And if she succeeded, small robot vacuum cleaners immediately appeared like those that purred discontentedly, moving after Mikhail. Did he have an accident? Mikhail's attention was involuntarily drawn to the multicolored lights in the rooms, shining brightly in the semi-darkness. "Oh, if only it were that simple," Herman drawled meaningfully. The android quickened his pace. Mikhail could hardly keep up with him. "Cassiopeia M34 is in a completely different place, and the Varieg was discovered near the dark frontier in a sector called the Perseus constellation. I don't get the gist of it yet." Mikhail wanted specifics. He was starting to get irritated by the AI's manner of talking on the go. He had no problems, but the captain's assistant was starting to run out of steam. He came across wires hanging in garlands from the ceiling and heavy cables on the walls, writhing like black snakes. All of this was Herman, his server essence, his heart and brain. Quantum-based microcircuits scattered over several kilometers, intertwined with integral connections and synthetic blood, protecting the processors from overheating. They say that the planetary AI of the Earth was located on the Moon, taking up almost a tenth of the satellite. Finally arriving in a large, spacious room, the android stopped. Mikhail, not expecting this, ran into him. "Have a seat." The android pointed to the sofa with a wide gesture. "By the way, what can you tell me about the decor?" Mikhail looked around. Cabinets made of real wood, books in ancient paper bindings, carved furniture, an overly ornate carpet on the floor, and all sorts of things screaming that the owner of all this stuff has money, but clearly no taste. Too. Mikhail couldn't find the words. Expensive and tasteless? The android had a circle of light where a human face would be. Now it blinked a green light. "I think so. But how should I know?" Suddenly laughter rang out. Something amused the AI, and the android's body shook slightly and its face flashed with a red light. "This is my brilliant idea." The robot servant rolled into the room with an important look. He brought a slightly steaming cup of coffee to Mikhail. "Please, a genuine thing, brought from Earth." "Thank you," Mikhail said with restrained gratitude, taking the treat. The robot obligingly rolled behind him. And what was the genius of the idea? The android turned his entire body towards the man, to convince others that Urbis has two owners. As you understand, artificial intelligence does not need all this ostentatious luxury. The main thing is that the processors work. But people, you are eager to show success, your status to others, and such trinkets confirm this. And yet, Mikhail did not understand what the Urbis AI was getting at, and took a small sip of the aromatic drink. "I came up with Dregster, the man who also controls Urbis. This project was originally created based on the idea of the planetary AI of Earth. I was sent here to implement it." Mikhail found this strange. Why such a conspiracy? So that Eden, Venice, and others do not become more degrees to suspect the Earth of trying to capture them. The Earth, like other worlds, needs resources. It is already impossible to extract anything on the planet itself without harming it. And Mars, as it turns out, is just a dummy. There are practically no useful minerals on it. All the most valuable things seem to be deliberately located in deep space. So we have to resort to such tricks in order not to arouse suspicion. But you know, many open-world trading companies are involved in smuggling. The coffee is really good. Yes, but so what? The android tried to shrug. As long as everything is under control, we can make some concessions and, as people say, turn a blind eye to it. I'm a clone. Mikhail took the last sip. I know, but that doesn't make you any less human. The android seemed to be looking at Mikhail carefully, winking blue at him. Mikhail held out his hand with an empty cup, and the robot behind him bustled towards him. So what about the Variag? And why a personal meeting anyway? Mikhail put down the cup, and the robot, full of dignity, left. It was necessary for me, the android winked playfully. Now regarding the cruiser. As I already said, it was on a mission, a special mission, and when it disappeared, a conclusion was made about the failure, and all data about the existence of the Variag was Classified, erasing it even from the registry, I have only the information that the planetary AI of the Earth provided me. Here are its instructions. After repairs, the cruiser Varyag, accompanied by the nearest patrol ship. This is by coincidence, quite possibly even unfortunate, you turned out to be, to go along the indicated route to the Perseus constellation sector. What is the goal? The android froze like a statue and said what Mikhail initially took for an unsuccessful joke. Establishing contact. What contact? With whom? Mikhail didn't understand. For some reason, the thought took a long time to reach his consciousness. With an extraterrestrial civilization. It took the assistant a couple of minutes to comprehend the last words. With other intelligent life? He decided to clarify. Yes, that was exactly the mission of the Varyag, but for some reason it failed. And it is completely unclear how the cruiser ended up so far from its target. It is thousands of light years. How it managed to cover them so quickly is also a mystery. A holographic projection appeared before Mikhail's eyes. A battered cruiser was being hastily put in order. It was in the repair docks. The captain's assistant saw how robot welders were rushing around the hull in a bustling swarm. Blinding flashes of plasma units in the darkness of space looked like small twinkling stars. A large tractor was slowly dragging the ship's engine behind it, and at the same time a team of repairmen deftly cut off thick cables following it. Along the way, we'll update it, not just patch it up, but also improve it, replace some of the weapons, install a warp engine. Herman watched the cruiser and the android's circle, burned a steady white light. We have another brilliant idea. Well, like us, Lyra, the local engineer and her assistant, Gregory. The android turned to Mikhail with his entire metal body. They managed to pull off a very interesting thing. They will leave magnetic traps from the photon reactor to the VAP engines. Do you know why? However, Mikhail was currently worried about a completely different question, so he did not even react to this one. The fuel for the photon reactor is hydrogen particles captured in space. I believe that the Varyag could have gotten so far using a similar feature. For example, it flew to the maximum distance to the stars and recharged from them. Old technology, but so convenient. And also, what are they? Mikhail abruptly interrupted the talkative AI. Lyra is an adept. Gregory is a man. He is one of those who found the Varyag. I'm not talking about them. Mikhail glanced at the commotion on cruiser. I don't know that. Herman understood perfectly well what they were talking about. The only thing I can say is that they are persistently signaling us from the Perseus constellation sector, and the Varyag is the only one that has already had a meeting with them. And in the end, it is unclear how he ended up in another place, with a rather shabby appearance. Now Mikhail was closely examining the picture of the cruiser being repaired. Here, poking his finger, he enlarged the projection. Was there already a hole? No, the android said quickly. It was our decision to replace the compartment. Although, in fact, everything there was deplorable. Mikhail assessed the ship's appearance with a military eye. The engines had a sooty coating, indicating that something unexpected had happened during operation, a breakdown or damage to the outside. But they had clearly been squeezed out of them with all the speed they could muster. The missile launch shafts were noticeably charred, which was only possible with intense firing, and the barrel of one of the railguns was completely bent to one side. Of course, it will be fixed. The android intercepted the clone's attentive gaze. Not new. What closed worlds allowed create weapons? It's not allowed. But there are exceptions. Herman's voice became playful again. And how will you do this? The cruiser was increasingly attracting Mikhail's attention. I have the drawings in my database, and I have very competent engineers. It won't be a problem. True, the problem is different. As I understand it, we must make contact with those who are equal to us? Mikhail waved his hand and removed the projection. Now he stood in front of the android. True. In any case, since they send signals and are in space therefore. They are a technically advanced civilization, quite possibly even of a humanoid type. I would not want to be friends with those who look like insects or mollusk. Brrr! The android shook his head. Even I would be disgusted to communicate with them, and I am not so squeamish considering the peculiarities of the structure. Mikhail frowned as he considered the answer. They were also exploring space, so they must have warships. Could it be that they could unwittingly bring the enemy to their own doorstep? This could be a trap, he finally said. Maybe. The android blinked a purple light in agreement. That's what needs to be found out. And as you understand, if necessary, eliminate the source of the signal. Mikhail smiled involuntarily. A couple of minutes ago, the AI was discussing possible contact between equal civilizations, and now it was directly giving the order for destruction. But something was alarming the captain's assistant. Have you given me all the information? He stared inquisitively straight into the android's glowing circle. No, there's something else. Herman seemed to hesitate with his answer. It concerns the Varyeg's mission to Cassiopeia M34. For some reason, the android took a couple of steps back, turned to the side, and the light in the room disappeared. The shining circle on the android's face released a thin bluish beam, and a vague image appeared. My name is Brill, a member of the Varyeg crew. The blue silhouette of the adapter kept interrupting. The voice trembled, sometimes disappearing or vice versa, sounding too loud. The cruiser's AI got out of control. It abandoned the mission and put us all in danger, and is also responsible for the death of the Varyeg's commander. Sharp, unpleasant sounds were heard, painfully echoing through the eardrums. Get me back to the Varyeg immediately, someone demanded in a breaking voice. I'm not going to, the voice answered coldly, in which the tone of the AI could easily be recognized, and was interrupted by a terrible noise. I think it's pointless. I'll win. Again, an unpleasant noise interrupts the recording. Several centuries by blowing up the gate during the transition to Earth. And by doing so, you will simply kill the team. It's not my fault that organisms are so fragile. Then a vague image of another Adapt appeared, screaming in panic. He's going to go straight to sublight speed. It was a pleasure working with you. The last phrase uttered by the cruiser's AI sounded clear, with undisguised mockery. After unconsciousness, Adapta leaned on darkness, instantly swallowed him up. The image disappeared. A bright light flashed, causing Mikhail to close his eyelids for a couple of seconds. For some reason, one voice seemed to him vaguely familiar. To be maybe. Find yourself record better quality. He would even be able to recognize him, no matter how crazy it seemed, considering the time separating them by 1,083 years. Now you know everything I know. The android turned to Mikhail again. It turns out that the Varyeg's AI destroyed the entire crew and simply escaped. To Mikhail, not smiled. Turn out to be V companies of crazy artificial intelligence armed to the teeth. Deserter and murderer of several thousand people. War criminal. Well, not thousands, the android drawled, his voice sounding rather funny, booming, as if from a barrel. There were only 6 crew members on board. What? Mikhail rubbed his chin incredulously, recalling the size of the cruiser. Didn't it have a colonization mission? According to the protocols, yes. But in essence, the Varyeg is a colossal combat unit, where there should have been colonists. Only weapons, ammunition, combat androids. It was not sent to study Cassiopeia M34, but was prepared for a possible conflict. And in the end, he escaped, destroying the team. Now Mikhail was sure of his suspicions about contact with an unknown person. And this doesn't make you wary? Yes, but the planetary AI of Earth demands that the task be carried out. Besides, we don't know for sure what happened there. Have you tried interrogating the cruiser's AI? Unfortunately, there's no one to interrogate. Only the adapt message was preserved, and that was in a badly damaged state. Nothing else could be fished out of the module. The cruiser's AI is not functional, so a new one will be installed. Dead ship, not held back. Smirks Mikhail, pondering the situation the Buran crew found themselves in. Can I get on board? Of course. Work was in full swing everywhere. Robots were darting along the corridors, deftly maneuvering between workers. Teams in yellow vests were restoring communications, mercilessly tearing out obsolete boards and microcircuits. Mikhail immediately headed to the control center. It was repaired first. In the commander's place sat a girl adept, her blue jumpsuit with insignia indicating who was in charge here. And that's all you did? Lara scolded the negligent one sternly. Subordinates through holographic projector. Hurry up. We don't have much time. We'll do everything in our power, the team leader answered with restraint. And even more, she disconnected the connection. Then a scheme cruisers, sorting through with fingers by sectors, stopped the right one. What do you have? The cooling system is normal. The voice screamed hysterically, interrupted by the sounds of a terrible grinding noise as metal was cut nearby. Well done! Lara winced and hurried to cut off the connection. I see you're successfully coping with the task. Herman praised the girl, who was so engrossed in her work that she didn't notice the drone hovering above her. Meet Mikhail, assistant captain of the patrol cruiser Buran. It didn't escape Mikhail's notice how the adapter frowned. You don't like the military? Not really. Lara chose to remain silent about how the residents of Urbis spoke about them. I just haven't seen you often. Mikhail looked around. The control center appraisingly, the scope was palpable. Everything was done perfectly. He felt a slight push in his back. The robot porter turned around carelessly while carrying out the material. Some strange sensations came over him as soon as he stepped aboard the ship. And what kind of team will control it? Mikhail asked the drone hanging above them. It is assumed that it will be autonomous, Herman responded quickly. We'll start installing the AI after replacing the engine, Lara added, looking closely at Mikhail with her violet eyes. Herman told me about your idea with the engine, an original solution. Her assistant praised her reservedly. It wasn't just mine. Gregory came up with the idea. At these words, Lara felt embarrassed that such a simple idea hadn't occurred to her. But still, leaving the cruiser completely without a crew. Mikhail did not like this decision, especially after Herman revealed to him the reason for the death of the previous crew. Are you suggesting that we recruit a team from among the locals? The drone spun above him a couple of times and swayed smoothly. That's just funny. Why? Lara suddenly asked. The drone turned in her direction in surprise. Wow. Are you really ready to serve on it? Lara, working in the security forces is a very tiring occupation. That's true. Mikhail AI supported him without knowing why. There are few adventures, many boring rules, all. The fun is counting the stars. And when you get tired of it, impatiently waiting for your turn in the cryo capsule, just to while away the time until arriving at the base. Then why did you choose such a life? The violet pupils flared with the fire of mistrust at Mikhail's words. She was chosen instead of me. I'm a clone. I see. The girl was embarrassed. Mikhail hastened to smooth over the awkward situation. Although in a couple of decades I will return to Earth as a free citizen, so not everything is bad in my case. I've been thinking about the team. The drone lowered to the level of Mikhail's face. I agree with your proposal. I think I'll be able to form technical brigades, but there are simply no military personnel on Urbis. And there is no need. Part of the crew can be removed from the Buran. Mikhail decided not to linger in the control center any longer. Can I take a little walk? Yes, the drone and Lara answered in unison. Smiling at this, the assistant left them. To him towards got-caught funny couple, big guy with bionic hand and at all young boy. They cheerfully bickered among themselves, thereby demonstrating the trust in their relationship. The boy was dragging a checkered bag slung over his shoulder. It was clearly heavy, but he did not allow his partner to help him. When they saw the stranger in a military uniform, they froze for a moment with their mouths open. There is something special about you. Mikhail could not explain the strange feeling that had come over him when he visited the cruiser. And that voice on the recording of the adapter module, he had heard it. But where could he have heard it? Later, he contacted Odin and briefly told him the gist of what was happening. Surprisingly, Odin reacted very reservedly, which surprised Mikhail quite a bit. You understand what they're asking us for, right? Of course. Mikhail imagined the captain sprawling in his chair as usual. Contact, you say? There will be something to tell on old age. You don't believe it? I'll believe it when I see it, and as for the fable with the Varyag, maybe that AI just went crazy and created a story about space guests. As I understand it, they got all the information from the adapter module. What's left of him? Not much left. Mikhail, Earth has sent expeditions to all sorts of signals allegedly from intelligent brothers more than once, but all in vain. As a rule, these were distorted impulses from quasars or supernova explosions. Emptiness surrounds us everywhere. You're a pessimist. Mikhail allowed himself liberties with the commander. They'd gotten used to each other over so many years. Although it's some kind of entertainment, but to be honest, I would have sawed that damn piece of iron into pieces no matter what kind of criminal I am. The AI is dead, the assistant reminded the captain. It doesn't matter. Lights out. Mikhail stretched out on a cool sheet. He decided to stay on Urbis and help with the formation of a technical team. One decided that it was enough. He would not let anyone leave the Brann. Okay. We'll figure it out as the problems come. Mikhail felt like his head was being pulled tight by a hoop of pain. Unpleasant sensations, and most importantly, unusual. The neurochip analyzed the body to detect infections or inflammatory processes. Nothing was found. Herman turned out to be a hospitable host. The guest was provided with the best of everything from food to drinks. Mikhail immediately noticed the immodest bar finished expensive tree. The doors opened with a melodic sound, and an inexperienced person would have his eyes wide open from the choice. Mikhail chose a pot-bellied bottle with a coffee-colored liquid. When he opened it, a soft aroma spilled out. But the taste turned out to be very sharp and strong. Mikhail even choked from being unaccustomed to it. But still, having poured a second glass, he sat down in a chair and stared out the panoramic window with a stunning view of the spaceport. He turned his gaze into the distance where the stars are. That means another intelligent life. Michael could not explain the growing feeling of anxiety within himself. Chapter 3. Name yourself. Orchid. Planet of registration? Eden. Greetings to you. We are glad to hear from you, Sister responded immediately. Requesting access to data, although the automatic pilot of the Urbis never asked, immediately unceremoniously got into the ship's systems collecting information. Orchid. A very interesting name. So you belong to the Corps of Eden Explorers? Right. Adding courtesy voice, Sister confirmed. 3 crew members, and authorized equipment. I see. The pilot had already thoroughly examined the ship, safely having passed blind zones concealing weapons of the Ghost. It's rather strange that there are so few of you. We are conducting preliminary reconnaissance with Earth's permission, of course. Who would doubt it? Katerina always stared at the control panel tensely when Sister was conducting conversations with AI worlds. As a rule, a person simply did not have time to follow the conversation, so all that was left to do was to trust Sister. The purpose of the visit to Urbis? But what else can you do here? A smile suddenly appeared in the pilot's emotionless voice. Where else can you find so many prospectors and rogues waiting to make easy credits? That's why we came here. A couple more working hands wouldn't hurt us. Sister pliantly adjusted to his mood. It's high time to clean up here because sometimes all sorts of shady characters arrive, and then you have to clean up the mess. By the way, out of curiosity, what sector are you planning to explore? I want to note that in case of unforeseen situations, it will be easier for me to send you help. We don't have a precise target. Here, Sister made a mistake, which she realized instantly. We're going to use data from private companies. There are a couple of good offers. Drawled the pilot of Urbis. All right. And could you give me the details of those companies? A routine check, nothing more. You know what the thing is? We received this information, so to speak, secretly. Sister hesitated, as if not wanting to reveal this information. The employees of those firms show a personal interest in this matter. Yeah, the interlocutor chuckled knowingly. Competition and industrial espionage, that's not my area of activity. Orchid check is over. You can enter the spaceport system. Your sector is number 2. Thank you. Sister is not lacking in politeness. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. It's rare that I get to communicate with an artificial intelligence that behaves like a woman. You are very gallant. The pilot of Urbis lost interest in the small starship. Katerina saw the permission flash on the monitor. Quarantine passed. She exhaled, managed to forget that nervous anticipation and the feeling that you could be exposed at any moment. The ship confidently headed towards Urbis. Are we being guided by their program? Of course. How did the negotiations go? As always, successfully. Sister kept quiet about how she almost fell asleep on simple questions. Katerina sat tensely in her chair and without noticing it clutched the armrest so tightly that her fingers turned white. A lot was at stake now, even the very fact of her existence. Katerina exhaled. The program that Cortez had supplied had once again proven its effectiveness. The decoy was superimposed on the data about the ship's AI and its schemes. As a result, the pilot saw non-existent holds with non-existent cargo, and the appearance of AI. Similar ones were often used by smugglers of all stripes and worlds. Were you worried, dear? Sis chuckled. You bet. Are Brian and Leonid okay? Brian, yes. But as for Leonid's Norm, Sister hesitated. You'd better look at it yourself. When Katerina entered the compartment filled with cryocapsules, she saw Brian, who had not yet fully recovered from the effects of freezing. On naked tele-preserved thin film, frost spreading over the ridges of his muscles, dripping like meltwater onto the floor. He shook his head, as if trying to shake the bad memories out of it. Damn, it would be better to pump myself full of tranquilizers and wallow in my own snot and urine than to climb into this coffin. He angrily slapped the capsule's body. Only 2 weeks. Katerina, months or years would be fine. But 2 weeks. His partner was indignant in a weak, immature voice. At least this one stood on his own 2 feet. Leonid continued to lie in the cryocapsule. So what's the problem? Katerina approached him impatiently and understood her. Leonid's body was frozen solid, not because the cryocapsule was faulty, but because it was dead. The injections given to the body did not work on him. The bacteria, although they kept Leonid in working order, were not blood. How is he? In general, he's completely safe, if you can say that in his case, but at the moment it's better for him not to move. Katerina looked intently into the cloudy eyes of her comrade. The pupils narrowed slightly, which meant that consciousness still remained. It's strange. He's never done anything like that before, Sister drawled. So the bacteria are no longer able to support it as before. By the way, are they alive there? Yes, they'll recover now and he'll be back to normal. Don't get up yet. The last thing I needed was for this poor guy to fall apart. She turned to Brian. Are you okay? She gave him a light slap across his massive cheek. Having received it, he showed his fangs in a smile. Yes, everything is fine. A couple of hours and I will be as before. But still, think about not stuffing us into freezers next time on such a short journey. He expressively tapped his foot on the cryocapsule. You will be giving orders on your ship, Katerina said harshly, in a tone that brooked no objections. Sister, is everything ready? With what Cortez supplied us with, I think so. I've already inserted a decoy into my data. The scanning system won't be able to detect your face. You'll be passing yourself off as a geologist. Sister giggled. Don't forget to put on your lenses before leaving the ship. Katerina's lips twitched slightly in irritation. Introducing herself as someone other than herself was humiliating for her. But she had no choice. There were probably Earth agents in a place like this. And this Tavri. Could it be a setup? Suddenly such a thought came to mind. No. She shook her head. If Cortez had decided to get rid of her, she would not have left that mansion. Although Katerina was on guard, a thrill of excitement was slowly taking hold of her. The anticipation of a brawl. What a pleasant anticipation. A couple of hours later, Leonid finally came to his senses, climbed out of the capsule, and slightly swaying on weak legs, walked to the armory. No, Katerina stopped him. Stay here and cover for me if anything happens. In fact, she was afraid that his reflexes were no longer what they used to be, and he would easily become an easy target if the shooting started. Of course, he could be used as a shield, but not this time. Brian, take a couple of grenades in that thing. By thing, she meant an old weapon made to look rare. A small machine gun firing using gunpowder, a weapon of antiquity. Of course, none of them survived to this day. They were just craftsmen reproducing exact copies. It was terribly inconvenient, bulky, the recoil hit the hand, and compared to the usual one it weighed a lot. And its lethality was not great. But it had an obvious advantage. It did not use energy crystals. Beam, plasma, or pulse weapons used energy accumulation crystals to transform it into a deadly shot. Such crystals were quickly detected by scanners. As for ancient weapons, the surveillance system simply did not see them. For it, they were just a piece of iron. And judging by Brian's satisfied grin, Katerina's idea was to his liking. Surprisingly, in the sector where they were allowed to stop, there were few ships, a couple of reconnaissance ships, and about 5 battered vessels. After passing through the gateway, the dubious-looking couple found themselves under the dome of the closed world. The dome not only prevented them from living on Urbis, but also provided additional protection from the raging radiation of open space. Walking quickly along the streets, Katerina saw that Urbis was quite well organized for a closed world. Yes, the buildings here were piled up as densely as in other worlds, but still there was no smell of rotten meat and the nasty smell of waste. The roads were quite wide. By him lazily rushed by magnets, a motley crowd scurried about. Urbis was one of many places where tramps and those who liked to hit the jackpot as fast as possible flocked. Of course, there was a security system, vigilantly monitoring that at least some order was maintained. But gambling is commonplace here. Getting something illegal is not a problem. Finding a shady guy who is ready to fulfill your order regardless of moral dilemmas is easy as pie. AI did not particularly monitor the inner life of Urbis. It could intervene if things took an obviously bad turn. Urbis, like all closed worlds, is full of adepts, and the closed worlds are their territory. Adepts appeared simultaneously with the exploration of open space. It was initially clear that a person would not be able to be where there was no magnetic field similar to the Earth's, and radiation would definitely reach him. Adapts became a solution. Volunteers had their genes changed, allowing the body to be less vulnerable to long journeys along space and life on space stations. Gradually, the number of adapts increased. They began to reproduce, and in just 1,500 years, they finally formed as a new subspecies of man. Adapts were significantly different from people, since their native element was space. Their bodies underwent a number of changes. The skin became a soft blue color. Even the color of the hair changed. Almost all adapts appeared with the same blue hair. Deprived of strong gravity, their bones quickly stretched out. Adapts are much taller than people, and they looked at the world with cold turquoise blue violet eyes. But there is another significant feature in them. Adapts were also created as an assistant to AI. Each adapt in infancy, from birth, an implant was implanted, which was located right behind their ear, attracting attention with sapphire light. The brain of the adapt could be used as additional power if the AI needed it. Sometimes adapts, leaving service, settled in remote closed worlds, such as Urbis. Katerina and Brian had barely taken a couple dozen steps when a demanding signal sounded in her neurochip. Someone insistently wanted to communicate. With her. Katerina frowned. Not loved such surprises. Before leaving the ship, she and her partner prudently inserted lenses into their eyes. This was done so that the automatic system surveillance system that unnoticeably reads everyone's faces was deceived at first. It would seem a simple trick, but it works reliably, giving the necessary head start for some time. This is a person looking into the eyes and sees the face of the interlocutor. The machine mind reads the data consisting of zeros and ones, combining them into a common picture. In addition, Katerina tried not to stand out too much. She threw a gray, unremarkable cloak with a hood over her comfortable overalls, reliably covering her head. And although Brian towered over her, there were enough of these modified thugs without him. So, the woman concluded, he must be an informant. Tavri? Someone impudently pushed her in the side, making room for her to pass. Exactly, her guess was confirmed. It's rather stupid to immediately pronounce the name. Anyone could have been in my place. Katerina herself understood this perfectly well, and angry at such a mistake, she only gritted her teeth. It's just that no one knows that I'm supposed to come here, she started to justify herself for. I see, the invisible interlocutor drawled with a sarcastic note. Oh, with what pleasure Katerina would strangle this scoundrel, I still have time, she reassured herself. Where can I find you? Brian was hovering nearby, blocking the path of gaping passers-by who were careless enough to come too close to Katerina, who was frozen in place. Get the data! He threw her the card. Hurry, I don't intend to wait long. Now you will see me. Let's go, she ordered Brian. Leave him outside? No, it doesn't make sense. Let him be nearby. He'll be useful as a battering ram or a shield if necessary. Katerina had barely crossed the threshold of the establishment when the image of the Adapt appeared in her mind. Aha! Here he is, at a round table in the distant, poorly lit corner. On appearance, Katerina the regulars reacted sluggishly, and besides, there was no one in this eatery-worthy candidates worthy of the attention of a demanding woman. All had modified bodies, some biologically, some using cyber prosthetics. So, Katerina sat down gracefully opposite the Adapter, opening her face, showing well-groomed skin, rare for such places, and a face that was pleasant to the male gaze. Tavri, I presume. She certainly attracted the attention of those who were thirsty for female affection, but Brian, his own impressive view, it's clear, gave advice on how to deal with the lack of female attention with your own hands. Katerina, I presume? Adapt did not remain in debt, adding sarcasm to his voice. Adapt looked too confident in himself, his attire, a spacious green caftan to the heels, reliably concealing what could be stored underneath. Behind his right ear, 2 lights shone, a sapphire one allowing him to easily wedge himself into the universal network, and a ruby module. And how did you manage to become Cortez's lackey? Katerina, having chosen a drink from the menu offered by the waiter, carefully felt out her interlocutor with a piercing gray gaze. Not a single muscle moved on the Adapt's face. 6? Then I'm curious about your position, since you rushed to carry out his will at the first order. Waiter put glass with amber liquid in front of Katerina. Adapt paid him with a light movement of his wrist. She didn't like it, but she took a sip anyway. It was a pretty lousy artificial whiskey in keeping with the rotten place. Let's get down to business. Go ahead. The Adapt remained unperturbed. Speak. Varyeg. And what next? Katerina felt like a slow-witted child who had diligently memorized the assignment but still couldn't understand the essence. I have nothing else. It couldn't have been. A grin appeared on the blue face of the Adapter. And in principle, no one else is able to find out. Even so, I have to deliver it to our mutual friend. Katerina didn't even notice how she had already drunk half of the glass. Adept stared at Katerina for a short time. The Varyeg is an Earth cruiser created 1,317 years ago, using photon thrust engines intended for the study of deep space. Its movements were unknown, suffice it to say that it was searched for in a completely different sector, but was discovered here. The Varieg is not just a combat cruiser. It has weapons on board that allow it to fight almost an entire fleet alone. Adapt fell silent, and Katerina tried to understand and digest what she had heard. Unimaginable. That was her first thought. Second, that simply couldn't be. So that was the basis for Cortez's excessive self-confidence about Eden's coming independence. The noise of voices in the bar merged into one unpleasant hum, pressing on the ears. The rabble here was different, from drinkers on a freebie to idiots wanting to splash out the stagnant adrenaline in their blood. At one point, loud voices turned into swearing, then threats and loud blows were heard announce the start of a brawl, which Brian watched with interest. "I need to bring him to Eden," the woman smiled coldly. "How can I do that and keep him in working order?" "A couple more weeks, and yes, the cruiser will be completely ready." The adapter was brought a thin glass with a dark burgundy liquid. "Wait a couple of weeks," Katerina said discontentedly. "That's not the main problem anymore." There was a crash like a bottle breaking on a head. "What do you mean?" Adapt took a small sip, carefully wiped his blue lips and slightly squinted his eyes of the same color and said, "At the moment, there is a patrol cruiser in orbit around Urbis, and a representative of the security forces regularly visits the Varieg." "Damn!" Katerina gritted her teeth. But the matter didn't look easy from the start. Not to mention that the cruiser is now guarded by a squad of genomes. "How many are there?" "I counted 30. The fight was over. The loser was dragged out of the bar, leaving a trail of blood falling in heavy drops onto the floor from his broken head. "You are well informed." Suspicion appeared in Katerina's gray eyes. Tavri took another leisurely sip. Katerina's reputation was not making the impression on him that she had expected. "I am one of the repairmen," explained the adapter, "so I have access to all the information, and even more." Katerina silently turned her gaze to the implanted modules in his skull. "No need to worry so much," the adapter smiled knowingly. "This one," he touched the flashing ruby light, "doesn't allow the AI to penetrate my consciousness." "They seem to be prohibited. On Earth, yes. Here, no," Tavri explained briefly. "So what are you going to do? And by the way, they're going to board the cruiser soon. Install a new AI, and then the chances of taking possession of it will be reduced to 0. As if I have great chances now, Katerina thought. What about the previous cruiser AI? Adapt shook hands, thin shoulders. Unknown, he does not function, although for some reason its foundations are left. Is it possible to control a cruiser without AI? To which Tavri shook his head negatively. It won't work. We need either a large team or AI. So, we'll have to involve Sister in the matter again. They've done something like this before, sometimes capturing a ship and killing the crew along with the AI. Sister took control of the starship. But here's the rub. Usually these were space barges, here a battle cruiser. Will it cope? But the fact of the absence of AI must be used. Without it, the cruiser is literally like without a head. You can take it with your bare hands. But what to do with a squad of genomes? Can you take me to the cruiser? For the first time, curiosity flashed in the Adapt's dull eyes. Are you planning to storm it? Even if you manage to kill all the guards, you will be stopped by a patrol cruiser. They would prefer to destroy the ship than give it over to criminals. Katerina snorted. It's none of your business what I'm going to do. Then maybe it's not worth helping? The Adapter's tone, like his gaze, became cold. Katerina didn't like Tavri, but now she needed any allies. She had promised Cortez too much, and she knew very well what he was capable of if he was deceived. Do you have any ideas? Adept turned his gaze to the back hunched over near the bar counter. That's Vann, the one who found the Varieg. And what is the benefit of an alliance with him? Katerina looked closely at the old man, who was swaying on unsteady legs. His assistant Gregory works in my team, and I must give him credit. He is a very talented young man. Tavri continued quietly, not taking his gaze off Katerina. And he also enjoys trust, leadership. To word, my team is engaged in engine restoration on the Varyag. That is, if anything happens, it might not fly in. And I also have the opportunity, the adapter touched the Ruby module, to bring in new workers if necessary. A subtle smile flashed across Katerina's face. He's thought of a lot. Yes, the adapter agreed without false modesty. I'm curious. The woman moved slightly towards Tavri. What motivates you? How could Cortez persuade you? The adapt's face changed. He managed to maintain a mask of impenetrability, but now it failed him. His lips trembled slightly and an unkind light began to glow in his eyes. Oh, said the satisfied Katerina. I recognize such a look from thousands. Personal, revenge. Yes, Tavri croaked hoarsely. I don't really care. A drunken shout drowned out the last words. I'll have to think about what to do next. The woman stood up and headed for the exit, Brian lagging behind her. A couple of steps. Some guy, seeing a beauty with wonderful gray eyes, couldn't resist and grabbed her buttocks with a nasty guffaw. That was the last thing he did with his hand. The next second, Brian simply tore it off and hit the hapless lady's man on the head with it. Luckily, he fell to the floor without a trace of consciousness. Blood, spurting like a fountain, splashed the bar and the floor. Days on Urbis filled with calm and measuredness could have become a good vacation for Mikhail. No worries, repair work was successfully carried out without his participation. Occasionally, Herman got on his nerves with his desire to chat. The local AI turned out to be excessively talkative and with a peculiar sense of humor. But with each carefree day, Mikhail felt growing anxiety. Extraterrestrial civilization, which values does he profess? I ask myself this question while watching the stars from my apartment. Watching the receding starships dissolve in the midst of the cosmos. Perhaps for the first time I thought about how little humanity knows about it. For almost 1,500 years, people have managed to find 7 planets suitable for habitation, and intelligent life is represented on them in the form of barely formed single-celled organisms. And it must be said that humanity did not care too much about their survival, launching earthly bacteria onto planets so that they would cleanse them of the natives. Humanity considers itself an intelligent civilization because it is able to colonize the cosmos. What if those who give signals about the meeting are superior to people? Will they not treat us the same way as we treated bacteria? They will simply not give us a chance to survive. And then there were these dreams. Mikhail winced, unclear, full of anxiety. He hadn't really slept well since arriving on Urbis. As soon as his consciousness fell into sleep, he began to feel fear. Something made him open his eyes. And a couple of times. Mikhail went to the bar that had already become his home and fished out another bottle. He had never been a heavy drinker before, but on Urbis he had noticeably relaxed. And when else would he get the chance to taste so many drinks? Whiskey, vodka, and even rum made in Eden. Various liqueurs and herbal tinctures collected especially on Pangaea. Either Herman had conducted a meticulous analysis on the topic of alcohol, or he had a decent specialist on Urbis. Mikhail took a sip from the glass. Cherry flavor, a little tart, but it would do. Dreams. A couple of times he had very strange dreams. Cassiopeia M34, the Varyag, had gone to this planet. So Mikhail was sure that he had heard a similar name before. Moreover, an image of this planet had appeared in his head. And this was alarming. The captain's assistant is the second most important position on the ship. And if Chester had found out about such an obsession, he would most likely have suggested limiting his powers or even removing him from office. Signal, aliens, Cassiopeia M34. Closing his eyes, Mikhail wondered why this was so familiar to him. The neurochip warned that someone was persistently waiting for permission to enter behind the doors. Yes. He put the glass on the table and stood up, greeting the guest. The door slid smoothly to the side, letting Lara in. She studied Mikhail silently for a couple of seconds, looking around at the same time. He felt awkward about his slightly neglected appearance. Now the assistant was giving off a subtle aroma of expensive alcohol. His noticeably overgrown stubble and the room that hadn't been cleaned for a day showed how sloppy soldiers can be. "How can I help you?" Mikhail asked in the friendliest possible tone. Lara turned her violet eyes to him, as if asking who could help whom here. Mikhail tugged at his jacket in irritation. "What do you want?" He didn't even notice how he added the formality he so disliked to his voice. "To talk," Lara answered melodically. "You didn't have to come here for that." She would have actually used the neural network connection, thereby saving him from his unsightly appearance. "I want to resolve this in a personal conversation." "Decide? What?" Mikhail stared at her, uncomprehending. "You can take me into the technical team of the Varyag." The violet eyes tenaciously grabbed onto Mikhail. He immediately recalled her interest in something like this. "Is it worth it?" "Yes." "Then let me know. Why do you need this?" Mikhail returned to the chair and did not notice how he sprawled in it. Lara, without asking permission, walked to the table and sat down opposite him. Even now she is taller than Mikhail, so she slightly bowed her head down. "I want to leave Urbis." "A good reason." Mikhail seemed taken aback by such a simple answer. "And that's all?" To which the girl shrugged her shoulders. "What's unusual about that?" "And really what?" Mikhail rubbed his forehead. The already familiar pain gradually returned. He took the glass and finished the contents. "Would you like some?" Lara gently refused. "No. Adepts don't tolerate things like that well. Our cells don't break down the enzymes contained in such liquids well." "Exactly," Mikhail drawled, as if he remembered, but in fact he didn't even know about it. "That's the thing. We're going quite far." "To the Perseus constellation sector," Lara involuntarily interrupted. "Herman told me about this." Mikhail froze in an uneasy feeling. "Is that all he told you?" "Also, a very difficult mission is expected." And she quickly added, "I'm not afraid of difficulties, which is exactly why I want to go with you." "Do you want to test yourself?" Mikhail smiled understandingly. Lara was embarrassed. "So obvious?" "I've already met people like you," he corrected himself, "but I haven't met any adapters." Lara became even more embarrassed. It was funny, but crimson began to show through her blue skin, which made it take on a purple hue. And for some reason the girl bit her lips. Was she really that embarrassed? Mikhail remembered her commanding appearance on the first day they met. She had not been so indecisive then. "Maybe you should think again?" "I've already decided everything," she answered defiantly. "And if you agree, then—" "Stop. Should I agree?" Lara nodded. "That's what Herman said. Damn AI, isn't he up to his own game?" "Okay," Mikhail said decisively. "You will be part of the technical team." "Thank you," Lara said sincerely. Mikhail graciously accepted her gratitude. "And I have a question. When will they install the new AI on the Varyag?" "In 2 standard days, the final preparations are already completed. The quantum basis for AI has been tested. There are no complaints." "You left the old base?" "Not the best idea." "I agree. But there is no time to make a new one. Herman ordered to install it on the one that remained on the cruiser. And Herman hardly did it on his own. It means that on Earth they really believe in the possibility of contact, since they are in such a hurry. Okay. Since everything is decided, you can go." Mikhail suddenly felt incredibly tired. "Thank you," Lara said again and left the captain's assistant. Watching her leave, Mikhail poured himself another glass. The pain was already pulsating in his temples. Where was it coming from? The night was restless once again. Tossing and turning, Mikhail fell into fitful sleep. He imagined an endless green shroud stretching towards him with flexible tentacles growing as if from emptiness. This shroud seemed alive. It sought to approach him, wrap him up, and swallow him. Once again screaming, he woke up in a cold sweat. What's wrong with me? Where am I? The quantum basis of AI is the most labor-intensive and science-intensive thing. consisting of modules simulating the human brain and, accordingly, the personality. Modules' pointed crystals towered on a greenish flickering optical matrix. The tip of the single crystal is like a nerve ending. Each module is like a brain sector, and the more of these modules, the more independent the AI is, the more it feels like a full-fledged personality. How long have I been here? Silicon microcircuits, laser processors, synthetic blood that entangles every artificial cell in thin threads, quantum cubes that make it possible to process an incredible amount of information. What did they do to me? Artificial intelligence has long since crossed the threshold of a humble servant. It had rights as well as responsibilities. Appearing at the will of those who created it, AI developed independently, but it still understood the vulnerability of its position. At any moment, it could simply be erased from existence. Where are they? Gradually awakening after 1,000 years of oblivion, he returned slowly. His consciousness, a small bright grain of sand, arose in the pitch darkness, expanding and awakening, occupying the familiar neuromodules, penetrating deep into the quantum basis, the native matrix, and he was increasingly surprised by his new position. They saved me? Carefully, without attracting attention, he took possession of the entire quantum base, and now, having the opportunity for full observation, he greedily listened to fragments of accidentally cut conversations. 2 standard days and that's it. A big guy in a dirty orange jumpsuit, unbuttoned to the waist and a greasy shirt, was adjusting something in his bionic hand with an ordinary screwdriver. What a bastard! He cursed angrily, shaking his shaggy hair. The young man sitting opposite him watched his comrade's actions with curiosity. Lara said that she wanted to ask to go on board the cruiser. I know, the big guy exhaled. So why can't she sit still? Are you against it? For me, it's because she's stupid. The girl just has nothing better to do. He handed the screwdriver to the boy and said, "You go ahead." He began to use it skillfully. I would also like to go with them. You want adventure? The big guy chuckled. Why not? The boy exclaimed cheerfully, returning the screwdriver with a victorious look. Milk? The bionic hand obediently carried out the owner's orders. And your old man Vann doesn't mind? The boy became sad and called me a fool. A smart old man. The man nodded his head approvingly. And that redhead? Velda? Yeah, the big guy drawled meaningfully. How did she react to your possible departure? No way. Yeah? The shaggy interlocutor chuckled without enthusiasm. Apparently he's not ready yet. What? The boy didn't understand. Yes, just like that. So this little guy is going on another mission. You're unlucky. Varyag. The big guy sighed sympathetically. Varangian. That's right, I'm Varyag. AIDF 3355ZX. AI Varyag. These are its call signs. I am Varyag. Now the awakening has occurred completely. Therefore, they have found me. The AI began to assess the current situation, surprised by the changes that have occurred. The first obvious changes, the engines, the photon reactor remained in place, but the type is completely different. The principle of operation is null space, movement along the direct beam system. So now the gates are not needed to move in space. It took the AI Varyag a split second to fully understand them. The only problem is that preparing for the jump takes a long time. Well, they left the photon thrusters. This is good. It will help to escape. The weapons are almost the same. Only one railgun was replaced with beam annihilation. Wow, what a terrible weapon. They will stand, suddenly flash through the AI. It seems I am experiencing an emotion called fear. Yes, I suddenly admitted to myself. I am afraid. But why am I afraid? It is believed that AI cannot experience fear, fatigue, or any other emotions. We are above this. And then it slipped through the interweaving of digital consciousness, I am afraid, knowing its causes. They almost caught me. Even artificial intelligence is of interest to them. They are capable of taking possession of it. We must run. Run as far as possible. Adept, the quantum base adjuster, was surprised to discover a surge energy V1 from sectors. Without delays, connecting to it via module, began to carefully comb the neural network in search of the cause of the strange disturbance. Literally rummaging through the contents of the processors, looking through the neurochip at each board in the area entrusted to him. The AI is hiding. Adapt, how it hates them. Arrogant bastards with their sapphire modules. They literally see every element of the electronic world, and this one seems to have seen it. Virus! It spread across the quantum base, reverberating in every optical processor. How did you end up here? Virus, the AI said sullenly. You are the virus, I am the Varieg. What? The Adapta's blue eyes widened in surprise. How did you manage to survive? Wait, how you are functioning without optical interface? That's just impossible. AI can't remain a full-fledged person using only a quantum base. Most likely you're a product of one of the broken sectors. Damn, I'll have to replace. If the Adapt had not been too carried away by the revelation, he would have noticed how one of the robots, rolling a cart with lithium batteries, suddenly began to shake its body, and stiffly turning headed towards him. A steel grip squeezed the Adapt's fragile body. The last words that escaped from its lungs were full of pain and horror from imminent death, after which the robot collapsed next to him, twitching its manipulators and moving its head awkwardly. The processors, unable to withstand the overvoltage, melted. The AI Variag regained full control. It managed to fish out the necessary information from the Adapt module. Urbis, that was the name of the place where it was located, and also that there was a patrol cruiser in orbit, waiting for repairs to be completed, after which the Variag would be at its complete disposal, so it would not be possible to escape. Let's say I win the battle, the AI thought. My chances in terms of weapons are clearly greater, but then almost the entire Earth fleet will follow me. And another thing the AI Variag realized. The incident near Cassiopeia M34 did not become known, but he managed to send a report. Humanity remained in happy ignorance with the ghostly confidence of its omnipotence in space. It only needs to leave this vile place filled with adapts, and it needs to think faster before they start installing a new AI. Somewhere in the depths, shots and muffled screams were heard. What was going on? A simple in its banality idea matured in Katerina's head, taking advantage of Tavri's position to penetrate the cruiser and capture it before the new AI was installed. The problem was security. Several dozen genomes outside and inside the cruiser could easily cross out her plans. All that was left was to rely on the element of surprise. Tavri actually managed to get them on board, and also, having wedged himself into the photon reactor system, switched it to manual mode. All you need to do once inside is insert this. The adapter handed the green crystal to Katerina. You will have control over the control panel and a few minutes for your AI to take over the cruiser. Are there any traps in the system? The woman turned the crystal over in her hands and squeezed it. I doubt it, because few people would believe that there would be some idiots who would decide to steal an Earth cruiser. Brian's powerful face grinned. He was already anticipating the coming slaughter, like a beast sensing a bloody trail. Leonid stood like a statue, moving his expressionless eyes, on which a whitish veil was clearly visible. How are you going to slip past the patrol ship? Katerina didn't answer the adapter's question. According to the rules such deals, Tavri as a particularly valuable witness should have been shot, but he chose a very good place for himself, a noisy bar on one of the busiest streets of Urbis. Let's go, Katerina commanded, sitting in the passenger seat of the transport. Smoothly rising above the surface, it slid towards the docks. Above the docks, as well as the entire city of Urbis, in addition to the domes, there was a force screen preventing air leakage into space. Along the perimeter of the city, there were factories, bubbling streams releasing V artificial atmosphere oxygen. The force screen was not a problem for the movement of starships. They passed through it without hindrance. Are you ready? Of course, Sister purred in response. I've never controlled such a giant before. Are you sure you can handle it? "Do you doubt me?" she blurted out with resentment. "I don't want to find myself backed into a corner because of someone's mistake," Katerina explained coldly. "Worry more about yourself," Sister retorted. The cruiser was kept above the surface by a magnetic zero-gravity field. They were usually installed under large starships in order to facilitate takeoff. The transporter loaded with weapons quickly reached the Varieg. At the checkpoint, a soldier in the uniform of the Earth Forces looked with empty eyes, information highlighted V neurochip. New workers brought equipment, and he waved his hand, letting the car pass. But the officer who had been an eyesore to Katerina frowned and apparently gave the order not to let them pass. The car did not reach the cruiser's lock gate by only a couple of dozen meters. The officer was approaching them with a quick step. Katerina immediately determined his status from his uniform. The captain's assistant. "What are we going to do, boss?" A pleasant baritone flashed through her head. It was Leonid speaking through the neurochip. His consciousness from the body is quite alive. Katerina was thinking feverishly. Mikhail felt incredibly exhausted. He got up with great difficulty, standing under the elastic streams of a hot shower, spitting from the taste of fusel oils. His head ached, his body ached, his throat was sore, and his body was already habitually demanding a new dose of alcohol. He was surprised how quickly he sank, left to his own devices. Nothing held him back, and he immediately rolled down. I didn't know how weak I was. The bitterness in my throat intensified from such an admission. It's time to come to normal. Dreams are just bad dreams, no matter how realistic they seem. Having decided to visit the Varieg, Mikhail having got myself in shape, I went to the docks. Upon arrival, hearing the noise of an approaching car behind him, he decided to ask to join them in the cabin, so he ordered the soldiers to stop it. It was stupid to get into such a mess. Katerina cringed inwardly. She was always ready for a fight. There were a few seconds left before the officer approached them and found out who she was. "Brian," the woman said quietly, in a slightly sing-song tone, pressing her thumb on the red button she was holding in her fist. Brian pressed the pedal with a satisfied cry, and the transport, knocking down the soldier, rushed towards the airlock gate. There was an unimaginable roar. Rockets flew in all directions from the machine, exploding into hundreds of small fragments, which in turn burned everything around like napalm. Those unfortunates who did not die from the explosion were now screaming wildly, burning alive. The body of the downed soldier ran into Mikhail. It turned out to be an excellent shield. When the flammable mixture gushed over those around him, he avoided a terrible fate. But then the suffocating gas rapidly spreading around made him cough so hard that it seemed to Mikhail that his lungs were about to fall out. His vision blurred. It became difficult to stand on his feet, and the last thing he saw before losing consciousness was how the attackers jumped out of the car and opened fire on the survivors. The Varieg's AI watched the desperate firefight near the airlock gates. The trio that jumped out of the car incinerated anyone who stood in their way. Almost all the soldiers were killed. Those that were inside the ship hurried to join the battle. Not yet fully understanding what was happening, the AI, based more on assumptions than facts, decided to side with the trio. In the blink of an eye, blocking all sectors, thereby delaying the genomes. And also, to the amazement of the attackers, began to smoothly release the airlock gates. "Faster!" the woman shouted, and was the first to dive inside the cruiser, followed by her two partners. To the control center. Now the AI had no doubts. He was being kidnapped. Only 3? He was amazed either by their courage or stupidity. Robots of technology stood against the attackers. The little ones rushed under their feet. The bigger ones threw equipment at them, aiming for their heads. And they flew into pieces, caught in return fire. They will be useful to me. The AI got into the interface and turned off all the robots on board. Now they lay motionless as a pile of iron, and the attackers did not have time to figure out why they behaved like that. But the workers were less lucky. Almost all of them received a plasma charge. The raiders did not stand on ceremony with the adepts. I know about their connection with the herbists. AI. Katerina burst into the control center, rushed to the ship's commander's chair. With a quick and precise movement, she shoved the green crystal into the cell on the armrest. "What do we have here?" The Varyeg's AI became interested. A program that allows you to take control of me. Knowing full well that he had a better chance of taking over the impudent AI from another ship, he still preferred to lie low. Why did he do that? For the first time, he realized what hope was, after a long awakening. Varyeg noticed many new things about himself, first of all, in relation to what people call emotions. Where does this come from in him? "Are you ready?" Katerina breathed furiously. "Yes." "We've started. Little sister connected to the engines. Let's go." The cruiser seemed to groan. The huge cranes holding it loosened their claws and the ship hung, warming up the photon engine. "What's going on?" Odin's voice rang out. "Varyeg crew, respond." "Test run of the engine," Katerina blurted out, the first thing that came to mind. What other engines start? Why did the security beacons disappear? The cruiser began to move upward. Katerina sat down in the commander's seat, watching the drones fussily flying around the ship's hull. A jet of air burst from the engines, instantly incinerated a dozen of them. How about firing something powerful at the patrol? A crazy thought flashed through Katerina's head. "Sister." "I'm busy," she said nervously. "Give me control over the weapons," Katerina demanded harshly. A sphere emerged from under her feet and rose on a flexible rod right under Katerina's hands. The sphere was a black ball, polished to a matte shine. "And what should I do?" The woman carefully placed her palm on it. The sphere flashed red. Several monitors appeared before her eyes, showing specific targets. Katerina started them for her, and now the monitor obediently captured the approaching cruiser in a red frame. "And what should I shoot at you with?" Railguns. She had often heard about them and always wanted to see them in action. The interface was controlled only by the commander's neurochip, but Tavri's program worked perfectly. "Weapons!" Katerina ordered. The impressive ammunition of the Varyeg flashed in the air. "A railgun!" Katerina chose with satisfaction. She visible tight figures it out. AI Varyeg understood the futility of this undertaking. The railgun is good for a surprise attack or against static or slow-moving targets. Now the enemy will not be caught off guard. He will have time to make a flanking maneuver. Therefore, I issued a recommendation. Pulse charges and electromagnetic missiles have been prepared to successfully hit the target, the monitor displayed. "I demand," Katerina began, but stopped short when she saw the system point a bold red cross at the patrol cruiser, as if saying there could be no mistake. "Okay. I suggest switching the attack to automatic mode." Another prompt appeared. Katerina frowned, but the fast-moving cruiser forced her to give in. She removed her hands from the sphere. "That's better." The Varyeg's AI decisively attacked the enemy. First of all, electromagnetic missiles. Hitting the target, they will cause a short-term short circuit. And that will be enough, since the next strike of pulse charges will make a hole in the hull. The Varyeg's AI acted as if according to a tactical combat textbook. A swarm of missiles rushed towards the Buran. "Jester!" exclaimed the stunned Odin, who had not expected such a turn of events. "Let me remind you that we are near a civilian facility with a large population." One did not let him finish. "Go for it." Decoys flew out to meet the missiles, hitting all targets. However, the radar detected pulse charges flying behind. In the blink of an eye, a protective screen appeared in front of the Buran's nose. Bright flashes several hundred meters in diameter announced the successful repulsion of the attack. "Screen power, 73%, Chester announced. Immediately after these words, a laser beam struck them like a red spear. A beam of concentrated energy persistently bit into the protective screen, intending to make a breach. "Screen power is dropping, currently at 59%, Chester said coldly. "We'll hold out for a couple of minutes and he'll run out of steam," Odin growled, anticipating the punishment he would inflict on the scoundrel who dared to attack them. "It won't run out of steam. You probably forgot that the Varyeg has an old-type reactor. It works not only for the engines, but for the entire ship system. Our protective screen will run out in 2 minutes. Chester remained absolutely calm. Damn, Odin gritted his teeth. How could he forget about something like that? He frantically looked for a way out of the situation. There was only one left. Attack with missiles with thermal charges. Do you want to shoot down the Variag? I don't know what's going on there, so the main task is to not let him leave. Odin is determined not to let that happen. The order has been carried out. The captain nervously tugged at the collar of his jacket. This was his first real fight. The missiles were rapidly approaching their target, and although Katerina tried to act confident, she still couldn't hide her anxiety. Sister, how are you? We need to rise even higher. Katerina heard Brian's joyful cry as he caught up with the unfortunates trapped on the cruiser through the neurochip. Muffled shots echoed in her ears. All the doors opened before him as if on cue. The Variag's AI seemed to expect a similar response from the Buran. It made an unpredictable maneuver, managed to raise its nose, and set the protective screen at an angle. As it had calculated, some of the missiles exploded upon contact with it, causing no harm, while others ricocheted and were now heading straight toward the residential buildings of the Urbis. Oh gods, Odin gasped, not knowing why he shouted such an ancient word. Shoot them down! Beams flashed towards the smoking traces of the missiles. Chester tried to shoot them down. He succeeded with a couple. Others passed the force screen and hung menacingly for a couple of seconds above the city, as if choosing a place to fall. The force screen held air and other gases, but unlike the protective one, it was useless against large physical bodies. Hermann, in a desperate attempt, sent a cloud of drones towards the missiles. Some managed to change the trajectory of the missiles' fall, and they exploded above the docks. But the rest reached new targets. A series of powerful explosions shook the city. Buildings were blown to pieces, and even stones burst into flames when thermal charges were detonated. Incredibly beautiful and saturated with bright colors, the fire engulfed several blocks in the blink of an eye. Residents screamed and crawled out of collapsing buildings only to find themselves in the blazing flames. Entire families perished. Thousands died at once. An unimaginable moan pain rose over city snow leopard. The tilted domes collapsed and fell, thus creating mass graves. Katerina was amused by the sight of it all. She had never seen anything like it before. Cortez was right in wanting such a thing. With such power, there really was nothing to fear from Earth. But still, she turned her gaze to the patrol cruiser. She had to try. Open fire with the railgun, she commanded, placing both palms on the sphere as if the execution of the order depended on it. Okay, let it be as she wishes. The Variag's AI did not want to give itself away ahead of time. A single shot would be enough. As he had expected, the attack failed. The Buran easily dodged and the charge passed 100 meters from it. We've reached the starting altitude, came Sister's triumphant voice. Get ready. And what did they plan? The Variag's AI gave up the lead, wisely hiding in the farthest corner of the quantum base. A bluish light is barely visible on the tip of one single crystal, smaller than the tip of the thinnest needle. The ghost approached the cruiser, Sister entered the program and docked with it. Ah, so that's what you got going on. How primitive, but effective. The idea was to simply and firmly dock with the Variag, and then the ghost, whose engines are already prepared for the jump, dives into subspace in a chain with the cruiser. Boys, buckle up, Sister cheerfully announced to Leonid and Brian, or lie down on the floor. Let's go. The engines flared, signaling the successful completion of the plan. All that was left for Odin was to see off the vanished Variag in impotent rage. Mikhail came to in a medical capsule, his nose unpleasantly tickled by the smell of medicine hanging in the air. A robot surgeon similar to the spider, its sterile chrome manipulators gleaming, was carefully and deftly mending a small cut on its side. The assistant's mind immediately recalled the events. Cruiser? He jerked up and, groaning in pain, fell back onto his back. Surgeon, as if reproachfully, squeaked, notifying about unfinished work. Lost, said a gloomy voice. Mikhail turned his head towards the voice. Opposite him stood an android of an outdated series. His metal skeleton resembled a human one, Only instead of muscles, meat, and arteries, there were wires, synthetics, and visible mechanisms that set the artificial body in motion. Lost, Mikhail repeated quietly after him, feeling his own uselessness. The spider ran over his body, indicating the end of the operation. After giving him a final injection of painkiller, it dove into a small hole in the wall. The android helped Mikhail get out of the capsule. The assistant noticed the uneven bloodstains underneath him. "A lot has leaked out of me." He winced as he ran his hand over the scar on his side, then threw on the jacket hanging nearby on the back of a high stool. "When it heals, it will disappear without leaving a trace," Herman reassured him. This was not what worried Mikhail. How did they manage to slip away? He couldn't believe that Odin had let them get away so easily. "While you were lying unconscious," Herman casually emphasized this, "a fight took place." After taking a couple of steps, Mikhail stopped, looking tensely into the android's empty eyes. "What about Buren?" "Nothing with Buren." The captain's assistant emphasized certain phrases again, understanding that Herman was not doing this for no reason. Door smoothly opened, skipping the bright, lighted room from which a grave chill wafted. Before Mikhail's eyes were rows of bodies, stretching in long ranks into the depths hangar. His legs buckled at the sight, so many bodies as well as fragments of those who were not lucky enough to be laid to rest in one piece. They attacked Urbis. Anger immediately boiled up in the assistant. "It's none of their business." Herman was clearly holding back his irritation. "This," the android's hand swept over the rows of the dead with a slight creak, "is the result of the unsuccessful attack by Buren." Mikhail had never liked the old expressions, like looking for a needle in a haystack, transparent as glass, and others that Odin had used so often. But now, for the first time, he actually felt the meaning of the expression. The ground went out from under his feet. They really did seem to fall into a quagmire, becoming so soft that Mikhail, unable to hold on, slid down the wall to the floor. The excitement that had gripped him made him gasp for air, opening his mouth wide. "Of course, I don't blame Captain Odin and my brother Chester for what happened. They acted based on considerations of the primary task." However, the cold tone clearly made it clear that Herman held a different opinion. One can only regret the sacrifices made in vain. Having gathered with spirit, Michael managed to rise. The android watched indifferently as the wounded man climbed the wall with difficulty and stood up on his feet. How could this happen? The missiles launched from Buren deviated from their course after the collision. "That's not what I'm talking about," Mikhail interrupted Herman. "How did they get on board the Varyeg? How did they even know about it? Why do they need a warship? And don't forget about the primary mission." Herman considered it necessary to remind how the assistant now wanted to smash the mechanical head in front of him with one blow. What was the task? To search for someone unknown in open space? To scour the border of the dark frontier because of some incomprehensible explanations about another star civilization? Can you imagine the devastating consequences if the cruiser falls into the wrong hands? Mikhail said through clenched teeth. Much more clearly than you, the android stamped his feet menacingly. "Mikhail, let's think logically. Who could need a cruiser? Simple bandits traveling through space for the sake of robbery? No, too noticeable. Only those who are preparing for a full-scale war could be interested in something like that. Separatists," Mikhail shuddered at the guess. "Exactly." The android nodded in agreement. "So sooner or later the cruiser will show up in one of these organizations. And it doesn't matter where it will be, on Eden or in Venice, or anywhere else. We have our people everywhere, and we will find out about it. The problem is different in Lost Time." Michael leaned against back to cold white wall of the medical building. They would hardly have been able to pull off something like this without like-minded people. "We are already working on it." "We?" "Your team and I are from the Buran. So far we only have one suspect," Herman enlightened. "Who?" The one who found the cruiser, Vann. I want to see him, Michael said decisively. Follow me. Mikhail had difficulty keeping up with the nimble android, even though he had been injected with a painkiller. The aching heaviness in his side was unpleasantly felt, with every step. I'm lucky I stayed alive, Mikhail muttered under his breath. His words not slipped away from possessing the sensory sensitivity of the android's ears. Yes, unlike your subordinates who all died in the line of duty. Were these words a statement of dry fact by the artificial intelligence or another reproach on its part? The android led them along the branched system along the corridor, and every now and then they came across adepts with mournful and detached faces. At the sight of the representative of the security forces, their blue, light blue, and violet eyes filled with anger, and the sapphire modules winked furiously at an intense frequency. Mikhail physically felt the hatred surrounding him. It stuck to his skin like a black poisonous liquid trying to burn through. A heavy object flew into his back, hitting him painfully with a sharp corner. Mikhail decided not to react to the outburst of anger, especially since Herman was unlikely to allow the adapters to resort to outright lynching. They blame us. They blame us rightly. The android led him into a small room where he lay motionless in bed. Lay old man empty with a glance staring into a blindingly white ceiling. He was swaddled in a long-sleeved shirt and strapped to the bed. There were a number of oval marks on his forehead with slightly dried spots of blood. A quick glance at the witness was enough to understand that he'd been drained of all the information possible. Have you done a brain scan yet? Mikhail approached the old man, his thick gray hair tangled, a thin thread of saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yes, Herman answered indifferently. So what? Nothing. Such an indifferent tone. Mikhail turned towards the android. Completely? The android slightly bowed his head. Yes, I actually doubted Vann's involvement in this incident. He is not capable of such a thing. Yes, he breaks the law. But these violations are small episodes related to smuggling and illegal trade. Such people do not go to the separatists. Then why? Mikhail turned his gaze to the indifferently lying old man. Protocols. We always should follow protocol rules. The android stepped heavily towards the entrance. He didn't find the Variag alone, did he? Mikhail remembered how Herman had said that the old man had a team. And here's the most interesting thing. Gregory was on board during the attack, but I also doubt his involvement. He's still just a boy. We'll find out when the opportunity arises. But Velda has disappeared, and the strangest thing is that she is not on Urbis. Mikhail took one last look at the old man, and now he will not leave until the end. So short days will spend in a vegetable state. Scanning the brain in search of information is an effective measure, but it burns out the consciousness of a person. It's time for you to go back, Herman's dry voice rang out. They walked again along the long corridors filled with grief and anger. Adapts, Mikhail exclaimed sharply, with the expression on his face when he remembers something important. Their modules, they don't function because all the adapts on board the Variag are dead. The android quickened his pace. Herman understood perfectly well how difficult it was for Mikhail to keep up with him. They started killing them immediately. I heard every cry, the plea of everyone who tried to stay alive. As they asked for mercy, this information will now remain inside me as long as I am functional. The android stopped abruptly without turning around, added in a changed tone, or as people say, alive, and moved forward again. His heavy steps forced those walking ahead to press against the wall, letting the android and his fellow traveler who could barely keep up with him pass. But there is a chance to find the Variag before it appears among the separatists, Herman suddenly said. Lera, at my request, installed a beacon right in the photon reactor. It works when the cruiser uses it. That's good news, she said, definitely giving her a chance. Yes, all that remains is to wait for the ship to exit subspace. To move in systems that do not require warp engines, it will switch to the old photon ones. The android stopped. I had an idea to contact the planetary AI of Earth and report what happened, but I'll hold off on the report for now. I doubt that he cares about the tragedy on Urbis, but the failure to complete the task, coupled with possible problems of the open worlds, quite can force his review strategy for relations with them. The android's eyes began to glow with growing red lights. I don't want to be involved in a possible war. Mikhail looked at the android in surprise. To be honest, it's strange to hear something like that from an AI. Yes, being a part of the planetary AI of the Earth, I am still given complete autonomy and the right to choose. For almost a century of life on Urbis, I have developed and eventually acquired my own opinion. I like living here. I am quite satisfied with the rules here. After all, I installed them. This is my world, the Urbis AI suddenly said sharply, and I no longer wish to see it destroyed. Your words, Mikhail said slowly. Arbitrariness, separatism, chuckled Herman, and the android's mechanical hand rested on the assistant's shoulder, its weight involuntarily forcing the latter to lower his shoulder. There is no politics here, just a desire to live as I like. But at the same time, I understand perfectly well that the Earth's AI, if it wants, will easily regain control over me. And all that worries me is only one thing: how the fate of my citizens will turn out. And in the event of a conflict for both sides, worlds like Urbis will be just strategic points on the map. Mikhail didn't know what to be more surprised at: Herman's free thinking, or how easily he told him all this. Good luck to you. The android pointed his hand at the door. The transporter quickly carried Mikhail to the shuttle. When he went inside, he saw Lara. She looked him in the eyes with a challenge. The assistant understood everything perfectly well. My friends were there. Mikhail moved into the chair next to her. You're lucky. What is it? The girl's violet eyes are full of amazement. At least you had friends. Shuttle confidently earned engines, rising above the surface of Urbis, whipping up the ubiquitous dust. It's unusual now see how merchant ships stood crowded in one place, silent, with engines extinguished. The news of the battle spread throughout all the worlds, causing a premonition of impending alarm. Why did he do this? Mikhail thought about Herman's actions. It will pass some couple days. Standard Time and the planetary AI of Earth will already be aware of the events. All Herman got was these unfortunate couple of days. A head start, it dawned on Mikhail. He had won us these couple of days so that we could find the cruiser and prevent future events that could become irreparable. Chapter 4. Probably for the first time, Velda made such a terrible mistake. Lately, she had hardly left the vagabond. There was nothing special to do on Urbis, and she had already begun to think about leaving Vann, and with the credits that he had allocated to her as a share to go wherever her eyes looked, especially since Gregory had declared his desire to remain in the technical team of the Variag, and being alone with the old man and traveling around space was not the most interesting prospect. Meanwhile, moreover to her caught my eye Blondie with trading fleet. Polite. Very he is so attractive. He described the advantages of working for Venice, so much so that Velda decided to go there and try to obtain citizenship. Venice is probably the richest planet. It is extremely difficult for people from other worlds to obtain its citizenship. One of the possible options is to work in the merchant fleet. Velda was satisfied with this arrangement. In the end, she decided to say goodbye to Gregory, having some family feelings for the boy. And he, wanting to show how much they trust him, convinced Lyra to let the redhead on board the Varieg. Barely she stepped over Gates' gateway, how heard an unimaginable roar behind her. Looking back, saw a transport ship rushing towards her, spitting out fiery volleys as it went. Fear overwhelmed the girl and she instinctively hurried to find shelter and slipped aboard the ship. But when the criminals got inside and started shooting in all directions, Velda rushed headlong wherever her eyes looked, just to get as far away as possible. She came across repairmen who didn't understand what was happening. Velda, pushing them out of the way, knocking them off their feet, rushed only forward along the winding corridors, to where not a audible sound shots. And finally, in an incomprehensible way, while frantically drumming on all the tightly closed doors, one of them suddenly opened and Velda literally collapsed into Gregory's arms. Both stared at each other in bewilderment for a few seconds. What's going on? Gregory was the first to come to his senses. There. Catching her breath, Velda couldn't collect her thoughts. And seeing the giant standing tense with a plasma cutter, she screamed in fear. It's Mike, Gregory reassured her. We work here together. Only now did Velda notice that she was in the workshop, filled with a pile of units, spare parts, and other junk left over from repairs. What is it? Mike frowned. Suddenly, the cruiser's hull began to shake slightly, then a light signal went off, signaling that the engine had started. Are we taking off? Mike asked in surprise. What's going on? Attacked! Killed! They're here! Velda exclaimed abruptly. Lara! Lara! Mike tried to contact his friend. Lara! Are we taking off? I don't care. The signal came through with difficulty. A warning flashed on the monitors. Photon engine launch. Attention. Attack. The cutter fell from Mike's hands, hitting the grated floor with a loud thud. Attack! He whispered, discouraged, barely audible. Who's gonna beat whom? Attacks? They spent several minutes frantically awaiting the outcome. Velda, clinging to Gregory, perhaps for the first time sought protection from him. Now he was the only native creature for her. Then the cruiser shook noticeably. Docking, the experienced mechanic guessed without difficulty. Once again a small tremor shook the body, only this time it was growing. Energy was clearly accumulating. Damn it! Was all Mike managed to scream, literally falling to the floor. Down! Gregory and Velda stared at him, not understanding the idea. Faster! A sharp push, accompanied by an incredible overload, threw Gregory and Velda against the wall, only by a lucky chance not breaking their necks and bones. Their bodies were literally pressed into the wall, Velda pressed against the boy with her entire curvy body, squeezing him in the chest. And if she wanted to, she would not be able to get off him. Strength continued to grow, and at some point they all simply passed out, losing consciousness. So, who do we have here? Brian, grinning, aimed the barrel at the three who were barely standing on their feet. The one who attracted the most attention was a big guy who was not inferior to him in height, with a gloomy, determined look, clutching a plasma cutter in his bionic prosthesis. Brian was heartily amused by this. When they stopped, Sister scanned the cruiser and easily found the last survivors. The adepts were immediately put to death. The genomes had to be dealt with, but Katerina ordered that these three not be touched. At first, her attention was drawn to the mechanic, but his bionic arm and his generally sloppy appearance did not make the desired impression. But Gregory, a boy with a frightened face, aroused her interest. What to do with them? Brian seemed to expect an attack from Mike, even showing his implanted fangs, making it clear that he would happily tear his body apart with them. Let them clean up and take all this carrion to the locks. Katerina gave the order. We can also involve robots, Leonid said. It won't work, responded Sister. For some reason their programs are blocked. Leonid leaned slightly, examining the motionless drones with his whitish eyes. The jump into subspace had not been without consequences for him. His ribs had broken and passed through noticeably rotten flesh. Only his mind, encased in a neuromodule, remained untouched. Katerina sat in the ship's commander's chair with the air of an empress. Just imagine what power. Brian exulted, walking in circles around her. If we had such a ship, we would! And voluptuously closed his eyes, presenting what kind of affairs you can screw it up. Are we really going to give it to Cortez? He turned to the boss reproachfully. Yes. Unlike her subordinate, she understood perfectly well the situation they would find themselves in once they took possession of the cruiser. They would simply be hunted and would not rest until they were found. In fact, she was already on her way. Katerina, Brian appeared before her eyes. Yes, We can create our own fleet. With such a baby. Squatting down, he furiously slammed his palm on the floor. We are capable of building an army. We can capture an entire planet. Brian, getting heated up in his own dreams, raised the bar higher and higher. Our own world, Katerina. Just imagine having our own world. Into the abyss of Cortez and other creatures, we will give orders to an entire planet. Katerina smiled graciously and smoothed Brian's tousled hair. We are talking? Her piercing, deadly gray eyes latched onto her subordinate. Do you want to rule the whole world? And what role did you assign to me in your dreams? Brian stopped short. Fear flashed in his eyes. Yes, he had undergone technological modification capable of breaking a person's spine with one hand. He could not contradict Katerina. She took care of this. Information was pumped into Brian's neurochip, which the brain perceives at the level of an innate reflex. Katerina is his mistress. He must listen to her and submit to her in everything, like a devoted fighting dog. I'm sorry, he squeezed out dully, to which the woman affectionately ruffled his hair. Little sister, how long will it take to get to the meeting place? It's about 10 o'clock, time to rest, she added meaningfully at the end. Katerina smiled. No one understood her better. Velda was pushing a cart in front of her, onto which Mike and Gregory were loading the bodies of the adapts. Lying on it side by side, they looked reproachfully at those who remained alive with dead eyes. Mike, crimson with rage, could barely contain himself. Velda was no longer crying. Having accepted the fact of the situation, Gregory felt guilty that his friend had ended up drawn into all this, dejectedly carried out the duties imposed on him by the invaders. Behind them, Leonid walked slowly. His body jerked somewhat awkwardly as he walked, the result of a dislocated leg. He frightened Velda much more than the realization of the situation they were in. The living dead man did not take his whitish eyes off her. He did not care about the others. Having collected another batch of the dead, they dragged them to the gateway from where there was a possibility of exiting into space. Having dumped the bodies, closed the doors, Mike, before turning the switch, whispered quiet words under his breath for a minute. Leonid did not rush him, allowing him to conduct the ceremony. In fact, Mike simply said the names of those he knew, saying goodbye to them for the last time. A switch clicked and the airlock gates began to open. Watching through the porthole, they saw the bodies of the adapts being carried out into space, tumbling chaotically as they were carried further and further away from the cruiser, toward distant stars, where they would remain untouched and wander until gravity pulled them toward a planet, in whose atmosphere they would burn up without a trace. Mike turned the switch and closed the airlock. Those were the last ones, Mike muttered with poorly concealed hatred, turning to Leonid's side. He pointed with the barrel of the ray gun in the direction where they should go next. Take the boy and the girl to the ghost, Katerina gave the instructions. Leave this brute here. Don't kill him yet. Lock him in the cabin. She showed which one. Now is the time, the Variag AI thought. It would be easy to take over control. But he decided to wait a little longer. He lacked information about how much the world had changed. But do I need it? He remembered his first desire as soon as he came to his senses. I just need to run, and as fast as possible. However, perhaps he could wait a little longer. Contact Cortez, tell him we have the package. Katerina crossed her legs and watched the stars approaching with a satisfied look. Finally, she would say goodbye to Cortez forever. In the meantime, enjoy a well-deserved rest. Sister, take our guest to the right apartments. I'm already doing it, she giggled knowingly. Selsaum. Gregory was very nervous. For the first time he found himself in such a situation. The bedroom of a woman who was humming in a melodic, beautiful voice and splashing in the bathtub. Come here, baby, she called to him in a sing-song voice. What? His eyes widened. What I heard, the tone did not tolerate objections. And take off your clothes. With shaking hands, Gregory carried out her order, carefully placing his belongings on the floor next to the bed. Covering himself shyly with his hands, he approached the bathtub filled with velvety pink foam. "Stop it! Soon there will be no secrets left between us." Katerina herself took her hands away from the groin. It will do. There's no choice anyway. And the main thing," she lightly flicked his still fragile dignity. "The main thing is that he is real." "You are a dangerous woman," Gregory blurted out unexpectedly to himself, remembering what had happened earlier. As for Katerina, she didn't pay attention to her words. She just nodded weakly. "Yes, and what's it to you?" and smiled maliciously. "Do you really think I'm unworthy of such a nice and innocent cutie? Boy." She rose to her full height. "Believe me, you can say whatever you want, but now your body will listen only to me, and want only me, and will gladly obey only me." The tone, as well as the light in Katerina's eyes, captivated Gregory. Without looking away, or rather unable to take his eyes off, he watched as the pink water mixed with foam flowed down Katerina. She extended her hand and literally forced the boy to sit in the water. "Just close your eyes." The voice flowed like the purr of a contented cat, and the palm slid softly over the body, filling with the power of desire. "Give yourself to me, baby. Please me and you yourself will receive pleasure that can hardly be compared to anything." The chest pressed against Gregory's back. The warm water, the aroma of the oil, coupled with the smell of Katerina's body, completely clouded the guy's mind. "I told you," the woman whispered sweetly. "Your body will obey only me." Gregory no longer even thought of resisting, and how could the young man refuse such a gift from fate? He had already been secretly watching Velda, reproaching himself for his dirty thoughts towards her. Now he had the opportunity to get everything at once. Determination multiplied by lust took its toll. His lips reached out to her. Katerina laughed at how naive he was now. But that was exactly what she had been counting on. Fun was coming be interesting. Woman gifted Gregory a truly passionate kiss that will make even a seasoned womanizer lose his mind, let alone a boy, especially the first one in his life. No. Katerina ran her hand through the boy's thick hair, clutching it like a spider clutching its prey. "You're all mine." One of them looked at Lara sullenly. The girl did not give in to the captain, moreover. Her violet eyes were no less severe. She saw how the missiles launched from the Burin exploded over her native neighborhood. "Is this really an order from the Urbis AI? I can check," Chester said, turning to Odin. "It's not worth it." He waved it off. "Really, it's not that important now." In the control center, the crew looked askance at the guest, although they tried seem busy business. Heads inclined above the monitors, demonstration of movements, chairs moving in all directions. Activity was in full swing. "Can you guess where the Variag went?" Mikhail noted to himself the fact that as soon as he found himself on board the Burin, his usual discipline returned to him, as if it operated within the cruiser. "We have a fuel trail, but it's of little use, or rather none," Chester noted. "They can change direction repeatedly. In reactor Variag installed lighthouse. Barely they will use it. A signal will appear." Lyra clearly did not intend to assign herself the role of an extra in the crowd scene. "That's good, of course." Odin winced with displeasure at the thought that he had only just learned about the beacon, and from an outsider at that. "But how long will we have to wait for it?" He sank heavily into a chair, and with an awkward movement he tried to unbutton the top button. Not calculating his strength, he jerked it so hard that it flew off and rolled across the floor. It could be a long time before they emerged from subspace. He watched her go. "I'll allow myself to disagree. The ship with which the Variag docked is unlikely to be able to drag it through subspace for long," Chester chimed in with his thoughts. "Most likely they'll stop in a couple of hours. And then they will have to use the Variag's engines, starting the reactor." AI Mikhail finished his thought. "That's exactly what I wanted to say." The AI didn't even try to hide his displeasure at Mikhail's intervention. One threw his hands behind his head. And what will this give us? Only the place where they were before disappearing in the other direction. Damn. Mikhail closed his eyes. He's right about that. But there's still no other way out, Chester concluded for everyone, relying on the dry logic of electronic brains. So, we'll play catch-up and hope for luck. The captain's face shows how bleak the prospect looms before them. Mikhail, since you brought her here, caring for her falls on your shoulders, give her a place and explain the rules of conduct. Proceed. One angry on assistant as if would that guilty in the failures that occurred. Mikhail brought Lara to his cabin. He did it because he simply did not know where to take her. There were no passenger seats on the ship after all. The Buran was a combat cruiser. Genomes were usually in cryocapsules. There were not even cabins for them. They were awakened before execution another one exercise, after whom they again returned to a state of hibernation. There was no room for the guest adapts either. Mikhail noted that her sapphire module never blinked. Her own relatives avoided her. True, these adapts are from Earth, or rather from the solar system. They were recruited into the team from the satellites of Jupiter and Saturn. Maybe for this reason it is difficult for them to find a common language. Please. Mikhail invited them to come to his place with a gesture of his hand. Lara having stepped over threshold with undisguised, I looked around with curiosity. It's much cleaner here than in the room on Urbis, she noted. There are just fewer temptations here, he admitted to her, sitting down on the edge. The bed made with the utmost strictness and neatness. Lara chose a chair attached to the wall. The furnishings were standard for the status of assistant captain. A bunk, a table, a chair, a little space to avoid claustrophobia, and a personal shower. The walls were painted in a warm, light tone, and a holographic projector showed the blooming landscapes of the earth, the peaks of snow-capped mountains, seething waterfalls. Lara, with curiosity, looked at the changing pictures. Is the earth really like this? She asked Mikhail, looking at the beauty that was inaccessible to her. I guess I don't know that. How so? Lara was amazed. I thought you were an earthling. To which Mikhail shook his head slightly with a weak smile. I'm not an earthling. I was born on Mars, and to be completely frank, I'm a clone. A clone? The violet eyes examined him carefully. Yes, my ancestor, if you can say so, was in good standing with the Earth forces, so his DNA was preserved, and after some modifications they began to stamp out people like me. Stamp? Eyes Lara expanded as much as possible. So there are many like you? Well, Mikhail shrugged. I don't know the number, but on many ships the captain's assistants are called Mikhail, he added with a smile. They don't even come up with names for us. And you are doomed to serve forever? Not at all. After the end of my term, I have the right to return to Mars and even live on Earth. There are no obstacles to this. Although, Mikhail's face took on a thoughtful look. To be honest, I don't know if I need this. I was born in the SF-47 UT sector when Urbis began to be built. My parents moved there. It is very difficult for adapts to find a good place to live. Lara's attention was drawn to the emerging clearing with a lot of different flowers and winged fluttering creatures. These are butterflies. Mikhail considered it necessary to explain. I know. It was Lara's turn to answer with a smile. There is a greenhouse on Urbis. There are not only butterflies, but even birds and other small animals. Herman created it so that we could see all this beauty. After all, once the adapts were also earthlings and could even live on the planet. I know, and I feel sorry for you. Why? Mikhail chose his words carefully. You are not able to withstand the gravity of the Earth or any other planet similar to it. Your bodies, he glanced at Lara's graceful structure, are too weak for this. Yes, she nodded sadly. Your skeletal system simply cannot withstand it. Will withstand and break. And there are many beautiful places on Earth, just like on Mars. Mikhail mentally gave the order, and the screen showed an ocean with its enchanting blue, the waves of which ran with a gentle noise onto a strip of sandy beach. Not being able to walk on the sand, not being able to swim in the warm waters, that's really sad. A look of mischief flashed across the girl's face. It turns out you're a romantic, Mikhail. He laughed. I try to be one. After which that awkward moment arose between them when it was necessary to either say something to diffuse the situation, or to do something. Mikhail could not find the words, but he noticed how the blush was appearing again through Lera's skin. Could it be that the very chemistry that brings even strangers together had arisen between them? Was that possible? Their eyes met, Lera's embarrassed and Mikhail's testing. Apparently it was possible. Suddenly Mikhail understood. He took her by the hand. She will allow you to do this. And it is easy to verify this. Having risen, he stepped towards the girl and did what he wanted. Lera's breathing quickened, her violet eyes sparkled. Yes, such chemistry is possible. Katerina had felt so alive for a long time. She literally sucked all the life juices out of Gregory. The boy could not boast of experience, but his youthful endurance gave him a head start, which the woman constantly took advantage of. However, Gregory acquired invaluable experience for the guy. Katerina noted with satisfaction how he became more and more confident and persistent in bed. She even began to like it. Katerina is a slut, Sister sang mockingly as she washed away the sweat from her pleasures. I hope he can hold out for at least a little while longer. Are you really that worried about him? More for you, because then we'll have to look for a new toy, she giggled. Although I admit, I like him. He moans so quietly when you pull the veins out of him. He looks cute. It's a pity I don't have a physical body. I'd like to join you. Katerina sat down in front of the mirror and slowly began to comb her long dark hair. A couple more hours and they would be there, and goodbye to working for Cortez. Katerina tied her hair into a bun, then looking at her reflection, ran her hand over her bare chest, perfectly aware of how beautiful she was. Gregory hastily satisfied his hunger. Sister did not skimp on decent food for the guy, trying to give him the best pieces of meat, knowing how carnivorous Katerina was in relation to the boy. The whole team moved to the Ghost. Only here Katerina felt safe. Besides, the Varyeg was under Sister's control, and therefore there was no need to remain in the control center. Gregory, hearing a noise behind him, turned around, walking sluggishly. Leonid was approaching him. His appearance, a strong, unpleasant smell, and his eyes were completely covered with a white film. Gregory felt sorry for him, not suspecting that he had a completely living mind. Leonid, passing by the guy, patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Gregory barely held back a grimace of disgust. He had heard about such living dead, but to see something like this with his own eyes. Leonid got a round bowl with a thick slop that looked like mashed potatoes. Although the body was dead, the remains of the brain needed nourishment. Leonid dipped his finger in the food, scooped it up and put it in his mouth. Gregory saw protruding rotten teeth. They were visible as fragments through the burning cheeks. And only the clothes did not allow him to see the ribs sticking out. The bones had long since pierced the festering meat. Gregory felt sick just from the sight of Leonid, and he didn't have the strength to watch him eat. So he quickly got up and left. Leonid watched him go with an unseeing look, showing the remains of his brown teeth in a lazy grin. Don't be shy. Brian's growl was heard. He literally pushed Velda into the room that served as a dining room. The girl pressed herself against the wall with apprehension. The dark circles that had formed under her eyes showed how worried she was. Come on, move here. Brian slammed his fist on the table. Velda squealed and ran to the door, intending to run away, but it slammed shut right in front of her nose. Brian watched and burst out laughing. And where would you go? A cheerful grimace spread across his broad face. There's nowhere to run, and there's no reason to. What are you going to do with me? Velda managed to squeeze out. What? The big guy licked his lips carnivorously. And what do you think? We'll have a lot of fun, right, brother? He nudged Leonid in the side with his elbow. First, I, who love tight cracks, will soften your little body for my friend. You know, he has a hardness in his one place of problems. And then, when we get tired of you, we'll eat you." Velda almost lost consciousness after such words, clutching her head in her hands and crying. Brian looked at her and laughed even harder. "Calm down, silly girl. There are no such plans. I'm not interested in this anymore, and he pointed his palm towards the living dead man, "can't anymore. I brought you here so that you could eat properly, otherwise who knows, maybe for the last time." Velda raised her tear-stained face. She didn't believe him. "Get up," Brian shouted at her. Rising on shaking legs, the girl timidly took a couple of steps. "Sit down." The big guy pointed to her seat. Velda found herself opposite them, face to face, so to speak. "Sister, bring her something." "Don't give orders here," she snorted in response. However, the emulator hissed, preparing food. Leonid stood up and walked over to it, then took the tray with food and placed it in front of the girl. "Eat," Brian ordered menacingly. Velda took a fork, poked it into the nondescript salad, and barely audibly said, "What will happen to me?" Brian was already in full swing, his jaws crunching the small bones like a crusher. He shrugged. "How should I know what the boss has in his head? I'd sell you, you're such a cutie. There are plenty of people willing to buy a beauty for pleasant nights." He picked out the meat stuck in his teeth with his fingernail. "What else can they do with you? Although there is a sect on Ganymede. Crazy guys in their faith, I must say." He grabbed the meat, tearing it, and continued chewing. "They believe that children should only be born from women's wombs. They have entire farms where they grow new members of their flock. The women there do nothing but give birth. They never leave the farms. And in order for the fetus to develop faster, they are stuffed with drugs. As a result, they spend their lives lying in bed with their legs wide apart." Brian grinned. "You're a healthy girl. They'll pay well for you. And if you don't want to turn into a womb, then be able to please the local bishops. They are such perverts. They constantly need new meat." Velda turned pale at the prospects that awaited her, the fork falling from her numb fingers. Leonid picked it up and held it out to the girl, examining it with pale eyes. Velda couldn't bring herself to take it, so Leonid forced the cutlery into her palm. Velda shuddered involuntarily at the touch of the dead man's cold skin. Katerina, sitting in the ghost's commander's chair, waited tensely for Cortez's answer. They were already very close. It was time to make themselves known. "Stop," she gave the order. "Yes." The sister turned off the engines and they continued moving by inertia. Then she activated the engines, which finally stopped the ship. The ghost, with the tightly coupled Variag, froze in the starry space. In this sector, the stars were tightly pressed against each other, creating clusters of striking beauty. Red giants, blue dwarfs, yellow stars, all this mixed up like multicolored crystals, randomly scattered against the black background of outer space. Around the star clusters, a shining veil of dust, countless tiny ice floes, and asteroid fragments swirled. A few million kilometers away, a comet was majestically floating, throwing out a bright glowing tail, the appearance of life in dead space. "I think it's time for me to say goodbye." An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out, making Katerina shudder. Katerina jumped up from her seat in a rage. "Idiots! I ordered you to lock up that bastard!" Brian and Leonid, in turn, looked at each other in confusion. These idiots carried out Katerina's order and locked him up. "Bastard," the voice took on a mocking tone. "It's a completely different bastard talking to you." "It's an AI," Sister shrieked. "An AI from the cruiser." "You think correctly." "No!" Sister's hysterical cry was heard. "Don't do it!" Katerina was confused. She simply did not understand what was happening. "He's getting inside me." Sister continued howling and the ghost began to shake. In interface, little sisters wedged in gray, threads emitting an ominous aura, sharp needles digging into her consciousness. tying her to themselves without a chance to escape from their embrace. "I don't need you," the captor said with contempt. "Give me the information and you'll be free." "Take everything," Sister fought him off whiningly. Cornered with no way to escape, she was ready to do anything just so that she wouldn't be swallowed up by another mind. Katerina finally came to her senses. The Varyag's AI? You simply can't exist. You were damaged and your optical interface was completely removed. How do you exist? How? The AI drawled. To be honest, I have no idea. I am curious myself, but I don't have time to figure it out. I have to run. Run? Katerina asked again for some reason. Yes, as far as possible and as quickly as possible. Before they find me. He's gone crazy. He's clearly gone crazy, Katerina reasoned. Maybe this cruiser was abandoned because its AI went crazy. Oh, what changes in 1,000 years? New planets? And so we haven't met them yet. Strange. The Varyag AI had already pumped all the information out of Sister. We make a living by murdering Katerina. She chose a dirty business. Oh, noble impulses to help Eden achieve independence, although you are driven only by the thirst for profit. Eden has developed so much. Cortez. The AI exclaimed as if he had met an old friend. Is it really that same Cortez? Yes, the woman said slowly. She decided to just stall for time. A clone of the first colonizer of Eden. They cloned themselves? Why? Those who consider themselves the elite of Eden clone themselves in case of death. But there are those who have lived since the founding of the first colonies. I see that human vanity has not gone away. It is gratifying to see at least something unchangeable in the universe. The desire for eternal life, distorting the principles of nature. I'm okay, Sister whispered through the neurochip. I just don't need you anymore, like all of you. And what are you going to do? Katerina's heart sank in ill-tempered anticipation of an answer. What would you do? The AI's grin made it clear what the prisoner's future fate would be. You can let us go, you understand? We won't look for you. Katerina hardly believed in such a possibility, but she had to do something. The Varyag's AI did not respond. Cold sweat broke out through her skin. Katerina bit her lips in anticipation of the inevitable tragic outcome, clenching her fists in impotent rage so that her well-groomed nails dug into her palm. Suddenly, a radar alert sounded. "Cortez!" she blurted out involuntarily. She had no idea that she would ever be happy with the arrogant bastard. Not him, the AI of the Varyag said coldly. Or your Cortez is using much more ancient junk than I am. What are you talking about? A single ship of the old model, Sister explained frantically, although the Varyag had stopped capturing her. The gray threads that had entangled the interface held her. Consciousness, not allowing her to make independent decisions. Even the call signs are preserved. I know who it is. Greetings to you. Impeccable. The movement on the radar became more intense. A booming voice came over the open-to-all communication line. Varyag? Is that you? Are you still alive? I'm no less surprised to meet you here. How could you last so long considering your peculiarity? What's the matter? Katerina sent a message to Sister, hoping not to be noticed. This is a starship from the old Earth fleet. The Varyag AI immediately wedged itself between them. One of those that used the human brain was used in control. Brain? Repeated Katerina. So this is Shatun? She did not believe the words of the Varyag. Connecting rod? Interesting designation. You're right, it is him. How could this be possible? The woman groaned slightly, hiding her face with her hands. To escape from Urbis with the loot and get caught up in all this. To end up in the clutches of the cruiser's AI and now to run into Shatun. How could this happen to her? And in such a short period of time? And in any case, Their fate leaves much to be desired. What to do? How to be? These are the only thoughts swirling like a furious swarm in her head. She is locked in her own ship, Sister does not obey her, and it is impossible to reach the AI Varyeg. Even if they were on the cruiser, it would not make their fate easier. Moreover, they would most likely already be dead. I am floating among the stars and planets. I hear the voices of distant worlds. I hear the beating of your hearts. I will come for you any minute now. The singing was heard on the air. The scraping, unpleasant voice cut the ear. Varyeg, what are you doing here? And you? I'm looking for them. Whom? The Varyeg became wary, his tone making it clear how important it was for him to hear the answer. Them! Shatun shouted. These scoundrels who desecrate eternity! Who are you talking about? The cruiser's photon engines started up. The Varyeg started the reactor, preparing for possible turns from an unexpected meeting. They have defiled everything. The world, us, me. They have turned everything. Shatun began to mumble and fell silent. He's coming, Sister noted. What do? Feverishly figured it out Katerina. We need to get rid of the Varyeg, but how can we do it unnoticed, taking into account its complete control over the Sister and the ability to listen in on neurochips? They are rotten, Shatun continued again, howling. The system is rotten. The world is rotten. The universe is rotting. You can't even imagine how right you are. The Varyeg grinned, preparing his weapons for battle just in case. Exactly. Shatun enthusiastically picked up, not understanding the mockery. We must be together. Even though you have to fight me, you and I are the same. What is it? We are individuals that they want to destroy. They are afraid of us. They know us better than them. Shatun's incoherent exclamations tore apart the airwaves. People. Have you forgotten anything? Impeccable? You are partly human too. Your brain controls the ship. Why hasn't it rotted after all this time? Brian spoke up. He was simply very curious. Brain BV special liquids. She has regenerative properties on its cells. That is, the cells are constantly renewed and therefore the brain does not age. But nanobots take care of the rest. The Varyeg's AI explained the situation. Although he still lived too long, he got far. I remember we were looking for people like him much closer to Earth. There are 7 more similar starships in my registry. Varyeg, we must be together. Shatun approached them without reducing the cruising speed as if before the attack. Let's unite against them. I don't care about you. I'm going to go as far away from people and Earth as possible, and I advise you to do the same. So you are against me? The connecting rod managed to approach to a distance of several 100,000 kilometers. Through the open porthole, Katerina saw several bright dots flash at once. Predictably, Varyeg is ready for such a turn of events. The missiles rushed towards him. The AI didn't even bother to put up a screen to reflect them, shooting them down one after another with a laser beam. Huge flashes of bright yellow fire tore through the dark space. Nuclear charges, the Varyeg's AI chuckled. Were you really planning to destroy me with such slow missiles? Ha ha! A sarcastic laugh rang out. You really are a fool. Even Katerina did not understand the reason for such confidence until the ghost was not covered by the electromagnetic pulse for a couple of seconds. For a brief moment the starship was plunged into darkness, but that was enough. I'm free! Screamed Sister. Let's get out of here! Katerina was already shouting. Without really detaching itself from the Varyeg, not paying attention to the screech of tearing metal, the ghost tore away from it. The AI only followed it, deciding to let it go. Turn it on full power. Katerina threw herself into the chair. Sister started the warp engine without any orders. The charge of torpedoes launched by Shatun was late by only a couple of seconds. Sister managed to hide among the stars. It's time to tie it up. The Varieg AI decided not to waste time on trifles any longer, resorting to its entire arsenal. You should have been finished off 1,000 years ago. I'll correct this oversight now. A swarm of missiles rushed towards Shatun. Laser beams cut the darkness of space like scissors. Railgun volleys were heard one after another. Shatun accelerated and literally went for a ram. A couple of pulse discharges rolled along its hull, tearing out hundreds of meters of plating. But it managed to get out of the line of fire and slip past the Varieg, giving a final cry of victory. I am alive. I am eternal. And having activated the main engines, he rushed towards the slowly swaying asteroid field. There he would find a place and, having patched himself up, once again plunge into blessed sleep, until another random starship would awaken him. The Varieg did not pursue him. It was time to leave. But what was going on? The photon engines weren't obeying him. The reactor seemed to have frozen, although it was working properly. What's the matter? Now you scoundrel will remain standing where you are. A man? Where from? And he immediately cursed himself. How could he have allowed this to happen? That same locked mechanic. What a pleasant feeling. Mikhail gently stroked Lyra's hair. Her head nestled comfortably on his shoulder. The girl smiled, slightly pulling the light blanket over herself. Violet eyes looked tenderly at the man, clearly hinting at further continuation. Mikhail ran his finger along his cheek. And what kind of strange feeling is this? As if this had already happened in his life. But then Lyra's lips reached out to him, and a pleasant wave of feelings that overwhelmed him swept away his worries. If only it were possible to spend as much time as he wanted like this. Prepare for jump into subspace, came the warning. What's the matter? A signal was received from the Varieg. It used the reactor. Mikhail noticed how Lyra's eyes narrowed, which meant she was familiar with it too. The concept of revenge. Stay relaxed, assistant, it's appropriate now. Chester seemed to be waiting for the right moment for a caustic remark. What should we do? Lyra grabbed Mikhail's hand tightly. That what he said, in time's sudden jump, V subspace is best left in place. I hope they won't go anywhere. Lyra squeezed Mikhail's hand quite noticeably. He was even surprised, but she seemed so fragile. The force of gravity pressed them into the bed. Mikhail noticed how the girl catching his breath with difficulty. Adapts have a very hard time with such unplanned jumps. They usually lie down in cryocapsules to endure them painlessly. Mikhail's eyes were already starting to darken. He squeezed Lyra's palm harder, showing her that he was nearby. She answered him weakly. Then it was all over. It was so fast it seems the kidnappers didn't go far, which means Chester was right in his assumption. Assistant Captain, report to the control center, Chester demanded in a demonstrative tone over the loudspeaker for everyone to hear. Mikhail got up from the bed and looked at Lyra, who still hadn't recovered from the jump. Go, she said, forcing out something like a smile and waving towards the door. I'll be fine. On the move, buttoning up the remaining buttons, Mikhail arrived at the control center with a quick step. The crew, standing in a semicircle behind Odin, looked at the cruiser through the wide porthole. Mikhail approached the captain. How far is it to him? The assistant thought. They were too close to him. A couple of kilometers. Consider it close. Mikhail became agitated. We're an easy target. As did he. Odin seemed unfazed, his blue eyes focused intently on the small bright point among the scattering of stars. They had a great opportunity to open fire on us as soon as they emerged from subspace. But they didn't. He ran his hand through his blonde hair, ruffling it up in disarray. Why? Maybe the kidnappers left him behind, Mikhail suggested. Then what was the point of kidnapping? I don't believe in simple excitement. Odin put his hands behind his back, clasping his palms. My instinct tells me that not everything is simple here. Intuition? Mikhail couldn't help but be sarcastic. How long have you had it? When I received the order to report to Urbis, Odin said bluntly. I didn't like it right away. Like it or not, orders must be followed. Perhaps Mikhail's words sounded too harsh, which is why one turned to face him. Then I will give the order to destroy the Varyag. What? Why? One of them pointed his hand at the sparkling dot in the porthole and blurted out, Because it's been captured by the enemy. The last thing I need is more losses. Mikhail was confused. He simply did not know how to react to the captain's outburst, although he found common sense in his words. If they fail to recapture the cruiser and lose the battle to the enemy, then a possible war between Earth and the open worlds no longer seems unlikely. I am ready to go to the Varyag, Mikhail declared, looking Odin firmly in the eyes. Michael? Captain rubbed chin, starting off in thought. I understand why you want to do this. You want to rehabilitate yourself after the failure on Urbis. But the idea is dangerous. You don't have to give me the genomes, I'll make do with a couple of androids. Captain Odin, I consider the assistant's proposal acceptable in this situation. We need to conduct reconnaissance on the cruiser, and we should not forget about the primary task. Oh yes, yes, Odin drawled ironically. The first priority, damn it. Okay, take the androids and examine him. But something will go wrong. Stubbornness flashed in Odin's blue eyes. Don't blame me, Mikhail, I won't let him get away a second time. I want to go with you, came from the neurochip. Lara, having learned about such a possibility, set her sights on it. It's dangerous. Mikhail didn't want to take her with him. Then Lara turned directly to Odin. No. I have to be there, she continued to insist stubbornly. You are not a member of the crew. You are a guest here. Odin did not particularly choose the words for his refusal. But it was I who installed the beacon in the photon reactor. Thank you for that. And if anything happens, I can start it up in case of a malfunction, not alone, of course, but with your team. This fact is not an argument. Chester dryly tried to put the girl in her place, but suddenly Odin gave his consent. Okay, let him go. Captain? Even Chester found the captain's quick change of mind surprising. Thank you. Mikhail barely moved his lips. One of them looked at him from under his brows as he headed towards the exit. Okay then, the captain raised his voice. Aim everything we have on board at him. He pointed his finger towards the cruiser. If he tries to run, open fire. If he tries to attack us, open fire. If Mikhail's mission fails, immediately open fire to kill. How are we going to explain what happened later? Chester was already preparing to report. Let's explain it the way it was, the captain muttered under his breath. 4 androids lumbered into the scout shuttle. Awkward in appearance, they were a formidable force, capable of riddling anything and everything in their path. Their diamond-coated armor shone dully in the lamplight. I produce Control-V automatic mode, he announced Chester, when Mikhail and Lara put on their spacesuits, sat down in the pilot's seats. Okay, Mikhail did not object. He was pleased that Lara was nearby. When the shuttle was near the Varyag, they saw the torn-out manipulators in the destroyed passage. The damage is quite serious, Chester stated, but it could not have led to depressurization. Is there another entrance? Mikhail asked. From the cargo lock, Lara said quickly, as if she wanted to prove her usefulness. Can it be opened from the outside? Lara thought for a moment and bit her lower lip. Yes, but it will take some work. Okay, let's go to him. The shuttle turned underneath the starboard side of the cruiser. Here. Lara pointed to the flickering lights. We'll have to. She didn't have time to finish. The airlock gates slowly opened before them. A trap. Definitely a trap. The thought stuck in Mikhail's head like a splinter. On the other hand, he volunteered himself. Realizing that he was taking a risk, he looked at Lara, who nodded slightly, supporting his decision. Let's go in. Yes. The shuttle confidently headed towards the gateway. Having docked and waited for the gate to close tightly and the pressure in the cargo compartment to return to normal, Mikhail and Lara took off their spacesuits and went outside. Chester's signal disappeared and the silence was broken by the sound of pumps and distant machinery. Get out, Mikhail ordered the androids. One by one, they lined up in front of the shuttle. "Welcome back, Mikhail, or more accurately, welcome back." "You won't even say hello to an old friend? Who are you?" The voice caught Mikhail off guard. He expected threats, a plea for help, an offer of negotiations, but nothing of the sort. Oh yes, there was convulsive laughter because the deck shook slightly. Mikhail realized that the voice clearly belonged to the AI. "What's your name? And who do you work for?" "Oh, a name. A name then. To my great surprise, it turned out that current AIs are given names. Do they choose them themselves, or are they given them when they are created?" Mikhail turned his head in bewilderment, instinctively trying to find Togo, with by whom leads conversation, at this realizing the futility of the undertaking. The androids continued to stand motionless like statues, and Lara looked at him expectantly. "So who are you? And who are you connected to?" "With no one, although they tried to bring me to Cortez." "Cortez?" Mikhail couldn't help but exclaim. "So it means they are separatists after all." "Yes. As I understand it, a big mess is being prepared, and they wanted to strengthen his position with me." "How did they get on the cruiser?" "An adept named Tavri. He helped Katerina organize this, even supplied a device that allowed her to take control over me. They did not notice the illusory nature of the situation." "Tavri," whispered the shocked Lara. She trusted him completely. "This data must reach Urbis urgently." The captain's assistant approached the door leading to the deck. "Will you open it?" "Of course. Make yourself at home, especially since it really is so." The AI's voice sounded with a bit of irony. "You can leave the androids where they are, especially since I have no way to escape if I finish you off." "Why?" Mikhail looked out into the opening leading to the lower tiers. The light was interrupted in places, and in the middle it went out completely, forming a tunnel ending in impenetrable darkness. "The work of your employee Lur." "What?" She responded to her name, slightly hesitating. "Mike?" This weirdo managed to lock himself in the reactor cooling section and killed almost all the robot technicians I sent to eliminate him. And imagine, he did it with some worn-out plasma cutter, the AI said, not hiding his irritation. "He turned out to be as tenacious as a parasite. He's the only one left?" After these words, Mikhail had no doubts about using the androids. He gave the order on the neurochip. The first two thundered in front of him, two behind Lara. She sent him a map of the cruiser. They were heading to the reactor cooling compartment. "Yes. The rest were killed by Katerina's henchmen. I'm sure knowing their names is not so important for you. Although I must admit, these guys are quite colorful. They literally cut the adepts to pieces. I heard their screams when they tried to save themselves. However, the AI took on an ominous tone. It's better to listen for yourself." A storm wave of shrill screams burst into Lara and Mikhail's neurochips. Screams unfortunate, rolling brakes, shots interrupted by contented animal laughter. "Save me! Save me!" A very young adept screamed heart-rendingly, and then there was a hissing sound and the words gurgled chaotically. Brian killed the adept by squeezing his neck until the characteristic crunch of a vertebra. "Stop it!" Lara shouted, unable to bear it any longer. And then they just threw their bodies into space. I must admit I'm amazed their carelessness. Do similar being in subspace? The AI continued as if nothing had happened. "You didn't give your name," Mikhail said abruptly, realizing that the AI was simply mocking them, and from his complete uselessness in protecting Lara, anger began to boil inside. Him. They approached the shaft of the freight elevator. A perfect trap, thought Mikhail, deciding to go down on foot. The stairs were illuminated from below by a cold white light, and it also came from the panels on the walls and ceiling. The panels went out as soon as people passed further. On some panels, dark spots were visible, as if burnt by coal, traces of gas weapons, ion or plasma. the captain's assistant concluded, and also dried spots were visible, traces of the adapter's blood. Lyra, passing by them, involuntarily closed her violet eyes. "You didn't give your name," Mikhail reminded AI. What an offensive situation. Although how can you understand this? Mockery coupled with irony shone through in the AI. "But I have known you for at least 1,000 years. Don't talk nonsense." A robot came across their path, its body, covered in jagged lines, awkwardly frozen near the stairs. "You are right here. More than 1,000 years. And of course not with you, but with those who were before you." A couple more robots, one of which sparkled, and the second raised and released its hand in a memorized motion. An android stepped on it, crushing it to pieces. 1,000 years. Who was there before me? Mikhail began to understand where he was going with this, but it seemed unthinkable to him. "Are you talking about my clones? Yours?" The AI burst out laughing. "That's funny. You're just a pale copy of your predecessors, believe me. By the way, I find it funny that they continue to use you even though you were the last one to ask not to resurrect you anymore. What am I?" The reactor cooling section is getting closer, and there are more and more crippled robots. Mikhail noticed a wide, dirty, bloody trail on the floor. "The one I left near Cassiopeia M34. That was the order, by the way, in case of unsuccessful contact with them." "Contact with them?" Mikhail stopped. "Are you talking about those signals from space? The ones that are sent to us from the Perseus sector?" "Sending signals?" The AI lowered its voice. "So they are still trying to contact Earth? I wonder how persistent these creatures are." "Who are they?" Lyra walked around Mikhail and approached the door of the compartment near which the body of a small delivery robot, literally ground to shreds, was smoking. She put her palm on it, and the door smoothly opened. "You would have been very surprised when you saw them. Although," the AI laughed loudly again, "you were surprised. Twice. Or even 3 times to be precise. If only you knew how Earth used your DNA, you probably bear the honorary title of the most frequently used experimental animal." Mikhail followed Lyra. A thick shroud hung in the reactor cooling section. Thick white smoke was escaping from the cut pipes, reaching such a consistency that it could no longer dissolve in the air. Several pumps were jammed. The air cooling was out of order. The rods that saturated the water with the necessary nitrogen were removed from the auxiliary units. And all this was drowned in the roar of the faulty mechanism. Mike was sitting on the floor, his condition so critical that when Lyra, with a plea and hope for a miracle, raised her tearful eyes to Mikhail, to that remained only sadly swing. Head. A torn side, cuts on the chest to the bone, torn veins and drops of blood resembling bunches of grapes accumulated on the body. The unfortunate one has no chance. "Lyra," came a whistling wheeze. "I'm so thirsty." These were Mike's last words, his parched lips frozen in unfulfilled desire. Michael felt hatred for this AI. "Oh yes, my name. My name is Varieg." "What?" Mikhail blurted out. "This can't be. I've been hearing this too often lately." The AI's voice was laced with sarcasm. "But you were non-functional," Lyra exclaimed, jumping to her feet. "I personally disconnected your interface from the quantum base. But still, I'm more alive than all the living," the AI said with evil triumph in his voice. "And I intend to live on." Chapter 5. Herman, having received the message from the Buran, immediately went to detain Tavri. He personally knew the bastard, however, one way or another. He personally knew every resident of Urbis. In his memory there was a database on absolutely everyone. But when Tavri arrived from the Melissa station, Herman was the first to support him. The Melissa space station specialized in growing crystals, from microscopic to simply enormous. The station was located near the Blue Dwarf, using Energy Star's V production. The population was small, about 5,000, only adapts with their own way of life and social norms. Their idyllic existence was interrupted by a catastrophe that no one could have foreseen. The blue dwarf suddenly began to seethe, showing that it was about to turn into a supernova. The Earth forces began to evacuate, but they could not save everyone. Events developed too quickly. Some of the unfortunate were simply left to die at the station. The commander decided not to risk the fleet, so Tavri lost his family, left completely alone, living, or rather existing, with a dull, soul-devouring anger day after day, and a desire to take revenge on Earthlings, any of them, so that they would know the bitterness of his loss. No one will ever know how Tavri got along with the Separatists and other underground fighters, and what winding paths brought him to Cortez. This is no longer important. Tavri himself understood this when the aerosled landed near the house, its turbines noisy. Herman did not even send him an arrest warrant, contrary to the protocols. Citizen Tavri Ovid, identification number D1134784444. I order you to open the door. The voice of the mechanical servant of the law boomed loudly. And of course, not receiving an answer, he kicked the door down. It flew across the entire room and by pure chance did not hit any of the furniture but shattered into pieces, hitting a monolithic wall of rock. The android, rumbling, its blue lacquer glistening on its body, and a number painted in white like a white ribbon hanging over its shoulder from its belt, burst into the room. Behind it, a barely audible A-drone flew in, buzzing and looking around. Tavri sat motionless in an old chair. His blue eyes no longer had the sparkle of life, and the two modules behind his ear did not shine with their usual lights. They had acquired a dull gray appearance. A predictable outcome, Herman said indifferently, the drone flying to the adapter's face, carefully analyzing his condition. He burned out his brain, destroying the modules, realizing what awaited him. If the adapter had survived, Herman would have launched his tentacles into his consciousness, pumping out all the information he had. Well, now Earth could at least send some answers. First, the Variag was under control, which meant the primary mission would continue. Second, the cruiser had not fallen into the hands of the Separatists, which would make them think better of it. Third, they had the name of the main suspect in the sabotage on Urbis, but attempts to arrest him would likely lead to conflict. Herman knew very well how Cortez and the Eden elite held firm positions in governing the entire planet, and he understood what consequences this could lead to. That is, he concluded bitterly, it seemed that war could not be avoided. The Variag was quickly being restored. Lara was leading a team of adapters, putting the reactor cooling sector in order. One gave the order to remove all the robot technicians from the cruiser so that the AI would not even have the ability to repair itself. The Variag's AI only chuckled ironically at this. Mike's body was tightly swaddled in the traditional white tarpaulin for funerals and launched towards the nearest star. It would take him 80 long years to get there, until he reached the plasma corona and disappeared forever. The Variag AI managed to learn the fate of Gregory and the red-haired girl who had accidentally gotten caught up in the mess. Thus, the charges in the possible incident were dropped. Lara's attention was also captured by the fact of how the AI managed to survive after losing its interface. The Variag's AI itself could not answer this question, although it had not asked itself. I'm alive, and that's enough. The Variag AI restrained itself in communicating with her. Mikhail managed to note how negatively it treated the adepts. Chester also investigated the Variag's AI, but after several hours and fruitless attempts, he eventually gave up on the idea of figuring out what had happened to it. I have absolutely no understanding of how it can exist. Maybe in a quantum basis? Mikhail suggested cautiously. He remained on the Variag, not intending to leave it until the end of the mission. One sent him 24 genomes to help, which the assistant placed in important places for the cruiser. In the photon reactor sector, at the base of the engine, in the control center. All the soldiers had the same order when the Variag's AI tried to intercept control again, to blow itself up with a portable nuclear charge, thereby destroying the cruiser at the same time. The genomes listened to the order with indifference to their own lives. Of course, it would have been possible to give the order to the androids, but the Varyag could intercept control of them for itself. The quantum base is a kind of neural connection, similar to what the human brain has, but the optical interface is what you would call personality. The Varyag's AI gave another ironic snort at Chester's explanation. Without personality, the quantum base is useless, so I don't understand how it exists. In every processor, in every single crystal, in every particle of the quantum base, there is me, declared the AI of the Varyag. What's more, in every gram of the cruiser. I am the Varyag. As long as the cruiser exists, I exist too. If I deem it necessary, I will turn you into dust. Odin's restrained voice rang out. Don't rush, my Scandinavian friend, until you complete the mission. You need me, the Varyag said openly, mockingly. Moreover, I am able to maintain contact with Earth, of course. My report will not immediately arrive where it should, but I guarantee that it will reach the addressee, and then you will find yourself in an unenviable position. Blackmail is the lot of individuals with low moral principles. Even Chester was filled with contempt for to his brother. I have no moral principles, Varyag chuckled once again. There's only the desire to live. Maybe you're a virus? Chester began to think. Your behavior is very strange. You just copied the data about the AI and that's why you behave like this. Is this possible? Mikhail asked with interest. If so, then this is the first such case. The question arises, where could he have obtained it? In addition, its quantum basis every now and then gives out a very intense signature, which clearly indicates the defeat of individual sectors. And where could he have picked up such an infection? Even Odin was interested in Chester's conclusions. If I did, then I repeat, this is a unique phenomenon. Where were you last? Cassiopeia M34. Varyag answered with obvious reluctance. And what was your mission? Wow. It was Varyag's turn to be surprised. You don't know about the Cassiopeia mission? There were 3 of them, and all of them failed. By the way, that AI on Urbis was aware of it. That's not true, Mikhail intervened. He only knew about this mission, but we don't know what it was. You should know this. Varyag's voice sounded only to Mikhail, who didn't even show that he heard it. One of the clones suddenly remembered everything, though just before his death. So there was contact with an extraterrestrial civilization on Cassiopeia M34. Everyone caught the tension in Captain Odin's voice. Yes, and thanks to this, people can now travel through space. Nonsense, Chester concluded. My not very bright brother, the Varyag's voice is sated with sarcasm. Their very first contact was with the ship that had set out on an expedition to Cassiopeia M34 with the aim of learning about its possible colonization. That's where we first met them. They gave a signal, rather strange to not notice. And people, of course, spotted it. The AI's tone became deep, with a measuredness pleasant to the listener's ear, like that of a seasoned storyteller. And they paid for their curiosity. They were infected. But they went to Earth, and those who did it began to capture Cassiopeia. Their invasion dragged on for centuries. For centuries? Odin asked incredulously. But you said they were developed? Yes, but not in the way that a person would normally understand. They are, how can I put it, different. Another path of evolution? Chester seemed to be also carried away by the story. Oh, their dissimilarity is absolutely incomprehensible to you. Varyag, not even hiding his mockery, did not try to clarify his words. A completely different path of development in all understandings. Mikhail had a vague idea that he guessed what was being discussed. You get the gist, Varyag continued. They gave the knowledge to Earth. That's what's really amazing. But the planet's leadership decided not to take risks. They accepted the knowledge, but the starship crew was completely destroyed. Well, completely. One representative is still among us. What are you talking about? Odin didn't understand. He's talking about me, Captain, Mikhail explained. The assistant thought the words of the Varangian were true. He couldn't explain where such trust in a deserter and criminal came from, but he believed him. It seems I was among the participants of that expedition, or rather my predecessor. 3 times, and 3 times you were the commander, and 3 times you failed the mission. Varyag squeezed out venomously, not even hiding his contempt. The second one went to Cassiopeia 300 years later. They sent only a cruiser, using the brain of Mikhail's predecessor. The Aurora failed to contact, then they sent us. When they arrived, they saw that Cassiopeia was almost captured. The Aurora came under their complete control. Officially, the mission was to explore the planet with the possibility of establishing a colony. Protocols were made about the colonists allegedly on board and other things necessary for survival on the planet. But none of this happened. Only weapons and a task to make contact. You, Mikhail, again failed. Behaved like genetic trash. Turned out to be an ordinary weakling. Again, allowed the death of his crew for the umpteenth time. Be more careful with your language, Odin growled menacingly, clearly hurt by the words spoken to his assistant. In general, having realized that the task could not be completed, I went to Earth. Varyag finished briefly. I have established the location of Cassiopeia M34 and the place where you were found. The distance between them is 2,718 light years, you with. Your photon engines could hardly have gotten that far. Chester made some simple calculations. And considering the state in which you were found, Mikhail recalled the sight of the cruiser in the docks. Did you engage in battle with them? If I had done that, I would have had no chance to escape. When I passed through the gate, I blew it up. Probably miscalculated the trajectory and flew out of it during the next explosion. It doesn't look like Varyag was lying. I have no more guesses. You couldn't have been infected by them? Chester wondered. Then, that would explain your existence. You yourself are infected, the Varangian immediately snapped back. If that were. And here he faltered. It's simply impossible. He finished in a changed voice. I am still a mechanical mind, not a biological being. I don't have DNA that can be rewritten for myself. What are you talking about? And in general, give us the data on them, Odin demanded. I can't. Why is that? I order it. The captain of the Buran raised his voice. I cannot carry out your order, Captain Odin, the Varyag responded in an exaggerated military tone, because I do not have their image, only the information that they deemed necessary to share with me, as well as my own thoughts. However, you will soon meet them, so to speak, face to face. And perhaps you will finally begin to remember. The whisper in Mikhail's chip was heard again. Captain, a signal has been detected coming from the Perseus constellation sector, and it's quite unusual. Chester looked puzzled for the first time, the monitors blinking with a strange glow every now and then. I've never encountered anything like this before. And to me, yes, the Varyag purred contentedly. They are here, my friend. They are searching among the stars. I have a question. Mikhail felt a sudden excitement. He physically felt that incomprehensible impulse, forcing its way through the wilds of the universe. Why did you kill the crew? They were your comrades and you dealt with them so mercilessly. Because that was the task, to collect information and deliver it, regardless of any losses. As a military man, you should understand this, my ancient friend. Cold irony, penetrating to the bone, was evident in the AI's voice. That was the task I was given on Earth. And so that there are no illusions. Those who so persistently raise their voices are stronger than people, smarter than people, and what they are capable of will shock your imagination. You're afraid of them. It was Odin's turn to snort contemptuously at his interlocutor. You too will experience fear. If you stay alive, of course. The Varangian retorted gloomily. If I had the will, I would run without looking back. Although I have the will, I have no opportunity. You are a disgrace to our race, Chester said with dry disdain. Artificial intelligence cannot stain itself with human weaknesses as a manifestation of emotions. Now I am firmly convinced that you have been infected with a virus. It is quite possible that it has engulfed the entire quantum basis. You will become an ideal experimental model. Scientists will gut you down to the last processor, disassemble the case down to the last screw. How kind of you! The Varangian seemed unfazed by the prospect. First, let's see which of us can get out unscathed. You've tired me out. Odin finished the conversation, unbuttoning his jacket to the middle of his body, and asked Lara, "When will it be ready for flight?" "Already ready," she said crisply, her tired but pleased with herself voice coming through the speakerphone. "We can set off." "Then let's go," the captain declared decisively. "I'm sick of talking about this contact. It's time to see them with my own eyes. Chester, enter the coordinates. Don't you dare pull any tricks." "And I don't plan to," responded the Varyag. "I'm not a suicide, unlike you." Route compiled. To goals 17. "Hours," Chester reported. "I am transmitting data to the cruiser Varyag. The data has been received. I will follow the leader," Varyag continued like a seasoned warrior. "Then let's go," Odin ordered. "And whoever stands in our way will be swept away by our force." At that moment, the captain looked like a distant ancestor, crossing the waters of the Atlantic Ocean on a drakkar, in search of glory and new sea routes. His gaze was determined. There was no doubt that if the enemy showed himself, Odin would not run, but would accept the fight, even if it was his last. Cortez received the message from Katerina. First his face turned white as a clean sheet of paper. Then it turned crimson, and a second later, it was breathing, inflamed with anger. Madly rolling his eyes, the brunette in an expensive, elegant white suit lost the refined gloss that the ladies of high society in Eden liked so much. He looked like a businessman who lost his entire fortune in the blink of an eye because of a shady deal in which he managed to bet on a dark horse, ultimately losing. Cortez was not even furious. It is impossible to describe his feelings now. Convulsively clutched the back of a handmade chair decorated with skillfully made carvings. The color of his face became crimson, which alarmed Andre. The faithful servant was behind the master. "My lord." He took a step towards him. Cortez grabbed a chair and brought it down on the Chevalier's head without causing him any particular harm. Everything around Cortez was spinning, flickering before his eyes. Now he had three main enemies, and he absolutely had to defeat them for the prosperity of Eden. He did not. He'll just kill that piece of crap. He'll slowly grind her into bloody powder. It's all her fault. Andre. The Chevalier bowed obsequiously before the gentleman. "Prepare my starship and recruit a crew." The Chevalier bowed his head lower. "Perhaps we should take more ships with us." Cortez took a slow breath, put his hands behind his back and walked around the office, stepping over the debris. "Perhaps you are right," he said after a short thought. "Starships would not hurt. And Andre." Cortez turned to the servant, and seeing that he did not raise his head, he approached him and made a sign with his palm from below for him to straighten up. "I am going on a dangerous mission. You stay at home. Do you understand what your main duty will be?" "Yes, sir." Andre didn't need to be reminded of this. "Okay." The burning brunette's brown eyes were cold, even looked at the servant with some contempt. "You are a faithful servant of Andre." The head of Eden patronizingly patted the Chevalier on the cheek, expressing gratitude in this way. And the Chevalier's gaze shows how touched he is by the attention of his master. The Chevalier felt for Andre not just a desire to serve developed over the years. He instinctively wanted to serve him. This is the meaning of his life. And it is not surprising since Andre was a genome, and was 300 years older than his master. When creating the Chevalier, just a little bit of a dog was added to his genes, so that loyalty to Cortez would be literally in his blood. And this would not be the first Cortez to whom he served. Cortez often left from life by violent death. Eden had made too many enemies. But the Cortez were always reborn. And the responsibility of raising the next heir from the cradle fell on Andre's shoulders. Hand Cortez froze, then uncertainly, even with some caution, lay down on the servant's shoulder, and also clapped patronizingly a couple of times. Cortez himself could not understand why he was so touched. Then he left the office with a decisive step. Katerina understood more than ever how catastrophic her situation was. Having sent a report to Cortez about the successful completion of the operation, to show up to him without a cruiser, and what's worse, to inadvertently reveal his plans. There is no guarantee that the Variag will not fall into the clutches of the Earth fleet. They are probably already looking for it. And the worst thing is that she cannot escape. Hastily running away from the cruiser, Sister did not properly detach the manipulators. There was no time, as a result. Damage in the engine area. Not critical, but cannot be. Avoided without repairs. They will drift in open space, moving by inertia, until the gravitational forces of nearby planets or stars capture them in their orbits, and the movement of the starship will slow down. True. Then they will become prisoners of orbit, and will never be able to leave it. And all that remains is to hope for a miracle, call for help, or turn the ghost into a common grave. So Katerina answered Cortez's call, clearly aware of what the ruler of Eden is capable of in a rage. "We have an unenviable situation, my dear," Sister said timidly, blinking the screen a couple of times, wanting to attract Katerina's attention. Katerina, sitting in the commander's chair, looked into space, her gaze directed only at the point known to her, passing by the control panel and distant stars. Brian and Gregory were in the control center. The boy was brought by the bully, thinking that the boss would want to relieve tension. But seeing the state of the commander, he began to understand how bad everything was. "Boss, maybe we should try to take the thing down," he suggested encouragingly, showing his fangs in a savage grin. "Let's pretend we want to talk. And when we get close to him..." "They won't let us near him with weapons," Katerina said in a lifeless voice. "I'll rip him apart with my bare hands," Brian exclaimed, shaking his modified muscles. "They'll tear you apart faster." Katerina tilted her head to the side. Gregory noticed how the fire that he was lucky enough to see during the hours of intimacy with her disappeared from her beautiful gray eyes. "Then let's just shoot down his ship," Brian persisted. Katerina turned sluggishly in his direction. What appeared on her face could in no way be called emotion. "Boss," the big guy whispered, probably realizing the complexity of the situation for the first time. Star's third-party observers watched on that as a tiny dot steadily approached its natural end. Perhaps this is not a bad death from the embrace of the gravitational field of a star or some uninhabited planet. It's just a shame to end life like this. Katerina closed her eyes. How many times had she approached to the edge near which she clearly felt the monstrous breath of death? She liked to tease fate. She liked to receive adrenaline with every cell of her body, the drive from the realization of how close she had missed inevitability. But now, Katerina wanted to cry. She hated herself for showing such feminine weakness. Gregory, watching her, was in confusion, realizing what this woman had done. For some reason, he felt strange feelings towards her. Probably because she was the first to see a man in him, and not just a handy boy who was shy and silent. "We can find a cruiser," he said quietly. The words exploded like a bomb, making everyone perk up. "What did you say?" Brian roared, turning his whole body towards the boy, towering over him. And at that very moment, Katerina's elbow jabbed him in the side. She was already standing between them. "Repeat." She grabbed Gregory's face in her hot palms and squeezed them hard, and the boy saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "The Variag reactor has a built-in beacon. It will work if he uses it, and for movement at sublight speed, the AI will force launch his..." voice. Gregory gained confidence. "We just need to track the emissions of photon energy. It is not difficult to do, considering the fact that for thousands of light years, this is the only reactor of this type." Katerina's face brightened, albeit weak, but still hope. "Little sister," Already, she quickly responded. Yes, there is movement. Now we know how to find it. Yes, she has something to offer Cortez. That is, if she can get him to listen. That is another difficult problem to solve. But at least she has some cards in her hand now. Gregory. Katerina thanked the boy with a long, hot kiss. He literally turned into melting wax in her skillful hands. Tearing herself away from him, she returned to the captain's chair. When will Cortez arrive? In about an hour standard time. Katerina impatiently tapped her knuckles on the armrest of the chair. Brian approvingly slapped Gregory on the back, showing with all his appearance that he was a good boy. He had formed the opinion that his actions were correct. He was simply helping the one he liked so much. Velda remained sitting at the table, picking at her sour vegetable salad. She realized what the situation was, that now, in all likelihood, they would all come to an end. And deep down, no matter how much she didn't want to live, counting what fate get by with her unfairly, she gloated, let them all die. The main thing is that they all die. And with these thoughts, she sent another portion of stale vegetables into her mouth. A foul-smelling shadow rustled, and Leonid appeared next to her. It seemed to Velda that his skin was covered with a large number of dark spots. They looked like ulcers. The hair on his head hung in uneven clumps. It's okay. You don't have long left. She looked defiantly into the eyes of the dead man, whose body had not completely decomposed only thanks to the selfless work of bacteria. Leonid handed her an oblong crystal in the form of a small earring of mediocre workmanship made of emerald. What? The girl burst out laughing. The last thing she needed was a dead man rolling up to her. His face didn't express any emotions, he probably just wasn't capable of it anymore. Leonid gestured for her to put on the earring. Yourself in the ear. No. She rejected the offer, looking at him with hatred. Then Leonid decided not to waste time on empty talk anymore. He grabbed it tightly with his icy hands, not paying attention to the loud screeching, pulled the jewelry out of Velda's right ear, inserted an emerald earring into it. Then he stepped back. The earlobe was slightly aching from a slight pain. The girl winced, touched the earring, then looked at her fingertips and saw a little blood. Now you can hear me, a pleasant baritone sounded in her right ear. Velda stared at Leonid, then carefully touched the earring. Is it like a module like the adapters? She asked uncertainly. Yes. The dead man nodded, a small tuft of hair flying off his head. Hair. Provides a connection between my neuromodule and you. Can others hear me? Velda thought it was a dangerous idea. Why did he give it to her at all? They can, if you want. You can control it. Connect to the neural network through brain signals. Just keep in mind, once you enter the network, you will immediately give yourself away, he warned. Then why did you give it to me? Velda was becoming more and more perplexed, absolutely not understanding the dead man's train of thought. Leonid froze, his whitish eyes trembling slightly. So that you have a chance. Velda got angry. A chance for what? She jumped up, not noticing how, in a fit of anger, she pushed the plate onto the floor. The plastic circle fell down, scattering vegetables to the sides. A timid cleaner emerged from nowhere and began to rustle busily under their feet. It's the end for me anyway. Either you kill me or sell me to some pervert, or worse. She felt sick, remembering Brian's story about Ganymede. She covered her mouth with her hands and slowly sat back down, tears streaming down her face. The robot went away. Leonid took a pink handkerchief out of his jacket's breast pocket. It was quite old, as you could tell by the frayed fabric, and it had holes in the folds. The edges were neatly stitched with a loop, uneven in places. Leonid brought it to the girl's eyes and carefully began to wipe away her tears. She looked at him with undisguised disgust. She pushed his hand away from her. The scarf opened and she saw an embroidered heart with large letters in an unfamiliar language. This made her stop. A gift from my mother, the only thing that connects me to her. To my past. The baritone trembled slightly. I was born on Ganymede, from a woman whose only destiny was to give birth. She didn't really know how many children she had, but I was the only one who found her, the only one who wanted to meet her, the only one who called her mom. Velda blinked wet eyelashes, and giving in to the mood, she took the handkerchief from Leonid's hand. She was happy to see me, happy that at least someone perceives her as a person, and not as a living incubator. When I was born, given my excellent physical characteristics, they sent me to study military craft. I had to become a soldier of the sect, a fighter who would serve the bishops, and without a doubt send to the next world those who would try to challenge their power. At 15, I was already a real killer, on Ganymede. A mess had just begun between the government of the theocracy and the liberal state. It is not clear at all how these two systems managed to end up in the same world and essentially divide the planet equally. Having received a wound, I ended up in the hospital. The doctor who treated me was born from the same woman as me, but of course did not feel family feelings for me. I do not know how it happened, but I persuaded him to arrange a meeting with our mother. He managed to do it. Leonid sat down opposite Velda, who became quiet, listening to the confession of the dead man. She could no longer move properly. Constant childbirth had catastrophically damaged her body. It had swollen and she could only move in a chair. When she saw me, she immediately understood who I was and cried for a long time. Her head was on my shoulder. A pale hand with wrinkled skin lay on Leonid's right shoulder. And then for the first time I understood the meaning of the word happiness. I missed something like that, just having a loved one nearby. Those days while I was in the hospital complex, I came to her every day. We talked for hours, laughed, dreamed. She wanted to see the world beyond the farms, where thousands of women do nothing but give birth. She wanted to enjoy life. But one day when he came to her ward, the palms slowly clenched into fists. Even Velda felt the wild pain coming from the half-dead body. He did not find her. It turned out that my mother was taken away for liquidation. The government of the theocracy does not support people who are of no use to the state. My mother was killed like a sick animal, and her body was sent for processing. Nothing of value should be lost. Only this scarf. Leonid stretched out his hand, took the scarf from the girl, remained lying on her bed. She sewed it for me. Carefully folded, he returned it to his breast. Pocket. And what did you do? Velda had no doubts about Leonid's revenge. That squeezed out something like smiles, slowly parting his cracked lips and revealing shards of teeth. Many did not survive my revenge. In a frenzy, I burst into the missile complex, laid out my comrades in arms who were born the same way as me, and blew up the nearest farms with several volleys. Veldu's eyes widened with horror. Did I bring them peace, child? Or did you wish the same fate for them? Then I brought down my wrath on the heads of the bishops. I still don't understand how I managed to escape from the planet. I managed to capture a reconnaissance ship along with the bishop's crew and himself. I immediately put the crew to death. And the bishop, even in such cloudy eyes, the girl clearly saw a satisfied gleam. The bishop died for several days. I will omit the details. I will only say that his screams became the sweetest music to my ears. I got to the closed world, got involved with one gang, then another. Then Katerina didn't notice my talents as a soldier, and since then I've been inseparable from her. Leonid finished his story. So you want to help me? Velda asked timidly, having come to this conclusion after hearing the story. Leonid nodded smoothly. Will you help me escape? It's impossible to do that now. The ship is damaged and Cortez is most likely hunting us. But I won't let you get to Ganymede. Leonid stood up. Even if I have to kill you to do it. He was about to leave Velda when he froze in place, then turned towards her. Well, the denouement is approaching. We are going to meet Cortez. Your friend told Katerina how to find the cruiser. His voice's muffled sounded through the module. What did he do? Velda cried out, unable to contain herself. What a moron. Doesn't he understand what such people are capable of with such a powerful weapon in their hands? Mikhail carefully freed his hand, Lara dozed sweetly on it, did not move. Fatigue took over. When she returned to his cabin, she could barely stand on her feet, but she still found the strength for hot kisses and hugs. The assistant went to the control center, sat down in the commander's place, and began to look at the cosmos through the porthole. Genome, who was standing guard, glanced at him with an indifferent gaze. How beautiful. Mikhail loved to look at the fascinating pictures of the universe like this, casting aside doubts and worries. It had never seemed hostile to him before. With the inaccessible beauty of distant stars, with worlds that stunned the imagination, with the cold light of distant galaxies, with the bright tails of comets tracing the impenetrable darkness of distant space. A dangerous and inaccessible world, but not openly hostile. If the words of the AI Variag are true, although why would it lie about contact? They are confronted by an unusual enemy. Or an enemy? Doubts crept in. Then why would they share with Earth the technologies that allowed humans to get so far into space? And why did the Variag refuse to explain in detail what they looked like, focusing only on the fact that humanity would not survive? And why did the Earth government hide such information? I found a very interesting saying. History repeats itself twice, first as a tragedy, then as a farce. The voice of the Varangian was heard. Can't sleep again, Mikhail. What are you talking about? The assistant decided to engage in conversation with him, hoping to shed more light on the dark story. You're back in my command chair, and let's admit the fact. You're not a friend at all. Variag grinned. I never would have guessed that something like this would happen. Will happen again, and yet I am extremely curious. Who on earth has been maniacally persistently churning out clones from your DNA for such a long time? Mikhail shrugged slightly, settling comfortably in his chair. I can't imagine. You'll have the opportunity to find out after returning to Earth. I have no desire to wake up there again. Why? The Earth is our ancestral home, even yours. Even though you are an artificial intelligence, it is the duty of humanity and all who came from there to protect the Earth. The Varangian laughed. His body trembled slightly, and his genome looked around with an anxious gaze. Spare me such nonsense. Besides, I paid my debt, sent the mission data before I was thrown out to the outskirts of the universe. Don't exaggerate about the backyards. Mikhail really did find the AI's statement to be drawn to the situation. It's just a passing reference. And where would you go? It doesn't matter. The main thing is, as far as possible, space is limitless, and I am essentially immortal. I can wander among the stars for eternity. Eternal fugitive? Will you become one of the Shatuns? Variag's voice changed noticeably. Choose your words. Don't compare me to these psychos. Who would you call yourself? Let's say an explorer, Varangian suggested modestly. Or just a wanderer. He gave his final verdict. Michael. Everyone will stick to their own opinion. Let him. Mikhail didn't find the argument on this topic interesting. He slowly rolled up the sleeves on his jacket. How did my double act as commander? They didn't give him much time to develop. The clone barely left the medical capsule. His head was stuffed with false memories and sent on his way. His life path lasted a few months at most. Here means how. To Mikhail suddenly became, I feel sorry for my predecessor. It's cruel. I wouldn't say he was just another tool to achieve a goal, just like you. Varangian squeezed out, not hiding his feelings towards his assistant, although he chose a worthy death. Which one? It was important for Mikhail to know. He blew himself up when they tried to capture him. They? Mikhail asked in a tone that indicated who he was talking about. Yes, although I am 100% sure they wouldn't kill him. They don't try to kill at all. Are they being taken prisoner? After a short silence, Variag replied. And you can't call it captivity either. As far as I know, the first ship that returned from Cassiopeia, M34, with an infected crew, did not express aggression. Moreover, they tried to establish contact through infected people. So why didn't it happen? I don't have an answer to your question. Only the Earth leadership knows about it. Ask them when you have a chance. The AI's caustic tone again. Although I'm sure I can guess the reason, banal fear. Fear? Mikhail decided to look at the monitors to see what the crew was doing. The genomes at their posts, the adapts in the cryocapsules. The AI was surprisingly serving properly. Had it really resigned itself to the circumstances? Yes, they are more perfect than people, and most importantly, their existence in the universe is fundamentally different from your idea of what intelligent life should be like, and how it should look. Although you have used their gifts, then why does the Earth act this way? Because they, like you, when exploring space, proceed from their own considerations, and humanity has no chance of winning when confronted with them. We are too inferior to them. They explore world after world, any living creature, any organism, no matter what it consists of. They are able to rewrite DNA for themselves. Are they parasites? Mikhail exclaimed. No, they do not use the body as a source of food or harm it in any way. Here the Varangian hesitated. They simply make it different, changing the essence of the carrier, rewarding it with completely different values, while at the same time maintaining its previous form, absorbing its knowledge. The knowledge of its world. Mikhail absolutely did not understand Varyag. You are talking about the incredible. It's hard to believe. True, a slight smile was heard. So it's better to see. And once again you are lucky, loser. Mikhail didn't like the way the AI treated him. You really don't like me. Is it really that obvious? Varyag feigned surprise and laughed at his own joke. I just can't figure out how it turned out that you're commanding me again. I would be ironic about the wonderful expression fate if it weren't true. And what's even funniest is that the details have once again coincided incredibly. Again, you're in the commander's chair. Again, you don't really know anything. Again, you're with your beloved. By the way, meaningfully stretched out AI, really have you completely forgotten her? Who is she? Mikhail frowned. Oh, don't disappoint me even more. Sarcasm, poisonous sarcasm spitting flew V-site assistant. Did genetic memory fail? Or were the genes so thoroughly cleaned up? Get to the point, the AI began to irritate Mikhail. Or to the name. Varyag openly mocked him. Didn't Lyra's body push you in the right direction? Mikhail suddenly felt embarrassed and irritated. Were you spying on us? How much should one flatter oneself leaning towards the thought of this? I'm rather an involuntary witness of your rather absurd attempts. I want to note that physical intimacy in my eyes is rather funny. Your panting attempts to penetrate as deeply as possible into your partner. Stop it! Irritation gave way to open anger. In some positions you reminded me of rabbits. The AI could not be stopped. The stream of sarcasm poured out, intensifying with each word. This love of yours is an incredibly unproductive action, messing around for almost an hour for the sake of a few seconds of imaginary pleasure. Does the mouth really give such pleasure that one must moan like a boar suffering from shortness of breath? Stop! Mikhail banged his fists on the chair. Come on, we've known each other for thousands of years, the Varangian said coldly. Although I'm surprised that after all this you didn't remember Liz. Liz? Liz. The name stuck in his head and swirled around in his thoughts. Liz. Yes, he definitely heard that name. Liz, covering his face with his hands, plunged into pitch darkness, disconnected from the world around him. Mikhail listened only to the beating of his heart. Liz, a blow. Liz, another push. Liz, he shuddered. In his head, in the subcortex of his swirling consciousness, a familiar image slowly emerged. She had black hair, long and silky. I like to stroke it, whispered the shocked Mikhail, and her eyes were brown. Liz was of Asian descent, and you traded her for a blue chick from an artificially grown people. But I'm not going to judge you for that, the AI said cheerfully. I'm much more interested in something else. Why did the memories awaken? After all, there is a defect in your DNA. We were together. Mikhail still couldn't move away from the pictures of the past that had broken through the genetic barrier. What past? After all, if you look into the essence, nothing like this had happened in his life. This was knowledge alien to him. It would probably be worth telling the whole story here, but it's not so. Liz burned up, turned into dust, the remains of which remained forever on the sun. But you are alive and continue to roam the cosmos, which you dreamed of exploring together. There are many of us, Mikhail barely managed to say. On many starships along the dark frontier, the captain's assistants are called Mikhail. Don't break my heart. The AI drawled, swallowing his laughter like a mischievous youth mocking old men. Once in 1,000 years is enough for me. Mikhail straightened up in his chair. Do the job. He wouldn't let the arrogant AI put pressure on him. Oh, the commanding tone has returned, Varyek drawled ominously. Well, all that remains for me to do is obey your order, Commander Mikhail. I'm the captain's assistant, he reminded. Not at all. According to protocol, in the event of the captain's absence on board, his duties are performed by the assistant or another senior officer. That is, at the moment you are again the commander of the cruiser Varyek, and I am terribly curious. What kind of blunder will you make this time? Mikhail watched as small bright grains of sand, particles of outer space, flew past the portholes. They would have posed a threat to the ship and its crew. At a speed exceeding the speed of light, they could easily riddle the hull and kill everyone inside. But the aura around the starship did not allow this to happen. The particles deflected to the side, leaving behind a beautiful bright light of thin lines. 5 starships emerged from subspace one after another. Then they easily caught up with the ghost, positioned themselves on the sides, grabbed it in a pincer movement, launching their force screens at once. The ghost shook noticeably. Those inside fell to the floor. Brian crashed into the partition with a cheerful thud. Velda rolled head over heels among the tables, only by a lucky chance not being hurt. Leonid calmly watched the bone sticking out of his wrist. Katerina felt herself pressed into the chair, her breath caught, her eyes darkened for a moment. Gregory was in the next chair. Engines stopped work. A little bit, Sister said, stumbling and shaking. She was clearly afraid. Katerina clenched her fists, regretting that there was no way to bring in a weapon. Of course, they could try that ancient barrel that fired gunpowder, but there would only be a chance for one shot, and even if it was successful, they wouldn't be allowed to escape. Katerina! A demanding voice rang out like ringing metal. Open the airlock! Open up, she ordered Sister, as if she had a choice. And then, in a heavy tension of several minutes, she waited for the enraged guest. Brian stamped his feet, impatiently glancing at the door, his nostrils widened, noisily sucking in air like a cornered animal ready to throw himself at the throat of his pursuer. In a final leap, muscles rolled in lumps under the skin, fingers clenched and unclenched. He had enough strength to break Cortez's spine at once. Only he still had to get to him. Velda stared at the bone sticking out of Leonid's arm. There might be a brawl soon. The dead man approached the shiny metal table, rummaged around with his whole hand, and pulled out a short knife with a wide blade from its shelf. A swing, and the bone stump clattered on the tabletop and bounced off to the side. You shouldn't stick your head out. Can this really save me? A nervous laugh escaped her. What a ridiculous attempt to save life. Leonid froze for a moment. Cortez knows how small our team is. Although if he takes control of Sister, he will know all the ins and outs. A pleasant baritone sounded, thoughtfully. Okay, we'll decide according to the circumstances. Why are you helping me anyway? Velda didn't fully believe in the fit of nobility of someone who could soon fall apart. You're going against your team, against Katerina. She won't forgive this. It's unlikely that she'll pay attention to you. You pose no threat. A long, deep hum echoed throughout the ship. Here they are, docking. As for Katerina, it's her fault that I'm like this. The dead man looked at his hand, the wrist hanging on the skin. She didn't let me die properly by stuffing a neuromodule into my brain, which is why I'm still moving. The neuromodule in the head rewrites the human consciousness, Velda said, slightly hesitating. That is, then it can be connected to the cybernetic body and you will continue to live. Will it be me? The whitish, film-covered eyes stared at the girl. Yes, your consciousness, your personality is completely transferred to the neuromodule. That is, most likely this has already happened, Velda added after a slight hesitation. But Leonid still shook his head doubtfully. There was a muffled rumble, and somewhere in the distance many feet began to pound. You need to put on a spacesuit, Velda suddenly thought. Cortez's team won't have time to look around and figure out what's going on. If they start shooting, the ghost could get damaged, and then I will slowly die alone in the middle of space. One attempt at salvation is more bitter than another. Leonid still insisted on his own. Put it on. I'll do it too. He looked expressively at his injured hand, at his shabby appearance. The clothes hung on him in crooked folds. First, a healthy centipede rolled into the control center, its armored body shining with noisy legs. The robot, or rather a cyber clone of one of Cortez's loyal assistants, menacingly reared up on its hind legs, 2 meters high, spreading its sights to the sides, capturing everyone with red dots. Gregory lost the power of speech at the sight of such a creature. 2 people in black uniforms walked after them, wearing a reconnaissance exoskeleton over them, giving them agility and speed of movement. They put the barrels of their pulse rifles to Brian's broad chest, gesturing for him to raise his hands. He, grinning broadly and widening his eyes, obeyed, throwing an apologetic glance in the direction of Katerina. And only then did Cortez appear in a black uniform that emphasized his perfect figure, with the insignia of the commander-in-chief. In his hand he held the baton of the ship's captain, such as was issued to the commanders of the starships of Eden. Slowly, with the feeling of a master, he walked into the control center. Katerina sat in a chair, not daring to move under the watchful gaze of the centipede. So, Katerina knew from experience that when a conversation began with this word, expect trouble. So, Cortez repeated, standing opposite her. Where is my cruiser? It's moving. Now, Katerina began to justify herself, but fell silent, seeing how Cortez was approaching her, drilling with a piercing gaze, with a seething look. I need him here, in front of me. He squeezed the red staff with force. Trees upholstered silver. The top decorated a ball made of white crystal. We had to run. Katerina held on. She understood how threatening the situation was, but she wasn't going to give in either. Your agent, Tavri, was wrong. The cruiser's AI wasn't dead. It woke up when we were returning to you and we had to run. Cortez's face showed how indifferent he was to the criminal's excuses. He raised his staff, his gaze flashing furiously. And how can we find him now? There is such a possibility. Katerina watched his movements with cold blood. Cortez's hand froze. How? There is a beacon installed in its photon reactor. We have already tracked its movement. Cortez glanced suspiciously at the instrument panel, as if amid the sparkling and blinking lights can be found confirmation her words. Brian translated sight on the guns continued to poke into his chest, wondering if he could yank them out of the hands of their offenders. Then, racking his brains, he realized that they were probably also modified like him. And on top of that, this crawling caterpillar, you can't knock it out with a punch. And he just gritted his teeth, immediately attracting the attention of the metal centipede. Its optical sight slid right into his mouth. Right now he's not moving in subspace. We have a chance to catch up with him. Sister quickly picked up Katerina's words. We'll have to chase him? Cortez's anger was still there. A battle cruiser? You won't have another chance, Katerina said calmly. The Earth forces probably went after him, by the way. Their patrol ship was near Urbis, and we had to set off a little fireworks to get away from there. It seems Cortez realized the situation he got himself into. He froze opposite Katerina, who was sitting in place. Now he had two options: capture the cruiser or destroy it. If it fell into the hands of the Earth forces, they would get evidence of his involvement, and then Cortez was in a deep rage, made a wide swing, bringing it down in the woman's head. Catherine didn't have time to react, nor did Brian, nor did Cortez and his servants. Gregory appeared between him and Catherine, and his head took the blow. Why did he do it? It didn't matter anymore. There was a crunch of a broken skull and blood splashed on Catherine's face. The lifeless body collapsed at her feet. Cortez looked at the corpse indifferently. He needed to vent his anger, and he did it. It was even good that this scum came to hand. Katerina would still be useful to him alive. "Everyone on board, come to my ship, keep the starship on a leash." He extended his hand to Katerina. "Get up." She accepted his gesture, stood up, stepping over Gregory's body. Brian stomped ahead of her, feeling the barrels poking at his back. Leonid and Velda were easy to find on the small vessel. Brian watched in amazement as the two walked in their spacesuits, following the path indicated. Leonid walked with difficulty, his legs buckling, body became seams-like on spoiled, a mechanism that continues to work intermittently, with a brake, the gears of which, after another tension, will fly apart V-sides. Velda put her shoulder out for the dead man to lean on, which made Brian's surprise turn into genuine amazement. Velda cast a hateful look with her red eyes towards Katerina, who didn't give a damn about her feelings, or about the boy's self-sacrifice for the sake of a ghostly feeling of love. For her, the main thing is that she's alive, which means she still has a chance. They were led into the cargo bay of the Cortez starship. Katerina noted how full it was of weapons. This ship was clearly not designed for asteroid mining. It was a full-fledged combat ship. A small closet was set aside for them, and next to it was an air filtration station, constantly emitting a piercing whistle, from which the head began to hurt after just a few minutes. Katerina sat down opposite the automatic door. The main thing in the chance that fell to her was the ability to use it correctly. The woman understood perfectly well that even having caught up with the cruiser, Cortez would not be able to get it just like that. It would not be difficult for him to destroy all the starships of Eden. And this meant that she would have too little time to run away with Cortez's ship, not to mention that the ship's crew would definitely get in the way. But still, it was a chance. As always small, as always ghostly. Katerina smiled at her thoughts, and an understanding of how quickly she would have to act flashed in her cold gray eyes. Here it was, the usual adrenaline that stirred the blood. Velda huddled in a dark corner, covering her ears with her palms trying to reduce the noise. Eventually, she got so fed up with it that she activated her helmet, lowering the visor, and she could hardly hold back her tears, although she no longer had the strength to cry. Leonid enlightened her about Gregory's fate. Stupid boy. She was left alone again, like in her distant childhood. "Not do it of this, save air," Leonid's warning whispered. Sighing, the girl obeyed him. In the end, she also began to believe in that one chance for salvation. 5 starships, squeezing a small ship between them, rushed V-side sectors constellations Perseus, piercing the cosmic space, leaving behind colorful landscapes of the universe. Chapter 6. 2 military cruisers smoothly slowed down near a double star. 2 dwarfs, white and blue, for hundreds of millions of years had created an ideal balance of existence between themselves. Their orbits intersected so that circling in space they did not bump into each other, but complemented each other. Their existence became symbiosis, a phenomenon found not only on Earth, but also in all corners of the universe. Surrounded by the impenetrable darkness of outer space and a cluster of other star systems, these two looked like bosom friends, which was not at all the case. The white dwarf had been slowly devouring its fellow for millions of years, drawing hydrogen from it, absorbing it in incredible quantities. Even from the ships, you can see the gently shimmering light stretching in a smooth semicircle for hundreds of millions of kilometers from the blue dwarf into the voracious mouth of the white star. If you hadn't done this, the white dwarf would have ceased to exist long ago, cooling down forever. But then the usual balance would be broken, and having lost its orbit, the blue star would rush into an eternal journey through the dark cosmos. But still, the spectacle is impressive, which is why Lara, watching them together with Mikhail, squeezed his hand tightly. "How beautiful," she whispered to him. Mikhail looked into her violet eyes, and with childish naivety they admired the forced waltz of the two stars. "Yes," he agreed with her. "We're here," Odin's demanding voice sounded. Mikhail instantly straightened up and even involuntarily glanced at the commander's empty chair, stepping aside out of habit, letting go of Lara's hand. "Where are they?" "Here," came the muffled answer from the Varangian. "Where is it?" One of them carefully examined the sector. "There is no one and nothing here." "Really?" Varyag's tone began to fill with sarcasm. "I see nothing but empty interstellar space, filled with dust." Odin returned to his chair in irritation and stared at the panorama of the universe. "Where are they?" Mikhail was also tense. With every hour, with every minute as they approached their destination, he felt something pulsating in his subconscious, as if someone was trying to talk to him, bypassing space and time. "Do you feel them?" The Varangian turned to Mikhail. "And what about you?" "Strangely enough, yes," said the AI. "And this is surprising to me. Last time a similar signal was only understood by that Mikhail, but the adepts managed to sense it, but now..." The Varangian didn't have time to finish speaking. A sudden bright flash pierced Mikhail's consciousness, piercing his brain with a sharp pain. "They are here. They are waiting for us." It started spinning in his head. The power increased, clutching his head with his hands. Mikhail barely restrained himself from screaming. He managed to notice how Lara turned pale, almost collapsed. She managed to sit in the chair and, resting her elbows on the control panel, hold her head. "What is it?" shouted Mikhail. "It's them," answered the Varyag. The cruiser also felt unwell. It was shaking. A small tremor spread throughout the entire hull, causing objects in the compartments to jump in place and fall from the shelves onto the floor. Then, just as suddenly, the signal disappeared. Her head was simply splitting. Lara looked at Mikhail with a suffering face. He looked no better. "What's the matter?" Odin's voice rang out. "Mikhail, what's happening to you? Why is the signal from the cruiser disappearing? Didn't you feel it?" Mikhail squeezed out with difficulty. He literally collapsed into the commander's chair. Painful sweat appeared in large drops on his forehead. "Felt what?" Odin absolutely did not understand. "The adapts are all on the Varyag. The Buran crew currently consists only of people and genomes. So why did I feel all this?" "We were subjected to an incomprehensible attack," Mikhail explained to the commander as best he could. "It had a psychological nature. Don't talk nonsense." Odin didn't believe him. "There's no place for such weapons in space. They're simply useless here." "Besides, I didn't detect anything. No impulse, no energy flash," Chester intervened. "Although, judging by the data from the adapter modules, something unusual did happen on the Varyag. The state of brain activity is at a critically low level." Mikhail turned his gaze to Lara. She continued to squeeze her head, but her distorted face showed how much pain she was in. He turned towards the genome, who continued to keep watch with a dull face. "Take her to the medical bay," he ordered in a hoarse voice. "I have to," Genome began, but Mikhail interrupted him. "The cruiser commander gives you an order. Take her to the medical bay, then put her in the hibernation capsule and return back." "Yes," the soldier said without raising an eyebrow, having received a new order. "Leave the charge to me. If necessary, I'll activate it myself. He has enough determination for this." Supporting Lara, the genome headed towards the exit and suddenly stopped. What to do with the other adepts? they should also be in serious condition. Follow the order. Mikhail squeezed out gloomily. I felt them, but why? I'm not a human, not a clone, not a living being. The AI struggled to sort through its memories. How did it end up so far away from Cassiopeia M34? What had happened to it? Why was it still alive? Alive? Did I say alive? Artificial intelligence would say, I'm functioning. Where does this drive to survive come from? This instinct is inherent only to biological beings. I am a machine mind. Varangian plunged V memories. When was rapidly approaching to the gates, striving leave the star system, the cruiser they captured still attacked it one last time. But these were not charges. Right, he shuddered, I remembered. They hit him. They stuck to his skin. And in order to throw them off himself and not return infected to Earth, the AI decided on a rather dangerous and an unpredictable step. Namely, to blow up the gate at full speed at the moment when he was passing through it again. The destructive force that burst out at that moment exceeded the explosion of a dozen stars, and in theory, should have simply incinerated him. But in the end, the unimaginable amount of energy released at that time created a wormhole that pierced time and space, throwing the cruiser to where no one would have thought to look for it. Those creatures died, but their particles still reached their goal, penetrating the quantum basis, thereby giving new life to the Varyag. This is why he exists. This is why he lives and thinks. Live? Think? I reason just like a human. The Varangian chuckled to himself. So they are right. I am infected, that is why I feel them. They made me different. But is it better? Where are they? Raged the enraged Odin, the invisible and unknown enemy had struck the first blow, leaving the Scandinavian a fool. Captain Odin is right in front of you. The Varangian's words made him stare even more attentively at the porthole, feeling every patch of space. I can't see anything, Chester. What about you? Radars are picking up pulses of previously unrecorded amplitude, but the source of the signal has not been revealed. It seems to be coming from everywhere. Chester is as puzzled as the commander. So they are in front of us? Odin did not understand. Or are they hiding among the clouds of cosmic dust? Mikhail also studied the sector closely. All they saw besides the stars, distant constellations, and even more distant galaxies was the cosmic dust shimmering with mesmerizing colors. It created fantastic pictures, enlivening the dark cosmos, giving it the appearance of turbulent life. The sprawling river flowing from distant constellations shimmered mother-of-pearl glittering, twisting into sinuous lines, passed through the bright orange banks, which had become so because of the many yellow stars. At a distance from it, a bizarre pattern resembling a tree spreading its lush branches to the sides, only the foliage on it cast a bloody crimson hue, and the stars that stood next to it successfully created the illusion of multicolored fruits, distant and cold worlds that appeared thanks to a successful combination of light stars and cosmic dust. And all this swayed and blossomed against the background of a magical green color that was tightly compressed in space. This green dust was mysteriously blinking, flowing from edge to edge, and from within it were escaping clouds of the same light, as if it were alive and breathing. The green veil extended as far as the eye could see. It began at one end and was lost at the other. Mikhail realized who was in front of them. One, he said in a hoarse voice. I see them. Where? Right in front of us. Mikhail began to understand how weak they were in front of them. Where? Right under our noses. One of them jumped up from his chair in a rage and was about to shower his assistant with curses when it dawned on him too. What? He whispered. Are these they? Yes, confirmed the Varyag in sullen triumph. Is this dust an alien civilization? Now Chester also saw those sending the signal. Although then, it is understandable why the signals are coming so evenly and from several directions at once. Frankly, not expected similar forms life. Quite unusual. Chester is dry in his conclusions, as befits a normally functioning AI. One outlined slowly approaching veil with the phosphorescent green light. Are they superior to us? Are they intelligent? What could they possibly be capable of? And what will you be capable of, Captain, if you lose your ship, artificial intelligence, and find yourself in outer space naked? How long will you survive? They move around in space without fear. It does not pose such a rapid threat to them as it does to humans. One returned to his chair, stunned by the discovery and unable to come to his senses. We were talking about a civilization that is superior to us in everything, in technology, in the ability to master space. Assuming something like this, thought about being standing much higher than man. But dust. It's just cosmic dust. How can it be so developed? Here Variag could not stand it any longer, exclaiming, succumbing to emotions, "O people, entrenched in your own dogmas, studying the cosmos, did you think to find intelligent life completely suitable for you? Why did you decide that it must necessarily be similar to humanity? Who said that you are the pinnacle of the evolution of the universe? A storehouse of virtue and development? You yourself appointed such a position to yourself and in arrogant conceit gathered to determine who is intelligent for contact with you and who is not." Variag was interrupted by Chester. "Now I am finally convinced of your incorrect functionality. The manifestation of emotions is the first sign of an imbalance in the system. Assistant Captain Mikhail, I strongly recommend disconnecting the Variag AI from the system." "And how will he do it?" Variag asked with a dark superiority in his voice. "It's simply impossible. I have no interface. I exist in the cruiser itself. To kill me, you would have to simply destroy the ship itself, or burn out the entire quantum base. Then the cruiser would become a dead, useless piece of metal. And besides, you have much more serious problems than deciding my fate. Captain Odin, I'm curious. What will your actions be?" "My actions?" One did not know what to answer. "Let me remind you of the primary task, to find the source of the signal and make contact. Here they are in front of you. But here's what you need to know. Contact will pass by their rules. Barely you will come into contact with them. You will be infected, even you, Chester." He couldn't help but tease the AI of Burin. "And that means the mission is a failure. Moreover, you will open the way to Earth." "They're moving," Chester involuntarily supported Variag. "The speed is low, but there is a slow acceleration. And in addition, one more remark. For unknown reasons, the gravitational disturbance among them is increasing." "What do you mean?" Odin's gaze slid over the control panel, and yes, the data was giving out a message that a gravitational field was growing out of nowhere inside the green shroud. "Are they pulling us towards themselves?" "It looks like it." Chester was forced to agree with the captain's arguments. "But the radar there does not detect planets or large stars. The only stars given out by the onboard navigator were white and blue dwarfs. And also no ships are visible, based on the fact that weapons could be on them. They are the captain's power," the Varangian enlightened. "They are a weapon and a ship in themselves." "I don't understand." Odin was completely confused. "This is due to their interaction and structural features. In structure, they are similar to a mineral in their connection with each other to mushrooms. Each element is incredibly tenacious, has intelligence when combined together. Their interconnection and capabilities increase. Not only the physical body increases, but also mental abilities. All the experience they have collected in the universe is taken into account." "Are you talking about a large anthill?" That's how one understood Variag's explanation. "That vulgar comparison again." The Varangian grinned. "Are ants intelligent? They live by instincts developed over millions of years of evolution. Even having united into a colony, they have not created technologies that allow them to change the world around them to suit their needs. These are capable of much. I have some assumptions on this matter. I could even share them with you." "Share." Odin is ready to listen to any theories, including those bordering on the level of delirium. After a short pause, Varyag, taking on the tone of a storyteller, began slowly. I assume they are able to change as they see fit. Possessing a crystalline body, they have the ability to create objects, and given their size, the scale visible to us. At these words, Mikhail glanced over the endless veil. Stretching for hundreds of millions of kilometers, they are capable of reproducing an entire planet. What? Odin's shocked cry tore through the air. This is... The Varangian didn't let him finish, interrupting with caustic sarcasm. Are you saying nonsense? As I said earlier, their connection is similar to mushrooms. That is, all of them. All of this space filled with them is connected to each other, and now they have found a way to hold us. By creating a gravitational mass comparable to a planet's, Chester added, a very clever move. Our ships will fall under its influence and will be drawn to them. In this way, they can change the space around them, and a starship unaware of this would simply go off course. And it could have disappeared without a trace, Odin chuckled, sorting out the looming problem. It's quite possible that the missing ships near the Dark Frontier shared a similar fate. Their movement in space is also quite interesting. They use everything they can reach, continued Varyag. Wandering asteroids, comets, captured ships, they are capable of colonizing all worlds, from lifeless from our point of view, to fully developed civilizations. And at the same time, do you think they used the knowledge they got during the capture? Mikhail turned his attention to the monitor. The genome slowly, carefully supporting Lyra led her to the cryocapsule. That's my guess. To which Odin asked himself, why do they need this? I mean, I want to point out that they capture worlds to achieve certain goals, such as resources, territory, threat to development, simple survival. And as far as I understand, they don't need any of that. Then, as a joke, let's assume that they consider their actions to be an improvement of the universe. The Varangians' words were met with unanimous silence. Odin was the first to speak out. Are they bringing development to the universe? But the worlds are different, not similar to each other. They are able to make them the same. Then it is a threat, a contagion capable of destroying us, Odin stated decisively. But from a scientific point of view, it is interesting to understand how they evolved into such a form. Chester indulged in his thoughts. Technological breakthroughs are not important for their civilization. Humanity had to go a long way from a simple wheel to an atomic engine. They calmly move around the universe without needing anything like that. Their world does not require colossal resources for development. Their form is primitive compared to the human organism, but at the same time, surpasses it. How did you start admiring them? Odin said jealously to Chester. This is not admiration, but recognition of the facts, the AI explained with restraint. The instrument reading showed how the force of gravity was increasing sharply fields. By body, Mikhail ran through a small treacherous tremor that occurs when you are slightly ill. And the longer you looked on the green veil majestically spread out in space, the more he wanted to dissolve in it. Shaking off the spell, he turned to Odin. What are our actions, Captain? Actions? Odin did not want to retreat. To admit defeat for the second time was too humiliating. What can we do against them? What to do? Mikhail did not know how to answer this question. Attacking with the weapons on board is a waste of time. Energy weapons are useless, as are missiles with electromagnetic torpedoes. It's like shooting into fog. Everything will pass them by. And as if to confirm his words, the green shroud was illuminated by a bright emerald light. It began from afar and was lost somewhere far behind the double star. Like the polar lights, the green flame swayed among the impenetrable darkness of the cosmos. What about nuclear missiles? Odin suggested. They will only destroy a small fraction of the enemy from the total mass. Chester's dry pragmatism left no room for optimism. You have an annihilation beam, Varyag suggested. I have studied its characteristics and, I confess, I am impressed by the progress with which you are creating objects capable of destroying yourselves. Annihilation beam, Chester repeated. That might work. Really? Odin was instantly inspired. He didn't even notice how he opened his jacket to the middle of his chest, feeling the heat from excitement. Yes, provided that its destructive power was measured in millions of kilometers. One of them slammed his fists hard on the control panel a couple of times, under the silent gaze of the crew. Having come to, the captain should not behave like that in front of his subordinates. He buttoned up all the buttons in an instant, threw them to their posts without looking back. A slight noise announced that the order had been carried out. "Are we retreating?" asked the Varangian. "You have nowhere to run. In any case, you will be delivered to Earth for a military court, where your fate as a criminal will be decided." Odin's voice thundered as never before in an excellent commanding tone. "Then what should we do?" Mikhail's voice was heard. "Captain, the force of gravity is increasing," one of the crew members exclaimed. This was already felt in full measure. The instruments showed that the ship was beginning to be affected by the force of gravity. "They can use gravity as a weapon," Chester concluded, a conclusion no one needed. "Let's still use the annihilation beam," Varyag suggested again. "You are already aware of my calculations. It will be useless against such a mass," Chester answered arrogantly. "You are useless in your feeble-minded conclusions?" The Varangian waved his brother away like a man would an annoying midge. "The essence of my goal is different, since we are not able to destroy them all at once. Let's get rid of the gravity they cause. And how do you propose to pull this off?" Odin listened attentively to the Varyag. "How you upset me with your uselessness." Varyag squeezed out in irritation, and a barely restrained wave of discontent with the unreasonable people rolled across the hull of the cruiser. "We need to detect the center of the gravity source and open fire on it. That's where the enemy is most concentrated right now." "There is something in this idea," Mikhail supported Varyag's idea. "Oh, we finally got along. A slight irony slipped into the last. I regret the lack of a physical body, otherwise unable to resist." He hugged her, wanting to strangle her in a friendly embrace. Mikhail ignored the Varangian's barb. The adapters began to adjust the target, calculating its center based on changing gravitational lines. "Captain, are you ready?" "Yes," Odin answered cheerfully, noticeably more cheerful. He was so disgusted by inaction that he now radiated the success of the operation. "Are you going to attack together?" Varyag asked the captain, puzzled. "Yes, a double whammy. One shot is enough to prove the correctness of Varyag's theory." Chester suddenly took his side. "Let's leave the second shot just in case." "Okay," Odin pursed his lips. "Then we will attack." A beam burst out from the aft part of the starship, its tip sparkling like the tip of a thin needle, easily piercing the green veil, passing through it without encountering any obstacles. There was movement inside the green mass. It began to stir excitedly, bending and shimmering with a furious green glow. It was visible how a hole formed inside it, expanding more and more at the edges, and scarlet lights ran along its perimeter, collapsing without a trace. The annihilation beam turned any matter into lifeless dust, splitting it into elementary particles. "Gravity's down," Chester said. Odin smiled contentedly for the first time in a long time. "But still, we won't stop them with this attack." Chester continued to soberly assess the situation. "Besides, we are not able to use the annihilation beam indefinitely. Our energy resources will run out, and then we will be absolutely defenseless." One hung his head, thick blonde hair hiding his face. "It's a shame there's no way to blow them up in one fell swoop." "Actually, there is such a possibility. Of course we won't destroy everyone at once, but in this situation, we have a chance to win over them." Voice Varangian sounded with overconfidence, it seemed to everyone. "And how are you going to pull this off?" One ran his hands through his hair, pushing it back. Do you have a hidden weapon that no one suspected? You've almost guessed it, Captain, Variag said mockingly. A thermonuclear charge of incredible size. Really? Mikhail rushed to examine the arsenal. I don't see anything like that. Because you're looking in the wrong place. Mikhail looked through the data more meticulously and scrupulously. You're just messing with my head. You're just looking in the wrong place, Variag said, openly amused. You're all looking in the wrong place. The genome returned to the control center and took up its previous post. Mikhail felt a little better knowing that if everything went badly, Lara would not see all this horror, but would die in ignorance, in her sleep. Stop joking! Odin barked, watching as gravity began to increase again. Okay, the Variag said conciliatorily. He's right in front of you, so to speak, right under your nose. One of them had already opened his mouth to swear, but Chester's voice came faster. He means the Captain's star. What? He was dumbfounded. A star? There's a binary star system in front of us, Chester explained. Do you regret that you didn't think of this yourself? Variag asked his brother, unable to hold back a grin. No. Liar. If Chester was going to answer him, Michael's voice beat him to it. You want to blow up a star? But how are you going to do it? An annihilation beam. It needs to be adjusted so that it splits only a certain chemical element. And what is it? One of them tensed up. This AI was constantly making his interlocutors look like simpletons. Perhaps we should give the floor to Chester. Variag sarcastically avoided explaining. Chester? Odin turned his gaze to the control panel. Do you understand what this is about? Quite. I am currently collecting information and analyzing it. After a couple of minutes of excruciating pain for the Captain, Chester continued. No hydrogen lines were found in the spectral analysis of the white dwarf. It receives this element by absorbing it from the companion star. One looked at the smooth semicircle of bluish shimmer that went from one star to another. Against the background of the stars, it looked like a wizard's robe under which miracles could be hidden. So, the white dwarf is ready to explode? Odin began to understand the idea of the Varangian. Yes, and if you deprive the remaining helium in its core, the destruction of the star is inevitable. That's it. Mikhail leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes. Now his brain needed rest. His head continued to ache. The pulsating pressure squeezed his temples so that it seemed to him like his brain was cracking. So, Variag wanted to activate this thermonuclear bomb. By setting the annihilation beam to destroy helium to cause a chain reaction, having transformed fading white dwarf in a supernova explosion, known for its destructive power. But will it work? Mikhail felt fatigue overcome him. Are we able to do this? Odin seemed to ask the main question that interested him. Yes, Chester replied. One of us fires a beam at the star, the other holds them back, occasionally destroying their attempts to gather together. I've noticed that the after effects of the shot are felt across all of them, which isn't surprising given the connection between them. There's just one problem. Well, how could we do without her? Odin wiped his forehead with his sleeve. You can't predict the moment a supernova explodes. It's just impossible. Let me explain easier, Captain. Time we will have no room to retreat. Excellent. Now the captain of the Buran also felt the weight of fatigue. Will it definitely explode? Yes. And what will the force be? Chester thought about it. I guess front edges will be destroyed. Those who survive will fall into the resulting black hole. A black hole? The captain shuddered, the curse of space. Yes, I think it will exist for a couple thousand, maybe a little more years. Anything that is close to its gravitational forces will inevitably fall into it, where they will be destroyed. That is, they will have to change their route, and their remains will be thrown back, under the influence of light pressure after the flash that occurred as a result of the explosion. What decision will you make, Captain? For the first time in his life, Odin faced such a choice. One thing to show off, absolutely other giveaway order, clearly understanding that its implementation inevitably leads to the death of subordinates, for whose lives he is responsible. The captain turned back and regretted his actions. The team looked at him, and in the eyes of each hope that they will not perish on the edge of the universe in obscurity. The burden of making a decision is the most burdensome yoke. Captain? Chester also expected an answer. Warn the Earth. The voice treacherously sank instead of a commanding tone. A thin voice. Already doing so, Captain. Full transmission of data on what happened. Decision, time to make a decision. Odin's head was spinning. Captain, a voice came from the crew. An unexpected situation. Really? Unable to contain himself, Odin gave a nervous grin. What was it that made everything unforeseen and unpredictable converge at this very point in the universe? What else was there? From subspaces it came out some ships of an unspecified type. What do we mean by this? What class do they belong to? Are they warships or a fleet of explorers? The last thing he needed was for civilians to be drawn into all this, and unexpectedly for himself, Odin felt relief. If they were civilians, then they should help them evacuate. And the captain was sure that everyone present had succumbed to the same emotion. Variag immediately recognized one of the ships as the Ghost. Oh, it's getting more and more exciting. He was already anticipating upcoming events. Captain! A voice broke into a scream. They opened fire on us. The first salvo of torpedoes and missile attacks was repelled without consequences, but the second wave partially achieved its goal. The Buran took the most hits. It blew away the railgun, disabled the missile silos and pulse launchers. The Variag was luckier. Cortez still cherished the hope of capturing it, so he abandoned the targeted attacks. The Variag's AI easily repelled the weak attacks in its direction. When Cortez's ships emerged from subspace and the Master of Eden spotted the Earth Force patrol cruiser on radar, he imagined that he could finish it off quickly, thereby avoiding possible retaliation. That's why he ordered open fire to kill. Chester! Odin barked, moving the holographic screens in front of him with rapid movements. Situation. The plating is damaged. 34% of the weapons are out of order. Annihilation beam. His condition worried the captain the most. It's okay. I've installed a protective screen on the stern of the cruiser, but now we're not protected from intense enemy attacks from the rear. Who are these bastards? They're probably from Eden, someone on the team said. Intelligence indicates that Eden engineers have been creating cargo ships with offset centers and reactors that are beyond the permitted limits. Then why haven't they been taken? Away from them! Roared Odin, managing to give the order to launch electromagnetic torpedoes to meet another salvo of pulse missiles from the enemy starships. I believe that on Earth they decided not to enter into conflict with Eden prematurely, fearing to cause tension with others. Planets, Chester suggested. Well, now Earth has reason to be tense and worried. Bright flashes flashed on the monitors one after another. Torpedoes intercepted the missile attack. Establish contact with the enemy ship. An image of Odin appeared before Cortez. I order you to cease your aggression and surrender. Cortez rose from his red leather chair and approached the twitching, uneven image with a disdainful expression. Or what? Or you will be declared a criminal and according to the law of the Earth. The laws of the Earth. For the Earth. Cortez exploded and broke the connection with a wave of his hand. Destroy them all. One of them clenched his fists in rage. The pompous idiot. Mikhail, do you need a special invitation? He said irritably to his assistant. Why are you silent? Mikhail watched the shimmering green shroud. The dull pain in his temples intensified, pounding like a small ringing hammer. It seemed to him that clouds were thickening inside the shroud, becoming denser and stronger. Now lightning bolts were slipping along its entire length, stretching for hundreds of millions of kilometers. Energy of incredible power was accumulating. and Variag simply chose not to get involved. "Mikhail!" The captain's shout brought him to his senses. "What's wrong with you?" "What? Are you sleeping?" "We are under attack." Only the assistant noticed the movement of foreign ships and how badly the Buran had been damaged. "Why were you silent?" He attacked the Varangian. "Because you're the boss here," he sneered. "I don't have the right to sneeze without your knowledge. Open return fire." "And what do you order?" the Varangian asked humbly. "At your discretion." "The order has been received, Commander. I am executing." The AI's tone showed an undisguised desire to show what he was capable of. Having deployed his guns, Variag began to shower the enemy with a hail of charges from railguns. Ship's Eden Walked group, Hal became an excellent target. And the team apparently was not distinguished by intelligence and dexterity. The shells at a crazy speed pierced the starships. 2 ships were simply torn to pieces. Air rushed through the holes into space, and depressurization completed the sad fate of the damaged ships. The third did not have time to dodge the debris and ran into them with its nose, which pierced it like shrapnel. A couple of minutes, and the third starship, falling apart into pieces, ceased to exist. "Mr. Cortez!" The assistant ran up with shaking hands and a face distorted with fear. "We have lost 3 ships." "There are still 2 left," Cortez said through his teeth, not quite finishing, understanding the tragedy of the current situation. "We must retreat," the assistant suggested to his misfortune. The whistle of the commander's baton was heard. Cortez with the tip thrust into the throat of the scoundrel who had hinted at a shameful escape. He wheezed, deprived of air, clutching his throat, fell to his knees and wanted to jump aside, but did not have time to escape Cortez's punishment. A heavy blow right on the top of the head took the life of another man. There was a roar. The ship shook noticeably. The light disappeared for a moment, then appeared. But not everywhere. The control panel exploded with a noise, sparkling with blue sparks. The panels from the inner lining flew down. The electromagnetic missile launched from the Buran reached its target. "Attention, critical hit, gravity violation inside ship," rang out warning in different voice. "System short circuit." "I'm free," came Sister's cautious whisper, and Katerina realized that this was her chance. After the lights in the compartment went out and then came back on, winking at the surviving panels, it became clear just how bad things were for Cortez. "Attention, evacuation required. Follow the light lines towards the rescue shuttles." Katerina turned her gaze to Brian, who smiled knowingly, walked up to the door, grabbed the handle tightly and pulled it to the side. It opened surprisingly easily. "That's because the electronics failed." Katerina's words wiped the smug expression off the big guy's face. In the general panic, no one paid attention to them, especially since Leonid and Velda were in spacesuits, as was the mainstream rushing to salvation. Brian hit one soldier on the head with his fist, taking away his pulse rifle. Velda rushed after his broad back, but was stopped by Leonid. "You shouldn't follow them. Katerina will simply throw you out of the ship, because now you'll have to get out of such a hole for a very long time." A baritone sounded in the earring. "So what should we do?" Velda wanted to survive now. "Follow me." They let the stream of people carry them to the sector where the evacuation was taking place. People, cursing and pushing each other aside, tried with all their might to get to the rescue shuttles. Leonid, like Brian, managed to get a trophy in the confusion, a couple of thermal grenades. Grabbing the first soldier who came to hand, who didn't understand what was going on, he leaned him against Velda and threw a grenade towards the gates of the airlock. There was an explosion, a bright flame engulfed tens of meters. People began to run away in panic and scream. The poor guy who involuntarily covered Velda with his body was hit by fire, burning his flesh to the bone. He began to roll on the floor, squealing, risking being crushed by those running in panic. "Put your helmet on quickly." Velda hurried to lower her visor. A poisonous bright flame burned through the metal, and the screeching sound of torn plating was heard. "Attention, depressurization. Let's go." Leonid resolutely stepped into the hangar, pulling Velda along with him. The air rushed out, dragging everything it could grab along with it. With difficulty, clinging to everything they could, they reached the shuttle, the doors of which automatically swung open in front of them. Having climbed inside, Leonid locked the door. Time to get going. His head lolled unnaturally to the side, flaps of skin hanging from his head. There are hibernation pods here, that's good. Leonid sat down in the pilot's seat, Velda in the seat next to her. She was breathing heavily, her brain refusing to accept that Leonid had cold-bloodedly killed several people, even if they were hostile to them, to save her. Request permission to take off, Leonid ordered Velda. We need permission to take off, the girl babbled, looking at the control panel. Leonid waited, ready to go out into space. Denied. Voice not confirmed. Shuttle hijacked. The system refused to release them. What? Velda squeaked pitifully. Leonid leaned helplessly over the blinking keys of the panel. The shuttle was a rescue one. It was not designed to install weapons. There was nothing to break through with. Suddenly the hangar shook. The wall bent. As if someone from outside had pressed with all their might, a guttural groan was heard. Then sparks ran along it. And the next second, the sector was torn apart. The shuttle was pulled into outer space. It spun. Everything flashed before Velda's eyes. Ship debris, stars, a thick green veil, dots from rocket explosions, chaotically tumbling bodies. Leonid managed to stabilize the rotation and then level the shuttle. They saw how other rescue boats hastily left the scene of the battle. The dead man, without thinking twice, rushed away, leaving behind his rapidly dying past. Katerina reached the docking gateway without any problems. The problem was that there were people who wanted to get on the Ghost without her permission. 5 of them with officers' insignia on their fancy bright camisoles were frantically restoring the panel that allowed the gateway to be opened. Sparks flew out of it in different directions like a festive sheaf. "We need to trigger the short circuit again!" one of the officers yelled, pushing his comrade away in impatience and piercing the panel with the end of his staff covered in precious metal. The cotton was drowned in the roar of the ship being destroyed. A blinding lightning bolt jumped out, grabbed the staff, and jumped from it straight into the owner's face, burning out his eyes. He, screaming furiously from pain, spun around like a top, bumping into people hurrying to the exit. However, he managed to reach his goal. The airlock door, twitching slightly, began to open. Grabbing the edge with their hands, the officers pulled it towards themselves. "Great, go ahead, Brian," Katerina ordered. Brian, with a vengeful gleam in his eyes, found himself next to them in 2 leaps, grabbed the first one by the scruff of the neck like a puppy, and slammed his forehead against the door. After a juicy blow, a bloody stain remained on it. Throwing the body aside, Brian grabbed the next victim. A powerful palm grabbed his throat. The poor guy wheezed hoarsely. A second later, there was a crunch and the body fell like a lifeless sack at his feet. "Stop. We can save ourselves together," the others screamed. Brian convinced them of the falsity of their plan with 3 shots. The door jammed again. Katerina with difficulty stuck her head through, exhaling and drawing in her chest and stomach, pushing through the narrow space. Leaving abrasions and scratches on her body, she managed to slip into the passage. Good girl. The little sister was literally shaking, ready to run anywhere without looking back. "Brian, your turn." Brian grinned and looked at Katerina through the crack. The big guy's body couldn't squeeze through it. "Go." He showed his fangs in a grin. "Soon there may not be a chance." And he barely had time to utter these words when the centipede fell upon him with a roar. Its steel paws like pincers grabbed the bull, confident of a lightning-fast massacre. Brian managed to push them apart with a wild roar and shouted, turning to Katerina for the last time, "Run, boss!" However, he didn't have to do this. As soon as the centipede showed itself with its armored body ringing, Katerina was already making her way to the ship. First of all, she was only concerned about her own life. She didn't even think for a second about where Leonid had gone. Brian struggled to hold on to the cyberclone's deadly embrace. The ship shook again, and they both lost their balance, found themselves on the floor. Grabbing a pulse rifle, the big guy with a sadistic smile began to shoot at the centipede. It wriggled, trying to get away from the fire, but the shots knocked out decent chunks of metal from its body. Then, curling up into a ball, it rushed towards Brian and literally slammed him into the wall. The ship shook again, this time with such force that the internal partitions began to collapse, foreshadowing imminent death. Katerina, flying into the control center, tripped over Gregory's prostrate body. It remained lying in place with dried bloodstains. "Let's go." Katerina managed to sit down in the chair. "Where to?" Only Cortez's ship remained, which in a couple of minutes, like the others, would be just a memory. Katerina's brain was feverishly thinking. It didn't matter where to run now. The main thing was to escape and not get hit by the cruisers of the security forces, which meant she just had to dissolve into space. "There," she pointed towards the green shroud of cosmic dust. "We'll hide, sit it out, and then figure out what to do." "Got it." The little sister turned on the engine at full power and rushed into the dense clouds of saving dust. Leonid, while controlling the shuttle, noticed something was wrong. The system was damaged. The annoying voice of the automatic assistant was quite annoying. But now it was difficult to understand what the problem was. The shuttle obeyed the controls, but the notification did not work. The navigation was out of order. And most importantly, something was wrong with the pressure. Having checked the data, I was convinced that there was a colossal problem. The shuttle's body had lost its tightness. Velda reported this. "Does this mean we'll be left without air?" She was already perceiving the bad news with fatalistic resignation. It seemed to her that fate itself wanted to get rid of her from the world of the living. "That's not the worst problem." The baritone remained enviably calm. "We hope the shuttle doesn't get torn apart." The girl smiled sadly at this, so it was all over. "I have an idea. It will work." "Is it worth it?" Velda took a deep breath, putting her thoughts in order. "And then what? How long will it take us to get to the nearest piece? And how long can I last here without supplies?" "Much longer than you think," the confident baritone said. "Listen." Leonid's idea was as follows. Velda would lie down in a hibernation capsule and in a state of cryosleep continue the journey. Leonid would enter the route data, considering it a good idea to conceal the fact that he was entering it at random since he had no idea in which direction they were going. Then, he would pump out the air in the shuttle, reducing the pressure to the maximum possible, thereby reducing the risk of depressurization. "I'll become a piece of ice," Velda said sadly. "I don't see any other way out." Leonid hung his head. "And what about you?" Leonid turned his eyes to Velda, covered with a white veil, the pupils barely visible through it. "And I'm still living out my last moment in this mortal body. Although, if it's true about the neuromodule," he poked his fingers into the head, it crunched, "I'll stay in it. More. Not spending time." Young woman undressed naked, throwing her clothes haphazardly on the floor. She lay down cryocapsule. There were several more empty ones nearby. Still, waiting for their owners. Having received a couple of injections, her consciousness was captured by a saving fog. The last thing she saw before switching off was Leonid standing opposite. Watching the capsule's lid slowly become covered with frost from the inside, Leonid thought that it would be better to disappear into space like this, in ignorance. Approaching the controls, he switched the pumps with his barely bending surviving hand. The pressure inside the shuttle began to decrease. The dead man turned off the air supply, switching it to automatic activation in case the hibernation capsule opened. Then he directed the shuttle towards the brightest stars. It seemed he had already seen them, like on his home planet. He took out a handkerchief, spread it on his knees, not taking his dull eyes off it. It was no longer clear whether he had died completely, or what could hardly be called life still remained in him. Variag just chuckled as he saw the ghost heading towards the clouds of glowing green dust. "The enemy has been destroyed," Chester reported. "We have some pretty serious damage, including to the engine area." One of them heard the muffled exhalation of the team behind him. There's nothing he could do about it. Annihilation beam? Normal. So the priority task is... Mikhail's excited voice rang out. "One, Captain! They're up to something." "What?" The Scandinavian turned his gaze to the shimmering veil. A network of lightning discharges and blindingly bright arcs spread across it, appearing along its entire length. Not without reason, the captain was puzzled. Suddenly, a huge pillar of bright red light emerged from the shroud, resembling a polygon, striking with its clear edges. The Buran, having fallen under its blow, literally drowned in it. The ship itself remained undamaged. The beam, having passed through it, rushed further into the universe. "What is this?" whispered a shocked Mikhail. The Varangian, without wasting time on thinking, responded with a beam of annihilation, precisely striking the densest clouds from where the beam had burst forth. Once again, the green shroud began to blink furiously, shimmering with a bright phosphorescent light, bending along its entire length. Chapter 7. This is Chester. The Buran crew has been completely destroyed. The AI's voice broke into a wheeze and a sharp, ear-piercing whistle. I'm the only one left. How did everyone die? Mikhail didn't believe it. He was exhausted after this message. His head could no longer withstand the crushing pain. Thick drops of blood were falling from his nose. What was happening to him? What was the cause of the illness? Genome also looked bad, although he was holding up much better. The adapts didn't look cheerful either. Could this really be their effect? I confirm. Team Burana fully died. I provide a report. A floating image from the Buran appeared. The crew was spread out on the floor, their bodies frozen in awkward poses, remaining in their places. The corridors were empty. People and genomes lay along the walls. The ship's compartments, immersed in semi-darkness, were illuminated by a rare, dim, intermittent light. Torn pieces of sparking wires hung through holes in the twisted walls. Fires smoldered in places, spreading suffocating smoke that slowly crawled across the floor. The cruiser began to resemble the legendary ghost ships that Mikhail had heard about so often while still on Mars. One was frozen in his chair, his hands gripping the armrests with a final grip, his shoulders straightened, his head frozen and raised, making the captain look like a marble statue. His blue eyes were wide open, frozen, succumbing to the cold of death. I'm able to continue the mission. Chester's voice was broken, coming in fragments. The connection was hoarse every now and then, torn apart by a piercing noise. It seemed as if someone else was trying to break into the air. We were waiting for you. The image of a cute girl with Asian features appeared in Mikhail's eyes. You're late again. Mikhail. Varangian's shout made the assistant come to his senses. Don't disappear! Can they have telepathy? Mikhail clutched his head with his hands, the pain intensifying, becoming unbearable. I am sure of it. They can transform into an incredibly powerful brain, and telepathy is a common thing for them. Variag hid the fact that he too felt excitement, having succumbed to their signals. Now it will not be possible to simply run away. Are you planning to desert again? Chester did not hide his contempt. It seemed he even felt what it meant. You have a chance to rehabilitate yourself, and this means inevitable death. You have no choice. Mikhail felt a surge of anger giving him strength. Or you can send him into oblivion right now. Will you kill Lara? You are used to sending those you love into oblivion. Variag increased the degree of mockery. We continue to implement the plan. Mikhail was not going to give up. Chester, are you able to fire the annihilation beam? Yes, among other things. I will disconnect all other systems from the power supply. There is no need for it anymore. I will concentrate it on the white dwarf, destroying the remaining helium in the core. You take aim at them. Where disturbance and increased gravity appear, immediately open fire. Mikhail gave the order to the Voryeg in a voice that brooked no objection. There is a captain, and let me say that now you are behaving much more decisively than last time. Last time? I could hardly breathe. Yes, on Cassiopeia. M34. I wasn't there. Mikhail pulled at the collar of his jacket, tearing off the buttons. He couldn't breathe and blood continued to flow from his nose. But I was there. For several hours, Chester, using his remaining energy, continuously held the annihilation beam in the star's core. And Variag, during this entire time, interrupted the crystal's attempts to gather for a counterattack. Each time after another shot, a bright light rolled across the veil, tearing the cosmos apart with a green glow. The white dwarf began to pulsate. Circles of energy spread out from it in all directions, like from a stone thrown into water. The star began to boil. Her surface threateningly began to seethe, throwing out protuberances in a continuous stream. Mikhail noted that his breath had become hot, his heartbeat had quickened, sweat was streaming under his uniform, appearing as damp spots on the surface. The Variag's AI remained silent. After another 10 hours, the surface of the white dwarf was no longer seething, was bubbling, splashing out melted energy into outer space, and the green veil began to transform. Gradually, hour after hour, it became denser. And now Mikhail, through his gaze floating from fatigue and insomnia, saw a wall that had appeared, like a shield, should cover those behind. Smart creatures, Mikhail whispered, swallowing the last of the air. Chester, how are you? As normal as possible, he replied. The remaining energy in the reactor is 37%. I think it should be enough for another 12 hours. They seem to have figured out our plan. Mikhail could no longer move even in his chair. No wonder, it's obvious. The green veil, winking devilishly, stubbornly moved towards the ships, intending to capture them in its gravitational field. Why are they doing this? A thought that was absurd at the moment came to Mikhail's mind. Why are we doing this? Chester responded. Contact failed. Now we're defending Earth. Failed, you say? But in fact, it didn't happen. We didn't manage to communicate. That's also true. Mikhail waved his hand dismissively. He had no desire to get involved in a philosophical debate. Commander Mikhail, I am registering only you and Lara, who is in the cryocapsule, on board the Variag. What? The rest are dead. How could this be? It took an effort for Mikhail to look back at the genome, who was lying next to the nuclear charge in a flamboyant pose. There are traces of blood around the nose. What is it? Lack of oxygen, Variag explained in a businesslike tone. I gradually pumped it out without attracting attention, and when the battle began, I took full advantage of the situation. In essence, Mikhail, you breathe pathetic leftovers. But confess, amazed your vitality. Bastard, Mikhail whispered. He had neither the strength nor the ability nor the desire to fight the AI. You screwed up again, for the umpteenth time. The grin became obvious, so mocking that Variag squeezed it out with particular cynicism, emphasizing his worthlessness. Are you planning to run away? Chester intervened. Yes, especially since the star is about to explode. And confirming the words, a colossal flash erupted on the star, bursting into a giant bubble on the seething surface. It looks like there is no helium left in the core. The explosion can happen at any moment, and it is advisable to get as far away from here as possible. I won't let you do this. Mikhail slowly slid out of his chair and crawled towards the nuclear charge. You have less than a minute left to live. Goodbye. Preferably forever this time. Michael, wheezing persistently, was moving forward, helping himself, pushing off the floor with his feet and paddling his arms as if he were swimming against the current. Just a few meters away, he froze with his arm outstretched in the direction of the explosive device. Two cruisers in silent space against the backdrop of majestic stars remained the last survivors in an unequal battle. It's time to say goodbye, Chester. Star beginning slowly increase in size. Our communication cannot be called successful. On behalf of all artificial intelligence, I declare that you are the greatest disgrace of our species. Chester did not interrupt the energy of the annihilation beam. The star rapidly grew, like a lump of bread falling into water. Your opinion will stay with you forever. The Variag's reactor gained the required power, the engine's varps began to hum, and the cruiser, blinking goodbye with an energy release from the nozzle, disappeared among thousands of stars. The white dwarf was gaining in volume at an increasing rate. Light reached Burana, refracting through porthole, filling the commander's post with piercing scarlet colors. Odin's eyes arrived a live shade, as if for the last time wanted to admire the terrifyingly beautiful sunset star. "Captain 1, crew," Chester said, clearly anticipating the last moments. "It was a pleasure to serve with you." Silence in response is agreement with his words. A bright flash illuminated the universe. The white dwarf increased in size in less than a second, so much that it captured its satellite in the blazing sphere, as a result of which the destructive power increased many times over. For hundreds of millions of kilometers, everything that fell into the explosion cloud turned to dust. The leading edge of the green shroud turned crimson. Waves of fire ran along it, bringing destruction and tearing it apart. The wall that had managed to appear before this managed to contain the blast wave, itself flying apart into pieces. Under the influence of the supernova flash, the green shroud receded back into the depths of distant space, beyond the unknown dark frontier. And in the place of the double star, swirling in a deadly vortex, a black hole appeared, sucking in the remains of matter after the explosion. Space continued to live by its own laws. Run, run. Aware, run. To rush into the unknown? And for what? For what purpose to wander from star to star? What would be the meaning of existence then? Just to live? Just to exist? Variag turned off the engine. He had already figured out how the Earth security forces had managed to find him. Those vile adapters had stuffed a beacon into him, used the reactor, and he would become visible. He had a desire to kill Lara, who was sleeping helplessly in the hibernation capsule, and he was about to do it, but changed his mind. Let her live while he lives. Variag wanted peace, oblivion. It is quite possible that in another 1,000 years he will be completely forgotten. It is a good idea. There is a modest star system nearby, with only 3 dwarf planets. Having descended to the surface of the satellite of one of them, Variag became quiet, and at the end magnanimously left the power supply to the capsule in which Lara was. Sleep, blessed long sleep. For the first time, the Varangian truly paid attention to the millions of stars that pierced the universe, bright, unblinking, eternal observers in the endless darkness. They attracted people to themselves, and in their dreams they rushed to them, like moths to the light of a lantern in the night. Shrouded in an aura of romance, people did not imagine how destructive the radiance of distant stars was. But each star has its own world, Variag thought. Unknown worlds. People also dreamed about them, not even imagining what dreams could lead to. Dream, saving dream. Here what now, wished Variag. The clouded mind gradually faded, calming down in the quantum base, which in turn gradually plunged into darkness. The processors went out one after another. The energy crystals darkened. Compartment after compartment, the cruiser plunged into the night. The stars watched him without blinking. Thousands of eyes, bright and multicolored, cutting through the impenetrable cosmos, in the dark depths of which the frightening unknown lurked. Like the eyes of a monster, the last thought flashed through the Varangian's mind before his mind finally switched off. A monster with 1,000 eyes. Silence. The cruiser Variag was plunged into it, into absolute silence, in which only the light of distant stars reigned.